Chapter 2144. In the number 1 inner city of Shangliang Mountain, Xianxia was handling government affairs. Second, the inner city has been repaired, the fake Gu incident has also been dealt with. Xianxia looked at an information path mortal Gu in her hands as she smiled. Next, she used her primeval essence to add new information to this information path Gu worm. She set down a policy. In the name of making up for the losses caused by the fake Gu incident, all goods in Shang clan stores were discounted. In this way, not only can the Shang clan's reputation be greatly restored, but we can also earn a sum of yuan stone to make up for the deficit in the clan treasury caused by the double compensation. Xianxia's fingers relaxed slightly. This information path mortal Gu flashed with light as it flew out of the study room. Xianxia took out another information path mortal Gu from the table. The information on the mortal Gu came from Shang Qiwen. After Shang Buli resigned, Xianxia handed over Shangliang Mountains market to Shang Qiwen to manage. The information in the information path mortal Gu said that there was a group of sellers who were hoarding goods in the market to raise prices. Shang Qiwen's proposal was to kill them all. Alas, for the sake of their own selfishness, who knows how many commoners have been harmed by these people. Xianxia sighed. After thinking about it, she added new content to the information path mortal Gu: only kill the main culprit, let the rest go. After releasing this information path Gu worm, the third letter Gu sent a distress message. At the border of Shang clan's territory, a village was facing a beast tide and was in danger of being destroyed. This village was a vassal of Shang clan, but it only had a few rank 3 Gu masters and its presence was rather low. Saving people is like putting out a fire. This kind of distress message should be sent urgently. Why did it go through the normal political channels? Xianxia frowned. She understood the reason behind it. The subordinates all knew Xianxia's character. They knew that she would do her best to save them. But in the current situation, all kinds of inheritances were being fought over, the great era was about to begin. Shang clan's immortals and mortals were all extremely busy. It was a huge waste of manpower to do such a thankless rescue job. It was a huge loss of future profits. Looking at the time, I'm afraid it's already too late. The human heart, the human heart. Xianxia often felt insignificant. Just like now, she could only sense the thoughts of her subordinates, but she couldn't change them. The longer she sat on the Shang clan leader's seat, the more powerless she felt. Compared to the Shang clan and the world, she was nothing. Maybe this is the reason why almost all Gu cultivators desperately pursue strength. Xianxia thought about it for a while, before finally dispatching a group of Gu masters to travel 1,000 li to rescue them. Even if it was very likely that by the time the rescue team arrived, the village would have already been destroyed by the beast tide. In the fourth information path mortal Gu, there was a good thing. Around Shangliang Mountain, they discovered a new Qi path resource point. They needed to station a force in Shangliang Mountain or support a nearby village. Information path mortal Gu after mortal Gu were released by Xianxia, Gu worms flew into the study room from time to time. Unknowingly, the night passed, and it was already dawn. An information path mortal Gu shining with golden light flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It's a mission from above. Xianxia quickly received it and probed it with her mind. This information path mortal Gu was indeed talking about a huge matter. It was related to the fight for the fur paradise. This fur-blessed land was located in the central part of southern border. It contained the fur true inheritance and was exposed because of the Qi tides. Because it was remote and did not belong to any southern border super force, it was fought over by all the super clans. After the righteous path Gu immortals discussed, they decided to send out Gu master experts. According to the rules, Gu immortals could not interfere when the victor was decided. The information path mortal Gu had some secret information regarding the owner of the blessed land, for Immortal. This immortal was a wood path and transformation path Gu immortal. But she did not have any outstanding methods, she only cultivated them randomly. As a result, wood path and transformation path Dao marks conflicted with each other, her battle strength was low and she was bullied in the Gu immortal world. None of the super forces are interested in such a true inheritance. But the location of the Blessed Land is very important. Even though it is not connected to our Shang clan, even if we win this time and obtain this blessed land, it will only be an enclave, it will not be easy to manage. However, this kind of territory can be completely traded. I believe the super forces around the blessed land will have the motive to buy it. The prelude to the great era had begun, there would definitely be great turmoil and chaos in the future. By then, such a blessed land would be the bridgehead for the expansion of the super forces, or the front lines of defense. It had extremely high value. After all, these southern border super forces did not have any methods to relocate their immortal apertures. Xianxia Xianxia assessed the situation. Thanks to the environment of this era, she had much more information about Gu immortals than when Shang Yanfei was the clan leader. Thus, even though Xianxia Xianxia was only a rank 5 Gu master, she had a deep understanding of the situation in the Gu immortal world. This is Shang clan's current situation, time is pressing, I need to deal with it immediately. Xianxia Xianxia felt troubled. Even though she had recruited Shang Qiunyou, Shang Qi1 and others, at the crucial moment, she had too few capable subordinates. Feng Tianyu is not only a refinement path master, he also has rank 5 cultivation. He can be the leader this time. Xianxia Xianxia thought of this and summoned Feng Tianyu. Soon, Feng Tianyu received the message and came to the study room. Come in. Xianxia Xianxia willed as the door of the study room opened. This study room of hers was a mortal Gu house. Feng Tianyu had an excited expression. Lord Clan Leader, I have good news to tell you. Oh, what news? Xianxia Xianxia smiled and asked. Feng Tianyu said, these days, I have been researching that strange mud man. In the end, I discovered a shocking secret. It turns out that although this mudman was crazy and had chaotic thoughts, as long as I asked him a question, he would respond rationally. I asked one question after another like this until I found out about his origin. His name is Nijian, he was originally the young clan leader of a village, but the village was massacred by demonic path experts, everyone in the village including him died. But after he died, he was revived by a Chi Path Gu immortal. This Chi Path Gu immortal inquired about the true culprit of the village, and after asking about it, he left him alone. This Nijian mudman was originally extremely strong, having half immortal battle strength, but as time passed, he fell to this stage. To think that this mudman had such a mystical origin. Xianxia Xianxia sighed, it is just an ordinary village, how can it be related to a Gu immortal? Feng Tianyu became even more excited. Precisely because of this, I continued asking and found out that this Ni clan member had a huge secret. Every once in a while, a certain Ni clan Gu master would experience a phenomenon of bloodline condensation. After passing through it, an immortal Gu would form in their body. Immortal Gu? Xianxia Xianxia raised her brows. It is because of this immortal Gu that Gu immortals covet it. Feng Tianyu's eyes shined, this is too mystical. A mortal Gu master's body can actually give birth to an immortal Gu. More importantly, the Ni clan village that was exterminated was only a branch of their bloodline. In several locations in southern border, there are still clansmen who are related to them by blood. Xianxia Xianxia, so, you want to? Feng Tianyu nodded, that's right, I want to ask clan leader to investigate this huge secret. If we can grasp this refinement path method, we will be able to refine immortal Gu as mortals. Xianxia Xianxia pondered for a while before saying, then go, I will assign a few more people to you. No need, no need. Feng Tianyu waved his hand, I have rank 5 cultivation, even if I send rank 4 Gu masters, they will only hold me back. Moreover, if I can make such a contribution, it will definitely be a huge contribution. I need to accumulate contributions so that I can have a chance to meet Lord Feng Yuan in the future. Shang Xianxia nodded. Feng Tianyu's attitude was so firm, she could only let him go. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Yellow Heaven. A group of Gu masters with the same surname arrived at the Gold Fragment River. An old clan leader with white hair and rank 5 cultivation shouted in front of the group with his back facing the Gold Fragment River. It has been more than 10 years since I mysteriously came here from southern border. Although I don't know the reason, it is definitely a Gu immortal level existence. Our Ni clan's bloodline has gathered here. In these 10 years, our Ni clan has grown stronger, the number of Gu masters has increased by more than 10 times. But recently, this mysterious place's weather has become unpredictable and dangers keep appearing. Right now, everyone is facing a life and death crisis. Chapter 2145. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. A huge pitch-black city was spread across the desert. This was a majestic city with a grand layout and strict structure. The entire city wall was hexagonal, it was weathered by wind and rain. The city wall was over 100 li in circumference, it was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick. Ordinary people could see this black city from far away when standing in the desert, it was like a giant pitch-black beast crawling on the yellowish-brown ground. And when standing close by, one would have to raise their head to barely see the towering city wall and the huge city gate. There were towers at every corner of the city walls, and they were densely packed with holes for shooting arrows. Every few li, there was a wide path for horses to enter the city. There were also hidden weapon caves in the city wall. After passing the city wall, one would see the bustling world inside the city. The streets in the city were crisscrossed, there were shops, palaces and houses everywhere. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. It was bustling with noise and bustling. This was Inkman City. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu Immortal Yen, it was equivalent to half of Emperor City, but was later taken over by Feng Yuan and moved to Mini Western Desert. At this moment, 2 Inkman Gu Immortals, Mo Tansang and Mo Chi-E, were floating in the air, looking at the surroundings with solemn expressions. In the past 3 days, these poison vines and windmill trees have spread for over 10 li, they are only 10 li away from Inkman City now. Mo Tansang said. Mo Chi-E frowned, we have already tried to clean them up over 10 times, but every time we clean them, they will grow back again. Are we really going to have to move again? Right now, around Inkman City, there was an astonishing amount of vegetation. These vegetation consisted of purple-black poison vines and huge green-gold windmill trees, it was like a terrifying tsunami of vegetation that wanted to swallow everything in its surroundings. Mo Chi-E sighed, desolate plants have already started to grow in this area, it will be more difficult for us to deal with them. If we cannot deal with the root, even if we clean them up thousands of times, it will not solve the root problem. I thought we had moved to a good place, but to think that the living environment here is 10 to 100 times worse than northern plains. Mo Tansang patted Mo Chi-E's shoulder, Master has already sent people to help us, it is better if you don't complain. Mo Chi-E immediately kept quiet. His master was the #1 devil in the world. He was cold and merciless, and his methods were ruthless. Look, our reinforcements are here. Mo Tansang suddenly revealed a joyful expression as he pointed at the distant horizon. Mo Chi-E looked over and saw 4 Gu Immortals flying over. 2 Snowman Gu Immortals, 1 Hairy Man Gu Immortal, and 1 Mushroom Man Gu Immortal. One of them was a Snowman female immortal. She was tall and slender, she had blue eyes and hair, and her skin was as fair as jade. It was Shui. Mo Tansang and Mo Chi-E hurriedly bowed. Snow's identity was very special. Back then, Feng Yuan had a chance encounter with her, and Shui was Feng Yuan's fiancée on the surface. Of course, Fang Yuan had never admitted it, but he did not deny it either. The snowman race, especially Bing Yuan who was behind Shuai, had been spreading this relationship. Everyone in the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world knew about it. I didn't expect to trouble Lady Snow to come here personally. With everyone's help, it seems like our Inkman city's crisis can be resolved. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi said respectfully. Shuai spoke, even though the Inkmen and Snowmen are of different races, we have already cooperated since we were in Northern Plains. I came here this time to help both of you, and also to ask you to return and help our Snowman race after the matter is over. The Snowman race was currently residing in Kokitahara. They were also in trouble. The two Inkman immortals quickly expressed that they would do their best to help. Bing Yuan said, on the way here, we have already inspected the area. Shuai and I will use our full strength to activate our ice and snow killer moves to freeze and slow down the growth of the vegetation. We will buy time for you. The Hairy Man Gu Immortal said, I brought a large number of Hairy Man Gu Masters this time. We will do our best to modify Inkman City and turn it into a single entity, forming a huge Gu house. In the future, it will be very convenient to relocate. The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal said, I can resolve the problem of the poisonous vines. These poisonous vines are a disaster to you, but to my Mushroom Man race, they are a great cultivation resource. Furthermore, I have already found the source of the poisonous vines. I can use the poisonous vines to fight poison with poison. This area of vegetation will be stabilized temporarily. The two Inkman Gu Immortals heard this and were both joyful and worried. Mo Tan Sang asked the Hairy Man Gu Immortal, during Northern Plains era, Inkman City had over 800,000 people, now it has over 1,200,000 people. Modifying Inkman City might affect the people's livelihood. Master has been instructing me to do my best to protect the lives of the people and help them develop. The Hairy Man Gu Immortal stretched out his hand, interrupting Mo Tan Sang, don't worry too much. Our Langya sect has already received Master's orders to modify all the cities in the sovereign immortal aperture. Each city has a specific blueprint. Most of the cities will become mortal Gu houses, while several large cities will become immortal Gu houses. I have to congratulate you, Inkman City will become one of these immortal Gu houses. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Mo Tan Sang was tongue-tied. He could not help but ask, isn't this investment too huge? Master is actually so resolute. I naturally hope that such a thing will happen more often, but if this delays Master's cultivation and occupies too many of Master's immortal Gu, wouldn't that be our sin? The Hairy Man Gu Immortal laughed loudly, you are underestimating Master. How can you guess the Lord's great talent and strategy? Master's refinement path attainment has already surpassed the predecessors, it has reached a level that you and I cannot estimate. This evaluation was not made by me, but by my tribe's land spirit of Langya. Right now, it is extremely easy for Master to refine immortal Gu. You did not see those blueprints, they are all different and exquisite. Any one of them would require those ordinary Gu immortals to spend several years or even more than a decade to think about it. But these were all randomly thought up by the Lord after spending half a cup of tea. My Lord's attainments and wealth are like the mountains and the seas. The investment you see is just a drop in the bucket for my Lord. When this Hairy Man Gu Immortal mentioned Fang Yuan, his eyes were filled with fanatical worship. I said the wrong thing, I deserve to be punished. Mo Tan Sang quickly apologized. That Mushroom Man Gu Immortal added, even though we Mushroom Men have just moved to this world, we immediately recognize that this world has endless potential. To create the sovereign immortal aperture, Shadow Sect has used up all of its resources. Most importantly, it can display its unparalleled might in the hands of a brilliant master like Master. Every time Master annexes Grotto Heavens or Blessed Lands, the Tao marks in the sovereign world would increase sharply, countless territories would appear out of nowhere. Let's not talk about other places, just look at these poisonous vines. Do you know? These poisonous vines have never appeared in the 5 regions, they are extremely poisonous. The mushroom man Gu Immortal addressed Fang Yuan as master smoothly, he had no qualms about it. Even though they had just joined him, they were very optimistic about their future, they were filled with passion. Mini Southern Border. At the base of Firebird Mountain, Shi Cheng, Shi Zong, and the other Rockman Gu Immortals were controlling an immortal Gu formation. The immortal Gu formation slowly displayed its might, the restless Firebird Mountain unwillingly calmed down. Success. Shi Cheng let out a breath of air, he relaxed. Shi Zong said, Master annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, as well as the immortal apertures of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord and many other Gu Immortals, causing the sovereign immortal aperture's fire path Dao marks to increase sharply. This Firebird Mountain was originally a volcano, it almost erupted, thankfully, we discovered it in time and set up an immortal formation to suppress it. But from now on, we need to send one person to control the immortal formation, we cannot leave. Shi Cheng nodded, we have to do this, but this way, the number of Gu Immortals that our tribe can deploy is very small. Now, we have one less. Shi Zong sighed, that's right. Our tribe's control of these territories is already so tight, you can imagine how troublesome it is for Master to take care of the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Shi Cheng, didn't Master gather many members of the Variant Human Alliance and station them in the sovereign immortal aperture to put out fires? It can't be helped, Master has been devouring apertures too frequently recently. The increase in Dao marks is too much, countless resources and paths cannot be accounted for. Shi Zong shook his head, what kind of person is Master, he should have known about these problems beforehand. We don't need to worry about Master, we need to take care of our territories. Like this Firebird Mountain, it is not enough to suppress it with an immortal formation. We need to modify this Firebird Mountain and make it adapt to the environment. Shi Cheng agreed, that's right, in the past, the resources evolved bit by bit over a long period of time. But here, the Dao marks are increasing again and again, even the volcano is about to erupt. We need to modify it artificially to speed up the volcano's adaptation process. But in terms of fire path, we rock men are not proficient, we need to ask for help from Star Collection City. Mini Blue Heaven, Star Collection City. This place was managed by the previous Combat Beast King. Not long ago, this rank 8 Gu Immortal had resisted the tribulation formed by 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks during the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, he had made a huge contribution. After that, Fang Yuan woke him up and personally healed him. Fang Yuan had annexed too many apertures, causing the sovereign immortal aperture to become unstable. Fang Yuan then made Star Collection City the main city and appointed him to manage the sovereign immortal aperture's internal affairs. The problem of Inkman City in Mini Western Desert has been resolved, good. Mini Southern Border's Firebird Mountain is also suppressed by the immortal formation. But we need Fire Path Gu Immortals to modify the volcano? We need to coordinate. At this time, an information path Gu worm flew over with a long cry. The old Combat Beast King's expression changed, where did the rank 8 calamity appear? He quickly inspected the Gu worm and found that the source of the calamity was a huge wave of fire rain in Mini Red Heaven. Fire rain often appeared in Mini Red Heaven, and after the increase in fire path Dao marks, the fire rain appeared even more frequently. But this fire rain was different, it continued to grow and pierced through a lake of charcoal, forming a rank 6 killer move level meteor rain. The meteor rain entered Mini Orange Heaven and its power rose to rank 7 level. It then penetrated Mini Yellow Heaven and interacted with the metal path Dao marks, its power rose to rank 8. Oh no! Only I can deal with such a calamity. But it is too late to go now. The old Combat Beast King's face turned pale. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Gu Immortals there viewed protecting mortals as their responsibility and honor. Chapter 2146. Ni Clan's Gu Masters were resisting the Gold Fragment River with all their strength. They first used Mortal Gu to build a grand dam, then dug a ditch and diverted a portion of the river. The rising gold fragment river's surface level gradually decreased. However, there were many living beings living in the gold fragment river. Ni clan's army invaded the territory of the fish beasts in the river. The diversion made these fish beasts even more terrified. All sorts of fish beasts came out of the river to attack from afar, while some ran ashore and roared as they attacked Ni clan's Gu masters. Ni clan mainly cultivated Earth Path. Their most basic Gu worm was the rank 1 Mud Gu. Earth Path was good at defense. Ni clan's Gu masters had already formed defensive lines and were ready for battle. But the fish beasts were not only numerous, there were also powerful myriad beast kings. Under the frenzied attacks of the fish beast army, Ni clan's Gu masters' defensive lines were broken one by one. Persevere. Kill. Take revenge for our clansmen. Persevere to the end and create the future of our clan. Mud and blood splattered, Gu masters took turns to resist the fierce attacks of the fish beasts. Ni clan's clansmen had come to the sovereign immortal aperture and were secretly nurtured by Feng Yuan, thus there were many Gu masters. Together with the strong pressure of survival in mini yellow heaven, these Ni clan clansmen had no choice but to unite and quickly developed a harmonious clan atmosphere where they helped each other. In this defensive battle, Ni clan's army displayed astonishing battle strength and tenacious fighting spirit. Finally, the fish beasts gradually thinned out and Ni clan's army managed to hold on. Ni clan's army started to counterattack. The fish beasts did not have much internal organization to begin with, and now, their situation turned for the worse. They were quickly defeated. Ni clan's Gu masters chased and left behind countless fish beast corpses along the way. These corpses were Gu materials, they were rich battle spoils. Ni clan's Gu masters fought their way to the gold fragment river's surface. All sorts of Gu worms attacked the river, creating countless golden waves. We won. Quick, set up the Gu formation. Now is not the time to celebrate. Yes, we need to set up the Gu formation as soon as possible, otherwise, new fish beasts will come from the main river. Ni clan's Gu masters set up the formation with all their might. They had prepared for this operation for over half a year. They already had a mature plan and deployment. However, just as their Gu formation was about to succeed, the whole of Gold Fragment River and even the cloud soil under their feet started to shake. What's going on? Are there more fish beasts attacking? Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. Look up, my God. The Gu masters gasped. They raised their heads towards the sky and froze like rocks. Because they saw the meteor shower falling from the sky. Some of these meteorites were only 1 mu wide, while others were as large as mountains. There were tens of thousands of meteorites. A large number of meteors whistled through the air, dragging long scarlet flame tails behind them. They pressed against the air, carrying with them an unstoppable momentum as they heavily smashed down. It's over. Countless Ni clan Gu masters had pale expressions, without a trace of blood. Does heaven want my Ni clan to perish? In the deathly silent battlefield, an elderly Ni clan Gu master suddenly cried out in grief and anger. I can't accept this. The current Ni family's clan leader, who was also the current Ni Xiang, clenched his fists tightly. The plan is already halfway successful. Our clan has made such a tragic sacrifice to finally stop the flood, and a beautiful tomorrow is already waving at us. But today, we are going to perish. Everyone felt despair in their hearts. The might of heaven and earth was so terrifying, these Ni clan Gu masters could not resist it at all. They felt their own insignificance, the deepest sorrow and helplessness of the weak. But right at this time, the bright sky that was illuminated by the meteor shower suddenly turned dark and eerie. Howl, howl, howl. Ni clan's Gu masters heard waves of cries that seemed to come from the depths of hell. The temperature of the air seemed to be falling rapidly. Countless Gu masters felt intense palpitation. What is that? Oh my God! A black giant? Ni clan's Gu masters were horrified. They stared at this scene with wide eyes. A giant slowly appeared, it was pitch black and eerie. Its body was so huge that when it bent its back and legs, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. The giant seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually very fast as it stood up. Its height became even more terrifying. It truly had the posture of holding up the sky. Its shoulders were like floating clouds. The black giant had 2 heads. It stared with 4 terrifying ghostly eyes. The ghostly eyes were shining malevolently. The eerie black light was like a pillar that pierced through the sky. Its hundreds of arms were raised high. Terrifying ghostly claws were spread out. It was like an extremely vicious and sinister black forest had formed in an instant. One of the pitch-black giant's heads opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black soul river. The soul river surged and created huge waves, sweeping up a large number of meteors. The pitch-black giant's other mouth opened and sucked. Many small meteors were directly sucked into its stomach. Bam bam bam, his ghostly claws and giant arms moved, catching the meteorites that were the size of small mountains. Waves surged in the Ni clansmen's hearts. This is truly holding up the sky, stepping on the earth, plucking the stars and moon. There is such a terrifying monster hidden in this world. Compared to this giant, our Ni clan is not even an ant. The meteor shower was almost completely blocked by the black giant. Only some fragments fell to the ground. These fragments fell bit by bit. Some fell into the gold fragment river, some landed on the cloud soil continent. It was bound to have many unpredictable effects on the ecology of the continent. The meteor shower had no effect in the end. The black giant also retreated. Its mountain-like body slowly disappeared in front of the Ni clan Gu masters. After a long while, the Ni clan Gu masters who had survived the calamity burst into earth-shattering cheers. And the greatest contributor, the black giant, turned into a ray of soul light and entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body again. That's right. This black soul giant was the soul of Fang Yuan's main body. After Fang Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect true inheritance, he obtained the supreme cultivation method of soul path. This method specialized in the cultivation of the soul. It was divided into 2 levels. The first level was man's soul. It started from 10-man soul, 100-man soul, 1,000-man soul, and so on, up to 100 million man soul at the highest. 100 million man soul was the limit of the human body. It started to turn from phantom to solid, interfering with matter. The second level was desolate soul. Because Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found a way to break through the limits of man's soul. After breaking through to desolate soul, the essence of the soul had already changed. Just the soul alone could have the battle strength of a desolate level soul beast. Fang Yuan's soul had already reached desolate soul level. His soul cultivation had never stopped. It had already reached 60 million desolate soul. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul, 100,000 desolate soul, 1 million desolate soul, 10 million desolate soul, 100 million desolate soul. At 100 million desolate soul, there were 3 6,000 arms demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength. They could directly resist all kinds of myriad tribulations, defy heaven and earth, slaughter deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was also the peak of the entire soul foundation. It was the limit that the whole world could contain. 100 million desolate soul had 3 heads and 1,000 arms. Fang Yuan had not reached it yet. Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was similar to Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. They both had 2 heads and over 600 arms. Spectral Soul's cultivation method is truly amazing. This soul alone has the battle prowess of a pseudo-immortal paragon. If it uses immortal essence, it can even activate a killer move. Most importantly, this killer move is not activated by Gu worms. It is an arrangement of Dao marks. It is almost an innate ability. Fang Yuan pondered. When his soul manifested earlier and fought alone, the surging soul river he spat out was a reference to Spectral Soul's ability during the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan followed Spectral Soul's method and turned the soul core killer move he learned into soul path Dao marks, imprinting them on his soul. Thus, this Soul River Killer move became an innate ability of Fang Yuan's soul. In the future, as long as the relevant Dao mark arrangement was not destroyed, Fang Yuan could quickly activate it without using any goo worms. This was an extremely simple, convenient, and quick method. Soul Cultivation Innate Ability, Totem Killer Move, Formation Path Great Grandmaster using natural Dao marks to set up formations. All sorts of methods will eventually lead to the same goal. With Fang Clan supply, I do not lack soul cores. It is not difficult to cultivate to the peak of 100 million desolate soul. This method can be used as one of my trump cards. I cannot use it casually outside. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were monitored by Providence. If Fang Yuan used this method, Providence would know. But there was no such threat in the sovereign immortal aperture. Let's see how the situation is. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again, inspecting his luck. Fang Yuan frowned. His luck was not good. During this period of time, his silver light pillar was getting looser. It was showing signs of collapsing. At the top of the silver light pillar, the 3 clouds were also changing. The starlight cloud held the upper hand. This indicated that star constellation Immortal Venerable was the biggest threat. And below them was Spectral Soul's pitch-black luck cloud. Although it was suppressed by the starlight cloud, some of the black chi that spread out was like roots that penetrated Fang Yuan's silver light pillar. It seemed like it was going to sprout. As for the golden cloud that represented Giant Sun, it had become much thicker. Although it was suppressed by the other 2 clouds, it was showing signs of accumulating power. Around the silver pillar of light, apart from the previous clumps of clouds, another strange phenomenon appeared. A small mound that seemed to be there and not there was a faint shadow on the surface of the silver light pillar, southern border. Feng Tianyu was travel-worn. He stopped his footsteps. He breathed roughly. We are finally here. Feng Tianyu's journey was very difficult. He wanted to find the other branches of Ni clan, but he could not find anything. This was natural. Before he came, Fang Yuan had already moved all the Ni clan clansmen away. Feng Tianyu was very disappointed that he did not make any contribution. But along the way, he unexpectedly discovered that this Ni sludge monster could devour earth goo materials and continuously increase its battle strength. Those Ni clan clansmen have disappeared mysteriously. If I return with my tail between my legs, it will be hard to explain. It is also not my style. I should raise this sludge monster's battle strength. When Shang Xinci asks me questions, I can answer them. Thereupon, Feng Tianyu rushed all the way to Rotten Mud Mountain. Although the putrid Mud Mountain was not famous, it was still a famous mountain when one truly considered it. Although there were Poison Path Dao marks, most of them were Earth Path Dao marks. These earth goo materials could be found all over the mountain. They were suitable for feeding Ni. There seems to be a beast tied here. The Goo Master village at the foot of the mountain was destroyed. Forget it, I will explore by myself. Feng Tianyu had rank 5 cultivation level, and with Ni by his side, along the way, he let Ni devour any suitable earth goo materials. Feng Tianyu stayed on the mountain for several days and nights. He arrived at a certain place. Suddenly, Ni spat out the earth goo materials. Chapter 2147. This luck. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. During this period of development, his luck had also developed, but it was already suppressed by the 3 venerables, and now, this trend was even more obvious. My development and improvement are truly rapid, but the 3 venerables are truly extraordinary. They are actually able to stabilize the situation. If my luck condenses, the situation might change. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He needed to stabilize the sovereign immortal aperture now. The sovereign immortal aperture's troubles were increasing. It was not like what Fang Yuan had expected. The abnormalities would decrease as time passed. Without a choice, Fang Yuan let in many of the variant human alliance's Goo Immortals. Relying on these Goo Immortals to work around day and night, along with his frequent actions, the sovereign Immortal Aperture's turbulent situation was temporarily stabilized. On the other hand, he needed to create a suitable combat system. Most importantly, he needed to become a venerable in refinement path. Becoming a venerable would undergo a qualitative change. Refinement path was divided into two Gu refinement paths, hairy man nature style and human isolation style. Fang Yuan's hairy man nature style was already at the peak, he could not improve any further, he was currently exploring the peak of human isolation style. He had seen Qing Chao's glory, and also had the refinement method of accumulate virtue Gu from southern borders Paradise Earth true inheritance, he had a deep understanding of this. Ni clan's bloodline could condense immortal Gu, it was also because Ni clan's Gu immortal Ni Ren used a human path Gu refinement method. In fact, this was very similar to the method Red Lotus Demon Venerable used to destroy Fate Gu to prevent it from appearing again. If I can reverse deduce Ni Ren's Gu refinement method from Ni clan, I will be able to fill a huge gap in refinement path. I might even be able to become a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster. The best situation was for Fang Yuan to advance to Venerable before Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave. This was the safest option. If he could not become a refinement path Venerable, he would settle for the next best thing, to raise his strength to his current limit. One was to get rid of the sovereign Immortal Aperture's hidden dangers and annex all of the two heavens Grotto Heavens, to reach its greatest foundation. The second was to form his own combat system. Crazed Demon Cave was the biggest challenge Fang Yuan faced. Because he wasn't facing just one Immortal Exalt, but several. Currently, there were Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Limitless. But almost all the other Venerables had also entered the Crazed Demon Cave to explore. At that time, it was hard to say who would jump out. Especially now that the River of Time was in chaos, even if Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was refined to the 8th rank, he could not use it. Fang Yuan only had one chance. Finally, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to the surface of the silver light pillar. The cloud earlier represented heaven's envy Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan already knew about it. But what's with this vague projection of a protruding hill? Fang Yuan couldn't figure it out. Southern border, Rotten Mud Mountain. Nature is really wonderful. There are actually Chi Path Gu materials in this Rotten Mud Mountain. Feng Tianyu clicked his tongue in amazement. These Gu materials had no value to Nijian. Because Nijian needed to increase his Earth Path Dao marks to recover his strength. What Feng Tianyu didn't know was that this soil contained Chi Path and was not natural. Not long ago, Kongsheng activated the killer move Providence Will and used Hulan to create it. Kong Ri Tian, Central Continent's 4 great obscenities, and Wang Xiao'er had escaped successfully. Now, they were nowhere to be found. It's a little strange, this Chi Path soil is a little too much. Is there a Chi Path immortal material buried deep underground? It has no source, how can there be so much Chi Path soil? Feng Tianyu trudged along the way, feeling more and more suspicious. He was a refinement path master after all, he had great knowledge. He looked around and finally stopped at a place, ordering Nijian to dig with all his might. However, after spending 2 days and 2 nights, Feng Tianyu did not find anything good after digging deep underground. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortals secretly took away Hulan, they had naturally dealt with it. Even Gu Immortals would not be able to find anything by just looking at the Chi Path soil here. After all, during this period of time, Chi tides had swept the world, Chi Path Gu materials were growing everywhere. Western Desert. Sand heap blessed land was constantly being explored because of the Chi tides. However, the environment here was very dangerous. In the sky, intense winds raged, carrying sand and cutting people's faces like knives. On the ground, there were undulating waves of sand. If one was careless, they would be buried by the sand waves that were several meters tall. The only place people could step on were the sandbags that were exposed in the sand waves. There were big and small sandbags, even the smallest one was the size of a small mountain. In the space inside the sandbag, not only was it peaceful, there were also large amounts of cultivation resources. At this time, in a sandbag, a group of Gu masters were surrounding a rank 5 Gu material. The atmosphere was solemn. I saw this wisdom bead grass first. Bullshit. We were the ones who discovered it first. Everyone who saw it has a share. What is the point of talking about who discovered it first? The Gu masters were arguing, when suddenly, one of them attacked. The others were caught off guard. The one who was sneak attacked was heavily injured on the spot, shouting in anger, "Emoli, you have guts, you actually dared to attack me." The other Gu masters immediately scattered, guarding against each other while staring at the Gu master who attacked. This Gu master had a middle-aged appearance, his head was wrapped in a white headscarf, he had a beard and triangular eyes that shone with a cold light. He sneered, "Among everyone, I am most wary of you. Now that you are heavily injured, my biggest obstacle is gone. Ha ha ha, you are all going to die." The Gu masters present were stunned before erupting in anger. "Emoli, you have gone mad. Alright, let me see what ability you have to say such words. Hehe, you have angered everyone. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this bastard first." Facing the encirclement, Emoli was eager to give it a try, his battle intent surging. "Come, I will show you my true strength." His whole body started to flicker with blue lightning. Next, he slowly floated up into the air. The originally chaotic and disorderly lightning arcs turned into clear wires that formed the shape of clothes, wrapping around Emoli's body. The killer move activated successfully. Emoli shouted, "Golden red armor." Crack crack crack. Pieces of armor immediately appeared on his body. Over 100 pieces of armor were arranged according to the lines of the wires and connected into a whole body. In the blink of an eye, Emoli had already put on a full body armor. This armor shone with a metallic luster, the red and gold colors looked mighty and domineering. Emoli activated his battle armor and charged towards the group of Gu masters like an eagle. The Gu masters first attacked crazily, but the golden red armor did not budge, it was not damaged at all, only a layer of black ash appeared on its surface. The Gu masters were pale with fright, they quickly dodged and defended. Emoli only activated the armor to charge around, but many Gu masters were killed on the spot. The remaining Gu masters lost their fighting spirit, they split into several directions and escaped in a sorry state. Emoli sneered inside the armor, activating the killer move that came with the armor. At the next moment, the golden red armor stretched out its palms, a circular pattern shining on its palms. From the circular pattern, several blue lightning arrows suddenly shot out. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The lightning arrows were like a clap of thunder, killing all the Gu masters who were frantically trying to escape, not leaving a single one alive. The battlefield immediately calmed down. Emoli slowly landed on the ground, the golden red armor broke apart into pieces and disappeared. Then, the wire clothes that served as the lining also slowly dissipated into the air. Emoli half knelt on the ground, he was sweating profusely and breathing roughly. Although this golden red armor killer move has unparalleled power, the consumption is too high. In just a few dozen breaths of time, my primeval essence, stamina, mental energy, and thoughts are all depleted. If not for you helping me wholeheartedly, I would only be able to last half of the time with my own strength. Emoli muttered. Pengda's soul appeared. Don't we have the wisdom bead grass now? With it, we can refine computer goo. In the future, with the help of computer goo, the golden red armor killer move's consumption of mental energy and thoughts will be reduced by more than half. The duration of the killer move will be extended by at least 2 times. That's right. Emoli smiled, taking the wisdom bead grass. After Emoli killed Pengda and snatched his thieving heaven true inheritance, he had been cultivating bitterly. The golden red armor killer move was his greatest achievement. With this killer move, Mo Li's battle strength could surpass rank 5 Gu masters for a short period of time. And the reason why Peng De cooperated with Mo Li was because Mo Li had encountered a life and death crisis in the previous journey. Mo Li died, Peng Da's soul also perished. Mo Li promised Peng De that as long as he helped, Mo Li would help Peng De revive. Peng De and Mo Li thus reached an agreement to cooperate. Let's go, this place has already been plundered. Mo Li drilled out of the sandbag and came outside. The sandstorm surged, almost blowing him into the sand waves. Mo Li activated his defensive method, enduring the raging sandstorm as he sized up the surroundings. He could not see any other sandbags, only the sand waves. Mo Li persevered for several minutes before finally seeing a new sandbag. Such a huge sandbag. This is the biggest sandbag I have ever seen. There must be a lot of resources inside. Mo Li was overjoyed, he was about to fly over. Suddenly, the sandbag exploded. A few figures flew out. Gu Immortals. Mo Li's heart shook, he immediately shrunk back. Several Gu Immortals fought in the sky, their battle shook heaven and earth, even the sandstorm in the sky was dispersed. This is the might of Gu Immortals, it is truly terrifying. Even though I have the golden red armor, I cannot block the aftershocks of their battle. Mo Li peaked, his heart was pounding and his mouth was dry. Mo Li observed carefully and gradually found out the specific situation. Several Gu Immortals were attacking one person. This besieged Gu Immortal was laughing loudly and provoking others, he was not worried about his own situation at all. In the chaotic battle, another figure suddenly joined the battle. But this newly joined Gu Immortal quickly retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Gu Immortal who was attacked by this figure shouted anxiously, "Ling Hu Su, you dare to steal my Fang clan's things." Ling Hu Su laughed loudly, "Who asked you to be the closest to me? To think that you have so many soul cores. It seems that Fang clan's actions in Green Ghost Desert were very effective." Fang clan's Gu Immortal was anxious and furious. "Ling Hu Su, I advise you to put down these soul cores. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." Chapter 2148. Ling Hu Su was a Western Desert demonic path Gu Immortal who cultivated Theft Path. Fang clan's Gu Immortal Dong Fang she was furious, Sand Heap Blessed Land's opening was too sudden, Fang clan could not spare any manpower in a short period of time, he had to participate in this matter. He didn't expect that the batch of soul cores he had collected in the Cyan Ghost Desert would be stolen by Ling Hu Su during the chaotic battle. "These soul cores are for Fang Yuan. You must not lose it." Fang Dong was quite unlucky, he had a lot of resources in his immortal aperture, to think that the ones stolen were the indispensable ones. The secret of the cooperation between Fang clan and Fang Yuan could not be exposed. Fang Dongzi could not shout out loud, so he had no choice but to chase after Ling Hu Su. Ling Hu Su's cultivation had risen to rank 7 recently, his speed was extremely fast. Fang Dongzi had already made up his mind to not give up until he caught up to him. But just as he was about to leave, Shi Kong blocked him with a killer move. "Shi Kong, what are you trying to do?" Fang Dongshi was furious. Shi Kong sneered, "Fang Dongshi, you and these people have been besieging me for so long, and now you want to leave?" Dong Fangshi was so angry that the corners of his eyes twitched. "Shi Kong, you should be glad that I'm not participating in the siege. Have you reached some kind of agreement with Ling Hu Su?" So it turns out that the Shi family is openly collaborating with the Devil Dao. As soon as Fang Dongshi opened his mouth, he splashed a basin of dirty water on him. However, Ling Hu Su had already disappeared after Shi Kang's interference. Shi Kong laughed wildly, full of vigor. "I've been in seclusion for several years, and this is my first battle after coming out of seclusion. I must be famous throughout the world. Don't even think about running, come and fight. All of you will be the stepping stones for my fame." These words made the other Gu immortals' expressions turn grim. Fang Dong she gnashed his teeth in anger. Shi Kong, you spoke rudely to us earlier, provoking us. That's why we surrounded you. However, since we are all on the righteous path, we all used our full strength. Now, not only did you make peace with Ling Hu Su, but you're also looking down on us. You're really courting death. Let's go. Alright, I also want to see what kind of technique fellow immortal Shi Kong has cultivated. Shi Kong, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've become so bold. Do you think you're the only one who's improved? This time, Dong Fang she attacked first, the other Gu immortals got serious and fought by the side. Dong Fang she fought for a while before another Gu immortal took over. Several Gu immortals started to take turns fighting Shi Kong. Shi Kong didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. The pressure suddenly soared, and it was several times higher than before. The battle situation was rapidly deteriorating for him, but he laughed loudly in excitement. Come on, come on. The Gu immortals fought intensely. Mo Li, who was watching from below, gritted his teeth and jumped, flying towards the largest sandbag. Earlier, the Gu immortals flew out of this sandbag. The resources that the Gu immortals did not want were definitely left behind. Fortune is found in danger. Mo Li was originally a businessman, so his gambling and adventurous spirit were stimulated. After entering the sandbag, the sounds of Gu immortals fighting outside could still be heard. Mo Li soon found that his decision was correct. He continued to move deeper, collecting large numbers of Gu materials along the way. Originally, there were many wild beasts and vicious plants in the sandbag, but because the Gu immortals had explored it, the ecology was completely destroyed. There were corpses of wild beasts everywhere. There were no ordinary thousand beast kings, or even myriad beast kings. Gu immortals did not want these resources and could casually throw them away, but to Mo Li, they were incomparably abundant. It was as if he had picked up countless battle spoils for free. I'm rich, I'm really rich. Mo Li was extremely excited. He also discovered many huge pits, as well as terrifying poisonous blood. Clearly, desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were taken care of by the Gu immortals, but the huge ruins were silently telling the horror of the immortal war. If I had explored it, I would have become the food of these vicious beasts. Thanks to the Gu immortals' exploration, Mo Li went deep into the core area of the sandbag. This place originally had the most valuable resources in the entire sandbag, but Mo Li did not find any. Evidently, the Gu immortals had already found this place. If there really was an immortal material left behind, even if it was just a leaf, it would be a huge fortune. Mo Li was not resigned to this. Since he was already here, he might as well search the entire place. In the end, he really found a huge rock buried underground. This is a rank 4 Gu material, flying rock. It contains Chi Path and Earth Path Dao marks. Mo Li sighed. This harvest was far from what he had expected, but it was better than nothing. Mo Li was just about to carry this huge flying rock away when the flying rock suddenly cracked. A young man fell down from the rubble. What is this? Mo Li was shocked. His curiosity was piqued. This young man was clearly immortal. How could he appear here and be sealed by the flying rock? Mo Li woke up this mortal young man. The young man revealed his identity. I am Central Continent's Wang Xiao heir. Uncle, thank you for saving me. Where is this? Mo Li laughed sinisterly, grabbing Wang Xiao heir's collar. Speak, how did you get here? Wang Xiao heir stammered, I don't know either. It turned out that back then on southern borders Rotten Mud Mountain, Kongsheng Providence will activated an immortal killer move and used Hu Land to transport everyone away. But he had said that this killer move could only be used to transport people at will. He could not determine the location. Wang Xiao heir flew like this until he arrived in Western Desert, and coincidentally landed here. For some reason, he was sealed by the flying rock and mysteriously fell into a deep sleep for a period of time. Although Wang Xiao'er understood some of the reasons, he wanted to keep the secret of the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent a secret. Mo was experienced. Seeing Wang Xiao'er's expression, he immediately knew he was lying. Bam! Mo punched Wang Xiao'er's nose. Blood flowed out as he said fiercely, "Speak the truth, tell me everything you know, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead." Peng Da's soul suddenly appeared and stopped Mo. "Stop." Mo looked at Peng Da's soul with a fierce light flickering in his eyes. "Brat, what are you trying to do?" Peng Da's soul gritted his teeth. "Uncle Mo, you are a rank 5 Gu master, while he is only a child, a mortal. Why are you trying to kill him? I once met Uncle Mo. He was the one who saved me from the desert, he was the one who told me to help each other when making a living outside. Uncle, don't let hatred cloud your conscience. You are not such a person. Shut up." Mo was furious. He waved his hand and sent Peng Da's soul flying. "How do you know I am not such a person? Even if I was not in the past, now, people change." Mo walked towards the petrified Wang Xiao'er. "Since you do not want me to speak, I will search your soul." Wang Xiao'er suddenly screamed, pointing at Peng Da's soul. "Ghost!" A ghost appeared. "It is a ghost." Peng Da's soul, making a fuss over nothing. "Do you believe that I will turn you into a ghost later?" Mo punched Wang Xiao'er, sending him to the ground. The moment he said that, a mystical existence suddenly appeared and laughed. "Good, very good. Young man, I have high hopes for you." Mo, Wang Xiao'er, and Peng Da's soul's expressions froze. 3 pairs of eyes stared at this existence that suddenly appeared. Wang Xiao'er shouted, "A pig that can talk. But why does it only have a pig's head and no body?" Mo, however, was shaking in excitement. "Fool, this is Sand Heap Blessed Land's land spirit." Mo walked towards the land spirit. "Speak, land spirit, what are your conditions for becoming a master?" The pig-headed land spirit floated above Wang Xiao'er's head, looking down at him. "My condition is very simple, whoever can take the most beating will be my master." Next, it smiled at Wang Xiao'er. "Young man, I have high hopes for you." Peng Da's soul came to a realization. "I understand, no wonder that Gu Immortal outside called Shi Kong was so arrogant, trying always to take a beating." The pig-headed land spirit smiled. "That Gu Immortal was beaten up by an ancient desolate beast for a while, thus he met me and learned about the conditions. But he did not understand, it was not the person who was beaten up more fiercely and suffered more injuries that could become the blessed land's master. Taking a beating is a great undertaking. Not only does it require the ability to take a beating, it also requires perseverance and an indomitable spirit to take a beating. Look at this young man, he is clearly lying, but even when he is being beaten up, he is still stubborn in front of an existence so strong that he cannot resist. This kind of spirit to take a beating is very admirable. So there is such a saying." Mo's eyes immediately shined with bright light. At this moment, he saw hope in competing for the blessed land's master position. The continuous battle in the sky was still going on. But as the attacking Gu Immortals fought, they felt something amiss. "Shi Kong, this is your strength after closed cultivation? You are already having difficulty speaking, if we did not hold back, you would have been beaten to death already." A Gu Immortal sneered. Shi Kang's face was already swollen from the beating, his vision was blurry, but he laughed loudly. "Fu Shua. I am very good at it. My claws are very good, let's meet up again in the fog, it is an unwritten rule." Another Gu Immortal said, "Seeing that our tribe and Shi tribe have a close relationship and have an alliance agreement, Shi Kong, step down. How many times have you vomited blood from the beating? If you continue, you will vomit everything." Shi Kong wanted to retort, but he suddenly lowered his head and vomited a mouthful of blood. "Fong Pai. I have too many acupoints, I can only vomit 1 or 2 acupoints." Fong Dong Shi sneered, "Shi Kong, even if you are most proficient in defensive killer moves and can turn into a rockman, you cannot hold on anymore. This battle has already made you the laughingstock of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. If you continue, you will lose your limbs. If you know what is good for you, obediently hand over a sum of resources to make up for my losses. My Fong clan can let bygones be bygones. Western Desert's righteous path had rules. Everyone should stop when competing for inheritances. Sand Heap Blessed Land's resources were not worth the Gu immortals risking their lives. Sher Kong was beaten up so miserably, it was already beyond the scope of an ordinary contest. They could not kill him and let Sher clan take revenge, escalating the conflict, right? This was a situation that none of the Gu immortals, including Fong clan, wanted to see. Sher Kong raised his head. He had just opened his mouth when his body slightly exerted force, causing his right thigh to fall with a loud thud. Sher Kong quickly grabbed his right thigh and pressed it against the broken area, activating a killer move. The rock crack quickly closed, his rockman form was temporarily whole again. Chapter 2149. At this point, Dong Fong Shi and the rest stopped. Something is strange. This is too strange. This does not follow common sense. Sher Kong is not someone who wants to die, he is so reluctant, there must be a greater benefit behind this. As for what benefit, the Gu immortals had the same guess. Sher Kong came in with us, and he only entered the sandbag just now. Don't tell me. The Gu immortals suddenly flew down, charging into the sandbag again. Sher Kong was really anxious now, he quickly chased after them. He continued to shout, but the immortals ignored him. The immortals arrived at the center of the sandbag at lightning speed. They saw an unsightly scene at the same time. They saw Ammoli lying on the ground with his legs spread apart. He was trembling in pain and gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao'er was standing in front of him, constantly stepping on the center of Mo-Li's legs, the most vital part of a man. On the other side, Peng Da's soul was also attacking Mo-Li. And the one who attracted the Gu immortals' attention the most was the pig-headed land spirit. The pig-headed land spirit cheered loudly. Good, such a method of getting beaten is truly amazing. What moved me even more was his spirit. What kind of spirit was this? What kind of spirit was this? He exposed his vital parts and allowed the outside world to attack him brutally. But you, Mo-Li, persevered and never had any thoughts of giving up. This is such fearless courage. Your spirit is so bright, I am deeply moved. Ah. Then you, oh. Are you so moved that you want to, ugh. Are you going to recognize me as Master? Mo-Li cried out while crying in pain. The pig-headed land spirit had a solemn expression. Soon. You have already surpassed that Sher Kong. Mo-Li was about to cry. You said that earlier, ugh. Stop them. Dong Fong Shi shouted first. Mere mortals want to encroach on the blessed land? The Gu immortals attacked one after another. Sher Kong was among them. He was covered in cold sweat, rejoicing. Even though the other Gu immortals discovered his secret, if not for this, he would have been defeated by this audacious mortal. The immortal moves were like a tsunami, engulfing everything. Mo-Li and the rest turned pale from fright. Oh my God! Wang Xiao'er covered his head and scurried away. Land spirit, save me! Mo-Li laid on the ground, his legs trembling as he shouted. The pig-headed land spirit shook his head and fled. I won't save you. If you want to be my master, you have to have the spirit to take a beating, and even more so, you have to have the strength to take a beating. But the moment Mo-Li was about to die, there was a loud explosion as all the killer moves were broken. Who is it? Come out. 3 mysterious figures slowly appeared in the corner. Their bodies were enveloped by a layer of profound light, and their appearances and figures were extremely blurry. They maintained their silence, standing there quietly. However, their auras were closely linked together, suppressing the Western Desert righteous path. The pupils of Dong Fangxi and the others constricted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Such profound light, and such a figure, you? You are the legendary Yi clan. Western Desert Yi family? Is there really such a super family? In the Western Desert, there existed a hidden super clan. They were extremely powerful and had a long history. They seem to have existed since the ancient times and were unfathomable. But this was only a rumor among Western Desert super forces, there was no concrete evidence to prove this. Since you know it is our Yi clan, then leave. One of the three mysterious figures suddenly spoke. His voice had also been processed, it was neither male nor female, it was very hoarse. Dong Fangxi snorted coldly, hiding in the shadows, whether you are Yi clan or not is another matter. You want us to leave like this? Aren't you being too arrogant? You are even more arrogant than Shi Kong. Shi Kong rubbed his nose, he was just about to speak when someone said, "Look at the price of Shi Kang's arrogance, this is your outcome." Shi Kong, a chaotic battle broke out again. Yi clan's three Gu immortals cooperated very well, they had clearly trained together for many years, they immediately gained the upper hand when they attacked together. Although Western Desert's righteous path side was at a disadvantage, they clearly had the advantage in numbers. The pig-headed land spirit floated at the edge of the battlefield, excitedly watching the battle, adding a crucial element to this chaotic battle. In order to become the owner of the blessed land, the Gu immortals focused on defense. If they could dodge, they would not evade, instead, they would attack head-on. They even fought over Mo Li, after all, he was the most favored person by the land spirit. If they could help him ascend, they would be able to win this battle. Finally, after a strange battle, Mo Li was taken away by Yi clan. Wang Xiao Air was casually captured by Dong Fangxi. And the person who became the owner of the blessed land was Gu immortal Shi Kong. This result did not let down his previous hard work. Dong Fangxi returned to Fang clan and reported the results. This matter concerned Fang Yuan. Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong immediately gathered the clan's Gu immortals to discuss this matter. Ling Hu Su deserves to be killed. The problem now is how to explain this to Fang Yuan. Tell us the truth and let Fang Yuan kill you, Ling Hu Su. But conceal the transaction between our clan and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is the #1 demon in the current world, he cultivates all paths. The reason why we cannot do anything to Ling Hu Su is because he cultivates theft path and is proficient in escaping. If Fang Yuan makes a move, Ling Hu Su will definitely die a miserable death. No. Fang Dichang shook his head, directly rejecting this suggestion. His soul was traded to Fang clan by Fang Yuan and he regained his freedom. Right now, he had already seized a rank 5 Gu master's body and was preparing to undergo immortal ascension again, he was one of the members of the discussion. Fang Dichang continued to analyze, do you think this is more likely? Or is it more likely that Fang Yuan will come to find trouble with us? What did Fang Yuan value in the transaction with our clan? It is because our clan is closest to Green Ghost Desert, he needs a vast number of soul cores to cultivate his soul. After all, he is someone who inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. If our Grand Fang clan can't even do this well. In Fang Yuan's eyes, we will no doubt lose the value of cooperation and exploitation. At that time, what will he do? Fang clan's immortals felt a chill in their hearts after hearing this analysis. Fang Gong nodded, I agree with Fang Dichang. Fang Yuan can trample Celestial Court underfoot, it is absolutely easy for him to deal with our Fang clan. Fang Yuan cannot be defeated. Besides this, our clan's transaction with Fang Yuan is also fruitful. Fang Yuan has many immortal materials, he is currently our clan's most important trading partner. Fang Dong, she said awkwardly, but the number of soul cores this time is not enough. Tomorrow is the time to deliver the goods, what reason can we use to delay it? If Fang Yuan investigates, he will understand the truth. But if we don't lie and tell the truth, won't the value of cooperation in Fang Yuan's eyes greatly decrease? Fang Dichang pondered, we need to tell the truth. But since we are not familiar with the soul cores, we will use other things to make up for it. As long as we can satisfy Fang Yuan, isn't it fine? Fang Huasheng was extremely vexed. Fang Yuan has a large number of venerable true inheritances and has extremely high standards. Our Fang clan indeed has some things that can satisfy Fang Yuan. But all of these things are our Fang clan's foundation. We can't hand over our foundation just because it was stolen by Ling Hu Su, right? Fang Dichang laughed heartily, your thinking is too serious. In my opinion, this matter is very easy to resolve. Fang Gong asked, what's the plan? Fang Dichang said, didn't we already soul search that Wang Xiaoer's body? Even though he is only a mortal, he is filled with mysteries and his experiences are quite wondrous. We have information about Hu Land. This secluded domain of heaven and earth should already be in Wu clan's hands. We might as well tell this information to Fang Yuan, he should be satisfied. Will this work? Someone was doubtful. Fang Dichang shook his head, don't think of Fang Yuan as one of us. Spectral Soul and Qing Chou are already dead, demon immortal Qi Ju was suppressed and Qi Si ancestor was also defeated by him, he is now the #1 person in the world. Even if Wu clan is the #1 super force in southern border, it cannot protect Hu Land. Fang Gong nodded, then let's do this. If Fang Yuan is not satisfied, we can only bleed again. Next, he sighed, it is a pity about Hu Land. If only our clan knew about it, we would hide it and excavate it secretly. But now, we can only give it to Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang had a solemn expression, Fang Yuan should be satisfied. This person is very terrifying. What is terrifying about him is not just his strength, but also his breadth of mind. Those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles, his breadth of mind and shrewdness are simply unfathomable. What makes me shudder is that even though he is the #1 person in the world, he is still willing to make a deal with us, he will not show off if he can. This person is not someone our Fang clan can deal with, and also not someone the Celestial Court can deal with. I'm afraid only the resurrection of a legendary venerable can deal with such a terrifying demon. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Yellow Heaven. In a certain corner of Ni clan, a Gu master who had been unconscious for several days finally woke up in a daze. I have also condensed an immortal Gu in my body. The Gu master's face was pale, but he could not conceal his joy. From today onwards, am I going to reach the peak of my life? The Gu master was very excited. He had rank 4 cultivation level and had come into contact with Ni clan's secrets, he had a good understanding of them. In the whole of Ni clan, there are 3 Gu masters who survived after the difficulty of bloodline condensation, including me, that is 4 people with immortal Gu. Once I have an immortal Gu, I will be Ni clan's 4th elder, even if my cultivation level has not reached rank 5. The Gu master's mind was filled with plans for a beautiful future, but he did not know that his condition these days, and even his current thoughts, were all seen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pondered, Ni Ren's method is indeed a refinement method of human isolation style. Ever since the split of Gold Fragment River, although Ni clan lost many Gu masters, the remaining Gu masters went through the cruel test of war and returned to the clan, showing signs of bloodline condensation. A total of over 40 people fainted from fever, but only 2 of them successfully woke up and refined immortal Gu in their bodies. Right at this time, a piece of information disrupted his thoughts. Chapter 2150. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Over 50 Gu masters were gathered here. Greetings to First Supreme Elder. Greetings to First Supreme Elder Wu Qiao. Greetings to Mountain-Moving Supreme Elder. The Gu masters greeted in unison, their expressions were solemn but they could not conceal their excitement. Wei Shun was among them. He had finally won in the cruel competition and obtained the opportunity to become an immortal, becoming one of them. Besides him, there was also divine Dr. Sheng Shou and Wu Shentong. The latter had been revived by the Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. There was also Zhong Yi, that Gu master from Western Desert, the lucky person who inherited the Fire Thunder True Inheritance. These 50 Gu masters were all geniuses of their time, but they were all elites that Wu clan had carefully selected. All of you, rise. Wu Yong sat on the main seat, and to his left was Old Monster Mountain Moving. On his right was Wu clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Wu Qiao. How to ascend to Immortal, I have already told you the important matters. For the next period of time, go into closed cultivation. When you feel you can ascend to Immortal, you can come out. Our Wu clan Gu Immortals will do our best to help you resist the Immortal Ascension tribulation. You may leave. Wu Yong waved his hand. The 50 Gu masters retreated. Wu Yong smiled at Mountain Moving Old Monster. I will leave the matter of these Gu masters undergoing Immortal Ascension and tribulation to Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster was not a Wu clan Gu Immortal, his name was Qin Jingsheng and he was originally a lone immortal. When Fang Yuan was disguised as Wu Yihai, the matter of Mount Snail happened and he made an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of Mount Snail's profits, but in name, Mount Snail still belonged to Wu clan. Afterwards, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and he was chased by Wu Yong. Mountain Moving Old Monster's situation became awkward. Wu Yong was a formidable character of the present age, how could he let go of this chance? He immediately took action and pressured Mountain Moving Old Monster, using both carrot and stick. He finally made Mountain Moving Old Monster an external supreme elder of Wu clan. Facing Wu Yong's appointment, Mountain Moving Old Monster quickly agreed. First Supreme Elder is broad-minded, this subordinate admires you greatly. I will do my best to ensure that the calamity does not harm anyone. All right. Wu Yong laughed heartily. I, Wu Yong, will also guarantee that when I take control of the Wu clan, I will definitely ensure fairness in rewards and punishments. This subordinate will take his leave. I will make preparations as soon as I return. Old Monster Mountain Moving left. He knew the deeper meaning behind Wu Yong's actions. He was a guest elder of the Wu clan, and a guest elder of a clan would definitely be ostracized. But Wu Yong's actions were too amazing, he actually nurtured so many Gu Immortal seeds at once. What worried Mountain Moving Old Monster the most was that most of these 50 or so Gu masters were from other tribes. Wu Yong appointed Mountain Moving Old Monster to handle this matter. On one hand, he was afraid that Wu clan's Gu Immortals would secretly cause trouble. On the other hand, he wanted to appease Mountain Moving Old Monster. He wanted to use his actions to tell him, Wu Yong, am completely different from ordinary leaders. After Mountain Moving Monster left, Wu Yong turned his gaze back to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao had been maintaining his silence, feeling restless under Wu Yong's gaze. Wu Qiao was once one of Wu clan's third supreme elders, he had a high status and authority. But after being infiltrated by Qiao clan, Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, he was the one in charge of providing support. This was a betrayal of Wu clan's benefits. Wu Qiao then went to guard Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, but could not defend him, causing him to fall into enemy hands. This became a huge stain on his reputation. After Wu Yong ascended to the position, he suppressed Wu Qiao to the extreme. Wu Qiao's situation worsened day by day, he had already been stripped of his position as the third supreme elder, he was in a terrible state. Wu Qiao. Wu Yong spoke, I have nurtured so many Gu Immortal seeds this time, what do you think? Wu Qiao's forehead was already covered in sweat under Wu Yong's gaze. He breathed in deeply and stood up, cupping his fists and bowing, replying with extreme sincerity, reporting to Lord Wu Yong, this subordinate thinks that this action will go on for generations to come, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. This subordinate fully supports this. Wu Yong smiled. He picked up his cup and took a sip. Then, he asked slowly, then tell me, how should I fully support this? Wu Qiao breathed in deeply, saying the words that he had prepared long ago. Wu Yong did not deny it, he only nodded and put down his cup, go ahead." Wu Qiao was overjoyed. He quickly took his leave. When he left, he did not turn around and leave like mountain-moving old monster. He retreated to the door and bowed deeply to Wu Yong before leaving. His attitude could be said to be extremely respectful. In the discussion hall, only Wu Yong was left. He was expressionless, but he was sighing inwardly. This time, he used all of Wu Clan's resources to nurture over 50 Gu masters for immortal ascension. It was an insane expenditure. Even with his current prestige, many of Wu Clan's Gu immortals were dissatisfied. The main reason was that out of the 50 Gu immortals that Wu Yong nurtured, only a small half were Wu Clan members, the rest were outsiders. Including Wu Bachong, many of Wu Clan's supreme elders thought that Wu Yong's actions were shaking Wu Clan's foundation. These short-sighted people. Wu Yong thought about these days. These people were advising him openly or secretly. He could not help but snort coldly. Wu Clan's biggest problem was that they had few Gu immortals. They did not have enough manpower to defend their current territory. They were stretched thin. Not to mention expanding in the future. However, Wu Clan's Gu immortal seeds were few in number. Even though this standard had dropped by a bit, and some Wu Clan Gu master elites were revived, Wu Clan's Gu immortal candidates only numbered 18. Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations, but for immortal ascension, the most crucial thing was the balance of 3 qi. Outsiders could not help with this. The Gu master could only rely on himself. 18 Wu Clan seeds. According to history, there might only be 1 or 2 who could succeed in immortal ascension. This could not happen. What was the use of adding 1 or 2 rank 6 Gu immortals to Wu Clan? It could not satisfy Wu Yong's ambitions. Thus, Wu Yong ignored his subordinates' objections and insisted on recruiting external Gu masters to be Wu Clan's Gu immortal candidates. Moreover, Wu Clan treated them fairly and supported them fully. It is not that these people cannot see the situation clearly, it is just that when it involves their own benefits, they obstruct us. They are truly disappointing. They are too narrow-minded. Now that there are no regional walls, our Wu Clan's enemy is not just southern border, but the entire 5 regions. And in the entire 5 regions, the most terrifying enemy is Central Continent. Central Continent's sect system. Wu Yong sighed. With his foresight, he had already seen the superiority of the sect system. Thus, he nurtured external Gu immortal candidates with all his might, and recruited them to be Wu Clan's external supreme elders. But even with his huge reputation, he was met with such opposition and resistance. One could imagine the situation of the other super forces. Wu Yong had great political skills. In order to deal with this situation, he immediately made arrangements and invited mountain-moving old monster to revive Wu Qiao. Mountain-moving old monster was an external supreme elder. In consideration of his own future in Wu Clan, he would definitely do his best to protect these external Gu immortal candidates. And Wu Qiao was a smart person. He could see Wu Clan's situation and Wu Yong's plan. In order for him to return to the Wu Clan's political stage, even if he didn't approve of Wu Yong's actions, he still had to seize this opportunity to become Wu Yong's lackey and stand on the stage in front of those supreme elders who strongly opposed it. This way, Wu Clan's internal strife was quickly resolved by Wu Yong. Among these people, there will be 5 or 6 who succeed in their immortal ascension. I hope that someone in Wu Clan can become a Chi Path Gu immortal. This way, Hu Land can be used. In the future, if I am lucky enough to refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal Gu, my strength will rise to another level. Together with Hu Land, among the super forces of the 5 regions, my Wu Clan will be among the top. Thinking of Hu Land, Wu Yong's mood turned for the better. He had high hopes for Hu Land. If not for him cultivating Wind Path and having a huge accumulation of Wind Path Dao marks, he might have turned to cultivating Chi Path for Hu Land. Wu Ji did not cultivate Chi Path, she insisted on Strength Path. This made Wu Yong quite disappointed. Hu Land's value was extremely high. Just look at Demon Immortal Chi Ju. This secluded domain of heaven and earth, as long as a killer move was created, it would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Hu land could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 immortal Gu, but it would be extremely difficult for Wu clan to obtain a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even refining a rank 8 immortal Gu would be a huge test for Wu clan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Be it Mini Blue Heaven Star Collection City, Mini Western Deserts Inkman City, or Kokitahara's 3 Sacred Mountain, all the Gu immortals were excited. A moment ago, Fang Yuan had released the newest contribution board, mission board, and exchange board. The contribution board and mission board had been created long ago, but this was the first time the exchange board was released. It was this exchange board that made all the Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture excited. The exchange board not only had a large number of rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu, there were also countless immortal moves and immortal Gu recipes, as well as a vast amount of immortal materials. For the Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture, they only needed to spend their accumulated contribution points to exchange for all the cultivation resources on the board. So many immortal materials, I have never seen such an abundant and huge amount of immortal materials. Land Spirit of Langya was knowledgeable, he was dumbfounded after seeing the exchange board. These immortal killer moves range from rank 6 to rank 9. They include normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, current generation Gu formations, Gu houses, and even ancient battle formations. What is this totem killer move? I have never heard of it. Many Gu immortals exclaimed. The Gu immortals from the Variant Human Alliance were more concerned about the immortal Gu on the exchange board. These immortal Gu can be exchanged? I'm not dreaming, am I? Refining immortal Gu is so difficult, but here, we only need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for an immortal Gu? The Gu immortals were extremely excited. They suddenly realized how fortunate it was to become Fang Yuan's subordinates. Following Master, our future will be so bright. This is great, it seems that Lord Fang Yuan wants to nurture us. I've never seen a force that could be so extravagant. Master's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Gu immortals' eyes shined with excitement, their faces were red, some were even crying. A portion of them who reacted quickly looked at the mission board. In the past, they had to complete missions by force, they did not have much enthusiasm. But now, it was completely different. Chapter 2151. Fang Yuan secretly observed his subordinates' reactions. The establishment of the exchange list was a result of his careful consideration. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that the sovereign immortal aperture's chaotic situation would be alleviated over time. But in reality, the situation was getting more and more intense. Sometimes, when abnormal situations occurred, even Fang Yuan's main body had to take action to deal with them. If the strength of the Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture was raised by 1 or 2 levels, then the sovereign immortal aperture's chaotic situation would be better dealt with. Fang Yuan could not treat the sovereign immortal aperture's problem at its root, he could only treat the symptoms. Of course, no matter how he nurtured them, these subordinates did not have the ability to participate in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan did not have such extravagant hopes. Nurturing these subordinates required a lot of resources. Fang Yuan had annexed many grotto heavens of the 2 heavens and plundered their countless years of foundation, he naturally did not lack these resources. In terms of cultivation resources, Fang Yuan had already surpassed most of the super forces in the world. Even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, even though their foundation was stronger than Fang Yuan's, they could not do as much as him. Fang Yuan had 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, he could refine rank 6 and rank 7 immortal Gu easily. This was why he could be so domineering as to place all kinds of immortal Gu on the exchange list for his subordinates to exchange for. If Fang Yuan wanted to use some of these immortal Gu in the future, he could directly give them a compulsory mission, who would dare to defy Fang Yuan's orders? By then, Fang Yuan could give more contribution points, who knew, the subordinates who had their immortal Gu taken might be very happy. The subordinates' reactions were very enthusiastic. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stimulated by the exchange list, the Gu Immortals started to accept missions in a frenzy. They were like diligent bees, appearing at various places in the sovereign immortal aperture. Regarding the first mission on the mission list, the Gu Immortals were discussing, did Lord Fang Yuan make a mistake? However, after a few days, the mission's contents did not change. The Gu Immortals were getting more and more envious. This mission's contribution points were very high. Shi Zong studied the new exchange list for the longest time. Recently, Shi Zong had always been vexed over a major matter. He was the Grand Elder of Northern Plains Rockman tribe. He had rank 7 cultivation level and was currently facing the 3rd Grand Tribulation. Rank 7 Gu Immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations weren't much of a problem for Shi Zong. However, the calamity was a huge problem. The previous 2 calamities had almost shattered Shi Zong's confidence. The 3rd calamity was imminent, and Shi Zong was thinking of ways to delay the arrival of the calamity. But after flipping through the entire exchange list, he couldn't find any new hope. In the entire exchange list, there's no way to delay the calamity and tribulation. Shi Zong frowned. Is it because Master doesn't have such a technique? Obviously not. Shi Zong's gaze was firmly fixed on the first mission on the mission board. It seems like the Lord is encouraging us to accept this mission. Shi Zong was tempted. The Rockman tribe he led originated from the northern icy plain of Northern Plains. Back then, he had no choice but to be dragged onto this pirate ship by Fang Yuan. But now, Shi Zong found that this ship had already become a huge one. The future was bright, and the benefits were beyond imagination. Since ancient times, the first principle of a leader was almost always one: show kindness and authority. Fang Yuan didn't lack authority, so once the exchange list appeared, many people's hearts were changed. Shi Zong absolutely didn't dare to betray Fang Yuan, and also saw the benefits of following Fang Yuan. He thought for a long time and decided to take the risk and accept this mission. He didn't do it sneakily, but openly. Thus, soon, the news of him accepting the first mission spread throughout the entire sovereign immortal aperture's Gu Immortal world. Shi Zong is an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. If he can pass the tribulation this time, he can advance to rank 8. Let's see what this mission is all about. Sigh, I also want to accept this mission. But to think Shi Zong actually took the initiative. This is a great chance to express my loyalty to Master. Not long after Shi Zong accepted the mission, he was summoned by Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone ordered on the spot to manage Shi Zong's immortal aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Shi Zong opened his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone personally took charge and stuffed Earth Path immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Worry soil, green lake rotten soil, drill soil, extreme lake soil, heaven shrouding dust, great bright mud, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, thousand-year jade essence, dark ink stone, marrow-sucking rock, hate water rock, round kuan stone, hibiscus stalactite milk, stone heart liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. A large number of Earth Path immortal materials made Shi Zong dumbfounded. After reacting, Shi Zong's heart jumped in fright. The cause of Gu immortal calamities and tribulations is the heavenly Tao's restriction. My Earth Path foundation has risen to such a shocking level, the Grand Tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary Gu immortals wish for their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible, but Master is the complete opposite. He wants the Grand Tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the day of tribulation arrived. Fang Yuan's main body came to an ordinary sea surface in Eastern Sea. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let Shi Zong out. After Shi Zong met with Fang Yuan, he quickly placed his immortal aperture and placed his blessed land in this world. The blessed land's entrance opened and began to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth qi. Fang Yuan stood outside the door. He could not enter. He had too many Dao marks. He had once attacked Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, but he could not enter, not to mention this tiny rank 7 blessed land. The Grand Tribulation appeared on time. First, Heaven Path Dao marks descended, then these Heaven Path Dao marks turned into Dao marks of other paths according to Shizong's blessed land situation. These Dao marks were mainly of Earth Path. The converted Dao marks used and consumed heaven and earth qi to form the calamities and tribulations. During this process, if Fang Yuan used Big Family Qi Gu, he could absorb the calamity qi and weaken the power of the Grand Tribulation. But now, Fang Yuan hoped that the Grand Tribulation would be as strong as possible. The Grand Tribulation completely formed. Shizong's expression changed. Yellow heaven dust cloud. Amazing, they saw that my immortal aperture is being developed too well, there are too many earth path resources, so they are targeting them. The yellow heaven dust cloud would emit stronger and stronger suction force, sucking all the earth path resources in the immortal aperture into the cloud. The more earth path resources were absorbed, the stronger the Grand Tribulation, the larger the range of the yellow heaven dust cloud, the denser it was, the stronger the suction force would be. Among all the Grand Tribulations, the yellow heaven dust cloud was one of the most hated ones. Shizong tried several killer moves, even though they were effective, against such a huge yellow heaven dust cloud, their effect was negligible. I can only rely on Master now. Shizong's expression was pale. Right at this time, Shizong saw dazzling and colorful totems flying out of Fang Yuan's body, entering the yellow heaven dust cloud through the Blessed Land's entrance. There were many types of totems, they were of all shapes and sizes. There were ferocious tigers and leopards, nimble deer and rabbits, lush trees, and rolling rocks. But no matter which one it was, they all had the aura of rank 8. Shizong's mind and body shook. Oh heavens! These 20 or so killer moves are all at rank 8 level. Master's strength is so terrifying. These were all totem killer moves. Fang Yuan had obtained the method to nurture thousands of basic totems from Zhan Budu. He had been cultivating this move in his free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred ground for cultivating totem killer moves. It would be very difficult to cultivate totems outside this place. Because there was no such environment, almost all recipes would lose their effect in the outside world. But Fang Yuan was different. He had deep food path attainment, he modified these recipes and meat soups to form all sorts of killer moves. Using these food path killer moves, Fang Yuan expended a vast amount of goo materials to form over 20 totems. These totems were all rank 8 level. After careful selection by Fang Yuan, they naturally had great power. What was even more amazing was that once these totem killer moves were formed, they were simply too easy to activate. Fang Yuan willed and instantly activated these 20 or so totems at the same time. That was to say, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he had the sovereign immortal body that he could cultivate so many totems of different paths without any restraints. Other Gu immortals would not be able to do this. Shizong was tongue-tied. Because in an instant, the originally incomparably thick yellow dust clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth were completely torn apart by these totems. Too cruel, too terrifying. Shizong's mind was in turmoil. But even though the Grand Tribulation was violently destroyed, it did not stop, it was still trying to gather. But the moment a trace of the yellow dust cloud was formed, it was torn to pieces by the totems at almost the same time. Providence did not give up, but the totems were even more ferocious. For some reason, Shizong felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenman Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven's Worker's Substitute. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Fang Yuan stood outside the door and refined all the heaven path Dao marks that formed the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained heavenly mark was inside Shizong's blessed land. It was not a problem. Fang Yuan took out another immortal goo house, a brand new thieves' den that he had modified. Thieves' Den activated the killer move, Theft Path. The principle of the Theft Path killer move was to use a Theft Path immortal material as a primer to expend the Theft Path Dao marks in the immortal material, before stealing the outside world's Dao marks. The stolen Dao marks had to be attached to this Theft Path immortal material. Thus, if the stolen Dao marks were too disorderly, the immortal material would have no value, like the immortal materials that were everywhere in Crazed Demon Cave. In other words, Thieves' Den had the ability to steal outside world Dao marks, but it did not have the method to use them. But Thieves' Den was already a peak creation, it could not be changed, there was no room for improvement or potential. These unrestrained heavenly marks were all stolen and formed into a Heaven Path immortal material. Fang Yuan took out this Heaven Path immortal material and activated the Food Path killer move, devouring heaven and earth. This move was the result of Fang Yuan's recent efforts. Chapter 2152. After expending this Heaven Path immortal material, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained 9 Heaven Path Dao marks. The grand tribulation that made Shizong despair turned into Heaven Path Dao marks, but there were only 9. And this grand tribulation's power was far above average. After a grand tribulation's transformation, the number of Heaven Path Dao marks was less than 9. About 7. Fang Yuan estimated. This was incomparable to the gains from annexing the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Every time he annexed 2 heavens grotto heavens, Fang Yuan gained thousands of Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan continuously annexed grotto heavens, his sovereign immortal aperture had already reached its limit, it was developed to 80%. Right now, he had more than 200,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. Because of Fang Yuan's Refinement Path Venerable Plan, he annexed Refinement Path Grotto Heavens, he had the most Refinement Path Dao marks, over 6 million. Currently, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture cannot annex other Grotto Heavens. Thus, I can only use this method to increase the Heaven Path Dao marks. Although the increase is small each time, Gu Immortals undergo tribulations without end. Using this method, you can completely accumulate a little into a mickle, and a drop of water into an ocean. In the long run, helping Gu Immortals undergo tribulations was a brighter path. The 2 heavens grotto heavens had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years to have this foundation. But every time Fang Yuan annexed one, there would be one less. And Gu Immortals had an endless supply. Shizong succeeded in his tribulation, advancing from rank 7 to rank 8. When he returned to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he was immediately congratulated by many people as they inquired about the situation. Shizong was already prepared. On the day of the tribulation, he used an information path Gu worm to record the entire scene. These scenes spread and caused an intense shock and impact to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world. Master is so powerful. In an instant, he used over 20 rank 8 killer moves. Is he still human? This is a totem killer move. It seems very convenient. The Gu Immortals were attracted by the totem killer move at first, but when they saw Thieves' Den, they exclaimed in surprise. Eventually, the yellow dust cloud was completely eliminated by Fang Yuan. The Gu Immortals were deeply moved. Master's methods are unimaginable. He can really eliminate the calamity ahead of time. Throughout history, these calamities and tribulations have to be vented before they can be pacified. However, Lord Fang Yuan is so unfathomable that he was able to eliminate the calamity in advance. If that's the case, then this mission is a big win. Not only can you increase your cultivation, but you can also receive a considerable amount of contribution points. Don't rush. Didn't you hear what Shizong said? Even though he passed the tribulation and became a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he did not gain any new Dao marks. There was such a thing. No wonder this mission is to compensate us for our contribution points. Shizong didn't hide the result. He was still a little hesitant at first. However, after the tribulation, Fang Yuan personally ordered him to reveal the truth to the public. No increase in Dao marks. This news was like a bucket of cold water that was poured on the excited Gu immortals. The Gu immortals gradually calmed down. He had to consider this outcome carefully. If there was no increase in Dao marks, the Gu immortal would suffer a huge loss. After all, undergoing tribulation was the main source of Dao mark growth. There were no movements for the next few days. But after Shi Zong used this amount of contribution points to exchange for 2 rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and 3 Earth Path Killer moves, a second person started to take the tribulation mission. Next, more and more Gu immortals started to follow suit. Soon, a trend was formed in the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world. These Gu immortals were astute, they had calculated it clearly. Even though they lost a sum of Dao marks, the value of the contribution points far outweighed the loss. The Gu immortals' battle strength and immortal aperture's environment would indeed weaken due to the loss of Dao marks, but Dao marks were only one of the factors. There were many factors that determined a Gu immortal's battle strength. For example, immortal Gu were the main factor, and immortal killer moves were far more important than thousands of Dao marks. The immortal aperture's environment was affected, but the Gu immortal could exchange for all kinds of immortal materials and cultivate more resource points to make up for it. The reason why the Gu immortals chose this path was that the exchange board had a specialized section that allowed the Gu immortals to provide their own immortal materials and expend a certain amount of contribution points to get Fang Yuan's clone to use food path killer moves to increase their Dao marks. With all these reasons, the number of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation increased continuously. Fang Yuan's heaven path Dao marks also continued to increase as a result. Southern border. Ku Xianxia was traveling in the clouds. He was communicating with his good friend. You don't know, the surrounding Gu immortals are all accepting this tribulation mission. Some Gu immortals are still far from the tribulation, but they have already chosen a section on the exchange board to get Master's time path clone to speed up the flow of time in their immortal aperture. They are using all sorts of methods to accept this mission. Ku Xianxia saw this and used information path Immortal Gu to reply, because the contribution points for this mission are very high, whoever obtains this amount of contribution points first will be able to take the lead and activate it first, entering a virtuous cycle. Look at that Shi Zong, he must be doing quite well recently. His strength has risen greatly, he can take on more difficult missions and do more missions, gaining more contribution points faster. It is a pity that I received a mandatory mission this time, I have to go to Wu Clan. Otherwise, I would have been the first person to accept this mission. His good friend quickly replied, be careful, you are going to Wu Clan's headquarters to ask for Hu land. That is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Yong is also the leader of the Southern Alliance. Ku Xianxia was very confident, I have high hopes for this trip. Even if I fail, Wu Yong will not do anything to me. You have not experienced it yourself, you have not truly understood Master's might. Alright, I have arrived, I will contact you later. Ku Xianxia slowly descended. Wu Yi Mountain was next to Fangzheng. Wu Clan's headquarters was located here. Seeing Ku Xianxia, 2 Gu immortals flew up from Wu Yi Mountain. Leading them was Wu Clan's second supreme elder, Wu Bachong. Ku Xianxia had already informed them before coming. Wu Clan sent Wu Bachong to welcome him, it showed their sincerity. Envoy, please enter. Wu Bachong led Ku Xianxia to Wu Clan's headquarters. Envoy, you must be tired after such a long journey, why don't you rest first? Wu Bachong was very polite. But Ku Xianxia waved his hand, let's settle the official matters first. Alright. Please wait a moment, my clan's first supreme elder is handling some administrative matters. Wu Bachong replied. Ku Xianxia nodded, waiting patiently. He could understand. The grand leader of Wu Clan could not be met so easily. Regardless of whether he was really busy or not, he had to put on airs. 15 minutes later, Wu Bachong came to Xianxia again, leading him to the guest hall. There, Xianxia saw Wu Yong. Xianxia did not speak nonsense, he went straight to the point. Lord Wu Yong, I have come with master sincerity to make another transaction with your clan. Wu Yong and Wu Bachong looked at each other. In the previous transaction, Wu clan had benefited greatly. This made Wu Yong ask with a smile, what transaction is it? Xianxia smiled, master is willing to pay a price to buy your clan's Hu land. Instantly, Wu Yong's pupils shrunk, killing intent surged in his heart. What? Wu Bachong could not sit still, he stood up, what Hu land? When did my Wu clan obtain this secluded domain of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan must have made a mistake. Xianxia smiled slightly, he did not refute. Wu Yong's face was gloomy, he interrupted Wu Bachong's words, all right, Bachong. Wu Bachong immediately stopped defending, his face was full of unwillingness and anger, he clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms bulged, he stared at Xianxia. If gazes could kill, Wu Bachong would have killed Xianxia hundreds of times with his gaze. Xianxia only looked at Wu Yong, he turned a deaf ear to Wu Bachong. He bowed, Lord Wu Yong, what is your response? Wu Yong's face suddenly bloomed into a smile, if Fang Yuan wants to make a transaction, of course it is possible. I believe he will be able to take out a bargaining chip that will satisfy our Wu clan. Xianxia looked at Wu Yong like this, his heart could not help but tremble. Wu Yong was truly too terrifying, in such a short time, he accepted this fact and made the most sensible response. Xianxia breathed in deeply, saying his bargaining chip, Master knows Lord Wu Yong's desire for rank 8 Immortal Gu Prestige 8 sides. Master is willing to personally refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu for Wu clan. What? Wu Bachong's expression changed again, he shouted angrily, Hu land is a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan is not even willing to take out a rank 8 Immortal Gu, you are taking out such a condition to exchange. You are too insincere. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, saying, this is indeed too much. Xianxia smiled, Wu clan is proficient in Wind Path, but their Qi Path attainment is only in Shengtian true inheritance. Even though Hu land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it does not have much value to Wu clan. Wu Bachong immediately retorted, you cannot say that, any path's attainment is developed. Since my Wu clan is proficient in Wind Path, can't we be proficient in Qi Path in the future? With Hu land, would rather cultivate Qi Path and replace my vital Gu. This prospect is so vast, which super force would be willing to give it up? Xianxia glanced at Wu Bachong, Second Supreme Elder is very insightful, your words are also very direct. That is indeed the case, with Hu land, Qi Path's prospects are very vast. But. Saying so, Xianxia purposely paused for a moment before saying with a heavy tone, the prerequisite is, we need Hu land. You. Wu Bachong shouted, his killing intent surged, he was ready to attack. Xianxia's meaning was that Wu clan could not protect Hu land. Since they could not protect Hu land, there was no need to talk about Qi Path's prospects, everything was empty. Xianxia looked at Wu Yong, he bowed again and said respectfully, Lord Wu Yong, I will speak frankly. If your clan is not satisfied with this bargaining chip, we are willing to refine 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu for your clan. Xianxia smiled bitterly, he had a sincere expression, this is our bottom line, we cannot give in. I hope Lord Wu Yong can make a wise decision. I am only a messenger, I cannot make the decision. Wu Yong was silent for a moment, he suddenly smiled, you are an excellent messenger. I agree to this condition, Wu Bachong, bring Xianxia to get Hu land and the rank 7 Fan Wind Gu, let him bring them back. First Supreme Elder. Wu Bachong was unwilling. Go. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Sigh. Wu Bachong sighed deeply, he looked at Xianxia and gritted his teeth in hatred. Follow me. Wu Bachong quickly walked past Ku Xianxia, walking out of the small hall. Wu Yong had been sitting in his seat, not moving at all. The small hall was brightly lit, but Wu Yong's face was very dark. Losing Hu Land was a heavy blow to him. How does Fang Yuan know of Hu Land's existence? Did he capture Kong Ri Tian? Wu Yong had many questions in his heart, but he did not want to investigate further. Because the situation had already developed to this stage, what was the point of discussing this? A long while later, Wu Bachong returned to report, Ku Xianxia has left. Milord, should we send an expert to disguise his identity and intercept him midway? Wu Yong shook his head. With Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not expect such a loophole? Don't do unnecessary things. Wu Bachong gritted his teeth. Damn it. My Wu clan can't even protect a piece of land. Chapter 2153. Fang Yuan held Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo in his hands. As rank 8 white lychee immortal essence was injected, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo let out a faint crystal-like light. This immortal goo was like a flea made of crystal, it was the size of a fist and was curled up. Suddenly, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo's crystal light exploded, turning into countless specks of crystal light. It was very dazzling. Success! Fang Yuan's heart shook. In that instant earlier, this rank 7 Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo was completely refined by him. The crystal flea that was curled into a ball had completely stretched out its body, lying on Fang Yuan's palm softly. I am probably the first person in history to completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. At this moment, Fang Yuan created history. However, in the blink of an eye, the joy in his heart calmed down. He had already created history many times. Recently, I have been helping my subordinate Goo Immortals undergo tribulation to ascend to Goo Immortal. Even though the Heaven Path Dao marks gained from each tribulation are small, they accumulate. With these Heaven Path Dao marks, I finally refined Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo and broke through my previous limit. My guess was right after all. The facts in front of him proved, as long as one had enough unrestrained heavenly marks, they could refine Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Throughout history, there were countless Goo cultivators. The elites were like stars in the sky, the 10 venerables were like 10 suns. But none of these people truly cultivated Heaven Path. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had unrestrained heavenly mark, according to Fang Yuan's knowledge, they did not have a deep understanding of Heaven Path. The former cultivated Rule Path, while the latter cultivated Earth Path. Maybe Limitless Demon Venerable had researched unrestrained heavenly mark and wanted to cultivate Heaven Path, but by then, he had already become a Rule Path Demon Venerable. There was no turning back. From this, the advantage of Sovereign Immortal Aperture Goo could be seen. Cultivating all paths. A brand new unknown path appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Heaven Path. Unrestrained heavenly mark was the key to unlocking Heaven Path cultivation. The prospects of this path of cultivation were vast and its advantages were terrifying. Even mortals could understand a thing or two. The heavenly Tao encompasses everything and balances everything. All living beings, be it immortals or mortals, high or low, are all within the heavenly Tao. All sorts of immortal Goo and secluded domains of heaven and earth were restricted by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao controls calamities and tribulations, it controls lifespan Goo. Even though venerables dominated a great era, they are only a burning torch compared to the heavenly Tao. If I walk this path, Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a reverie. Ignoring everything else, just lifespan Goo and fate Goo were enough to make him feel a trace of excitement. All the venerables were troubled by lifespan Goo, and the celestial court had never directly controlled fate Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to merge with the Tao to interfere with providence and distort the effect of fate Goo. Among all the sects, the heavenly Tao's starting threshold is definitely the highest. I must first grasp unrestrained heavenly mark. I have only just stepped on the path of heavenly Tao. I still need to travel a long distance before I can come into contact with profound profundities like Lifespan Goo and Fate Goo. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave is approaching, I won't be able to do anything before that. Even though he had officially stepped on the path of heavenly Dao cultivation and had a bright future ahead of him, Fang Yuan did not intend to fully invest in it. The situation did not allow him to do so. At most, I can invest in the crucial aspect of Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo once more. Cooking Luck Pot gave Fang Yuan huge convenience. He knew that Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo might be the key to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The path of heavenly Dao cultivation was very long, Fang Yuan had just started. But Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo could be developed more. Even if I completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo now, it is only rank 7. Even if I develop a killer move and can display my strength at rank 8 level. But when I fight against a Goo Venerable, rank 7 is still too low. I need to raise Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo to rank 8. Fang Yuan had 4 element square regret blood refinement pool, but it was a little troublesome this time. In terms of Heaven Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan had a batch. Investing in many other Heaven Path Immortal Goo might be a problem. But if he only used Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo, it was enough. However, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level was ordinary, he was not even at master level. Even though Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, it was still very difficult to develop the rank 8 Immortal Goo recipe of Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. It was not that there was no possibility of success, but the amount of time and effort needed was too much. His initial estimation was that he would need at least 2 to 3 years to deduce. This was clearly not possible for Fang Yuan. It seems that I need to learn from Wu Yong and nurture some Goo immortal seeds to help them undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan quickly found a way. When rank 5 Goo masters undergo immortal ascension tribulation, the Heaven Path Dao mark gains were very little, Fang Yuan did not care about them at all. But when Goo masters undergo tribulation, they would have a peerless opportunity to learn from the natural world. During this opportunity, the Goo master could ask heaven and earth, and almost all questions could be answered. Since heaven and earth could produce Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo naturally, it definitely had Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo's recipe. Fang Yuan did not want much, as long as he had the correct Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo recipe, he could use his refinement path attainment to modify it to suit himself. Moreover, Fang Yuan could also think about the method of asking heaven and earth. For example, he could directly ask, with a certain Heaven Path Immortal material as the foundation, what is the easiest and most suitable Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo recipe for refining? Thinking of this, a new mission appeared on the mission board, it was ranked first. Search for loyal Goo immortal seeds suitable for undergoing tribulation. Almost at the next moment, all the Goo immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knew about this mission. Ever since the exchange list was opened, these Goo immortals went crazy. Many had not slept or rested for several months, they relied on Goo worms to maintain their condition and complete missions to earn contribution points. Fang Yuan provided the most convenient environment, making the cultivation difficulty of these Goo immortals fall to rock bottom. Almost every day, they could feel the improvement in their strength. Even if it was just a small increase every day, after several days, it was already terrifying enough. It was this pleasant feeling of their cultivation level and strength rising rapidly that made countless Goo immortals unable to stop. What made Fang Yuan surprised was that one of the human Goo immortals created an incomplete transformation path immortal Goo recipe, Hard Liver Goo. This human Goo immortal cultivated transformation path, it was Rock Warrior, he came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Hard Liver Goo could make the Goo immortals' liver harden in exchange for long-lasting and vigorous energy, allowing them to complete all sorts of difficult tasks without sleep or rest. But if it was used excessively, when the liver hardens to the extreme, it would explode and heavily injure the Goo immortal, even killing them on the spot. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he immediately modified it, not only perfecting the original immortal Goo recipe, he even expanded it into a complete set of rank 6 to 8 Gu Immortal Gu. After refining it using 4-element square regret blood refinement pool, the rank 8 hard liver Immortal Gu became the core of the Gu formation. This Gu formation was named Liver Life Formation by Fang Yuan. It operated all year round and collected fees from the outside. If the subordinate Gu Immortals were interested, they could hand over a portion of their contribution points and enter. When they came out, they would always be full of energy and fighting spirit. Did you work hard today? How much longer can you work for? I feel like my liver is about to explode. Such words had already become a common greeting among Gu Immortals. Thus, when Fang Yuan's mission appeared, the Gu Immortals were like sharks that smelled blood, their eyes turned red. This is a good mission. It was personally given by Master. The rewards are very generous. I can't take it anymore. I have not slept for 3 months already. I want to rest. What rest? Get up and work hard. The great era is coming, we need to grasp this peerless cultivation opportunity. The Gu Immortals rushed out and started to gather Gu Immortal seeds in their respective clans. In just a short while, this mission had already been accepted. The Gu Immortals who did not accept it were very vexed. Some beat their chests and stamped their feet, sigh, this mission was so good. I missed it just like that. Every mission on the mission board had a limited quota to prevent Gu Immortals from competing for the missions with the highest rewards, which would result in an unreasonable allocation of manpower and waste. The collection of Gu Immortal seeds was handed over to Fang Yuan's subordinates. He estimated that there should be a lot of seeds, they were definitely above super forces like Wu Clan. Because these forces that Fang Yuan annexed, like Langya sect or the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, they had deep foundations and long histories. There were definitely many Gu Immortal seeds. While he had some free time, Fang Yuan personally helped Ni clan. He secretly set up a year essence subpool in Ni clan's territory, forming a time path region. Ni clan's time would pass faster, they would produce Immortal Gu more frequently, it would make it easier for Fang Yuan to comprehend the profundity of human isolation-style Gu refinement. There are countless variant humans in the sovereign immortal aperture, but there are not many pure humans. Beast Calamity Grotto Heavens people are the majority of humans, but I can foresee that many Yellow Heavens Ni clan will become a top human force in the future. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He had just finished setting up the time path region when Wuxia Xianxia sent a message. The latter's mission to Wu Clan was successful, he had obtained Hu Land. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan arrived at southern border from Eastern Sea, appearing in front of Wuxia Xianxia. After stuffing him into the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He concealed his traces and arrived at a nameless sea area. After playing around with Hu Land, he waited for Qi Sea Ancestor. For you. Fang Yuan threw Hu Land to Qi Sea Ancestor. The Qi Sea clone quickly caught it and said excitedly, "Good, good, I have a premonition. With Hu Land, my combat system will be complete. Then I look forward to it." Fang Yuan's main body left. Chapter 2154. Immortal Killer Move, Landscape as before. Fang Yuan activated his killer move. Previously, Landscape as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6. But 2 months ago, Fang Yuan had successfully raised it to rank 8. Rank 8 was the limit of Landscape as before Immortal Gu. Most Immortal Gu's limit was rank 8. After reaching rank 8, they would reach the end, they could no longer raise their rank. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, they were fragments of the great Tao. These fragments had their own limits, large ones could reach rank 9 after accumulating, while small ones could only reach rank 6. There were many Immortal Gu, even though Immortal Gu were unique, there were all kinds of them. For example, when Fang Yuan used the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, he refined 2 Immortal Gu, red copper immortal ant goo and white face immortal ant goo. If they were slightly modified, they might become another type of immortal goo. Like black gold immortal ant, black face immortal ant, and so on. Among all the immortal goo, only a small portion of immortal goo could advance to rank 9. Rank 8 landscape as before immortal goo was still a time path immortal goo. But the killer move that Fang Yuan used now was a compound killer move. Not just time path, it also contained the profundities of earth path, water path, rule path, soul path, and other paths. Under the influence of this compound killer move, reverse flow river emitted soft sounds as it expanded at an observable speed. After Fang Yuan's nurturing, the compound killer move showed its effect after dozens of times. Reverse flow river, which only had a trace left, was now a long and narrow river. Fang Yuan had been trying to repair reverse flow river, and at this time, he finally had some results. He had wanted to use orderly pattern killer move. This killer move was rank 9, it came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. This move used City Well as the core, it could modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, making their Dao marks non-conflicting and easy to repair. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Minuscule Mountain had all benefited from this move. But Fang Yuan had not been able to grasp this killer move. Because he lacked the crucial core immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, and the crucial core immortal goo were already in someone else's hands. Fang Yuan had thought of modifying this killer move, but it was very difficult. This was a rank 9 killer move, belonging to Rule Path. It had already reached the peak of being impossible to change, there was no room for improvement. At least, Fang Yuan couldn't tell. His Rule Path realm was Grandmaster, not Quasi-Supreme. There was still a gap from this rank 9 killer move. Right now, Reverse Flow River's recovery speed is very fast, but once it recovers to its later stage, landscape as before's compound killer move's effect will continue to decrease until it is almost negligible. The compound killer move landscape as before was only at rank 8 level, while the complete reverse flow river was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was at rank 9 level. Because there were too many Dao marks, it could even be used as a quasi-rank 9 immortal goo. Of course, this depended on the goo cultivator's ability. Being able to come up with related killer moves was just the basics. The key was to use the mystic realm of heaven and earth as the core, to see how outstanding the killer move would be, and whether it could make full use of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. For example, Fang Yuan's reverse current protection seal was only average in terms of utilizing the reverse current river. His Luo Pa seal's usage was low. Orderly Well was different, it used City Well to its maximum extent, reaching an advanced level. It did not completely use the killer move of the mystic realm of heaven and earth. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were not immortal goo after all. Immortal goo were living beings, as long as immortal essence was injected, they could display their full power. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were dead, they were not living beings, how much could they use? Immortal goo were Dao mark fragments, they were connected. And secluded domains of heaven and earth were the accumulation of a vast number of Dao marks, these Dao marks were piled up, they were twisted and turned, some places were clearly separated, some places were intertwined, it was impossible to use all of the Dao marks. Even venerables were the same. This could be seen from the killer move Orderly Well. I already have many secluded domains of heaven and earth. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, City Well, Hu Land, Incomplete Refinement Sea, Incomplete Human Sea, Incomplete Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Dang Hun Mountain was obtained by Fang Yuan first, for it, he had to enter northern plains to find a way to heal it. The killer move Luo Pa Seal, which used Luo Pa Valley as the core, had once helped Fang Yuan kill Goo immortal experts. There was no need to talk about Reverse Flow River, when old ancestor Shui who refined fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, under the pursuit of longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, Fang Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal to shock the world. City Well was obtained from the turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan used it as a trap to kill many Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Hu land was the easiest to obtain, he had to forcefully buy it from Wu Yong. Of course, he was able to do this because of Fang Yuan's immense strength and reputation. Since his rebirth, he had always been walking on the edge of life and death, and he had experienced countless battles to accumulate these things. The incomplete refinement C came from Langya Blessed Land, it showed long-hair ancestors' ambition. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan obtained it, he did not have enough energy, time, and resources to perfect it. Right now, the incomplete refinement C was being consumed intensely in 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. And the incomplete human C came from Eastern Sea Xia clan. Wu Shui led the variant human alliance and invaded Xia clan's territory, killing and expelling Xia clan. He obtained this incomplete human C according to his previous life's memories. Finally, there was the incomplete Qian Kun crystal wall. Simply put, it was a gray-white stone slab. On the surface of the gray-white stone slab, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines were tangled together, some resembled words, while some resembled landscapes. Rumor said that when all the stone slabs were gathered together, Qian Kun crystal wall could be reconstructed, allowing Gu cultivators to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu masters, Gu immortals, and even immortal venerables and demon venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Fang Yuan obtained a vast number of gray-white stone slabs from Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. According to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, these stone slabs could form 50% of Qian Kun crystal wall. Fang Yuan also obtained a batch of gray-white stone slabs from other sources, like Langya sect and the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. Of course, the quantity of these stone slabs could not compare to Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's batch, there were even fakes among them. The gray-white stone slabs in Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's hands were the Inkman race's true inheritance. Most of the stone slabs circulating in the market were fake. But the gray-white stone slabs in the Inkman race's true inheritance were all real. According to the legends of Renzu, the legendary primordial domain was inside Qian Kun crystal wall. It is a pity that Limitless Demon Venerable took it away and placed it in Crazed Demon Cave. Even if I rebuild Qian Kun crystal wall now, I will not be able to encounter primordial domain. Fang Yuan wanted to raise his battle strength by all means, he had to make good use of these secluded domains of heaven and earth. Reverse Flow River was being repaired, killer moves with Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley as the cores were also being developed. Hu land was left to the Qi Si clone, Fang Yuan did not have enough energy to deal with it. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the one that attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was the incomplete human sea. Back then, he chose to attack Eastern Sea Xia clan mainly because of this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. Venerables all have human path killer moves, I need to have some foundation in human path as well. Even if I do not have an advantage, I need methods to defend against them. Fang Yuan had suffered losses in the Fate War. Many of the methods left behind by the venerables were human path methods, each move could affect the whole situation, they had terrifying power and amazing effects. Previously, Fang Yuan's subordinates slaughtered billions of humans in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to create human sea. But this was not enough. The resources from before were all used up, and human sea was still far from completion. The variant human alliance has many human Grotto Heavens, there are many pure humans inside. But it is not convenient to make a move on them. Firstly, these human Grotto Heavens Gu immortals will be disloyal. Secondly, these humans will migrate to the sovereign immortal aperture in the future, they will be the foundation for me to develop human path. Thirdly, there are so many humans in the world, why do I need to sacrifice my own people? Fang Yuan issued another mission, slaughter humans and collect resources. Compared to the previous tribulation mission, this mission was much more bloody and cruel. Master is a demonic path member after all. Many human Gu immortals sighed. But I like slaughtering humans in the outside world. These variant human Gu immortals liked this mission very much. Forget it, as long as our grotto heavens do not face tribulation, what does it have to do with us if others die? These human grotto heaven lords were glad. Soon, more than 10 Gu immortals left Eastern Sea's Xia clan and moved out. On the islands of Eastern Sea, there were many fishing villages. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking, smoke was rising from chimneys. Kill. A mini-man Gu immortal, Fang Yuan's subordinate, flew above these fishing villages and activated his immortal Gu mercilessly. Leaves rained down like a storm, killing countless people of all ages and genders, blood flowed everywhere. Back then, us mini-mans were hunted by you humans, my mother was crushed to death by you human Gu immortals right in front of me. Now, I am only collecting some interest. The mini-man Gu immortal had a look of hatred. On some islands in Eastern Sea, there were large cities. 2 variant human Gu immortals attacked together, creating a tsunami that was tens of feet tall. At the crucial moment of life and death, an Eastern Sea lone immortal stepped forward and blocked the tsunami. Stop, I am Gu Mingsu. This is my homeland, I wonder why you 2 Gu immortals are here. Why are you implicating these innocent people? This Gu immortal shouted angrily. The 2 variant human Gu immortals descended from the clouds and showed their true forms. So it is Worm's son Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, you are wrong. Back then, this place was the homeland of us hairy men. Unfortunately, it was occupied by you humans, we hairy men had the protection of a supreme elder, from then on, we lived in the 2 heavens. Gu Mingsu saw the 2 variant human Gu immortals and immediately became furious, so it is 2 variant humans. You really have guts, this is close to Eastern Sea's Tang clan. Just earlier, I have already sent a request for reinforcements. Get lost, if you escape now, you might still be able to make it. The 2 variant human Gu immortals laughed loudly, speaking one after the other. Immortal Lord, are you pretending to not know where we come from? Our master is Lord Guyue Fang Yuan. Not to mention Tang clan, even if the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path attacked together, our master would only treat them like chickens and dogs. Gu Mingsu, stop bluffing. We are going to kill your fellow tribesmen here, to let you have a taste of our pain. Gu Mingsu cried out in his heart, how could a demon like Fang Yuan appear? He actually recruited variant humans to deal with his own race. This is a traitor, he has no bottom line, he has no sense of honor or shame. Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 2155. Qi Si. Because of Qi Si ancestors' decision, Qi Si area had become the headquarters of the righteous Qi Alliance. Right now, inside the Qi Si formation, a banquet was being held. Qi Si ancestor sat at the main seat, while the other Eastern Sea Righteous Path Forces representatives sat on his left and right. And on Qi Si ancestor's left was a food path Gu immortal. He was an old man with a red nose. He raised his wine cup and toasted Qi Si ancestor. Ancestor, this spring sea flower wine is for you. Qi Si ancestor nodded slightly, his main position was higher than the others, he looked at these people with a naturally condescending gaze. Qi Si ancestor took a sip and said plainly, Zui Xian Wang, the spring sea flower wine that you brewed personally is really good, it has a youthful poetic feel to it. This food path Gu immortal was Zui Xian Wang. After inheriting Wine Fairy and Green Antiseptic's true inheritances from Central Continent, he was secretly persuaded by Qin Ding Ling and became a pawn. According to Qin Ding Ling's arrangements, Zui Xian Wang returned to Eastern Sea to rest for a while before joining the Righteous Qi Alliance. The entire Righteous Qi Alliance welcomed him. Because Zui Xian Wang was one of the most outstanding lone cultivators in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Zui Xian Wang had a wine sea, he held a banquet every year to invite heroes from all over. He had a wide range of connections, he had good relations with all of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces. For a representative like him to join the Righteous Qi Alliance, there was a huge political significance. Just this layer of meaning alone was very valuable. Because even though the Righteous Qi Alliance was created, most of its members were from Eastern Sea's Righteous Path super clans. Other than that, there were the two Heavens Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals under the Qi Sea clone. Very few Eastern Sea lone immortals joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. It was even more so for Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Wuxia Xianxia joining would definitely set an example. He would guide a portion of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. It might even make other lone immortals or Demonic Path Gu Immortals join him. Other than this, there was another reason. It was related to Feng Yuan. The lingering poisonous and plague killer move that Feng Yuan used earlier caused Eastern Sea's Righteous Path to be in a terrible situation. They had no choice but to hand over their treasured true inheritances and study it with all their strength. Only then did they find a way to contain it. During this process, the Righteous Qi Alliance had wanted to invite Wuxia Xianxia. However, at that time, Wuxia Xianxia had already gone to Central Continent to secretly fight for the true inheritance of Green, and Wuxia Xianxia specialized in Food Dao. Food Dao was very rare even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The rarer a thing is, the greater its value. Wuxia Xianxia was worth recruiting. After Qi Sea Ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea's super forces, they decided to hold a welcoming banquet. It was not only to win Wuxia Xianxia's favor and approval, but also to spread the Righteous Qi Alliance's attitude toward the loose immortals and demonic immortals. When Wuxia Xianxia saw Feng Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even flattering. Like now. Wuxia Xianxia's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Flower Wine. But Qi Sea Ancestor called it Spring Breeze Flower Wine. Be it because Qi Sea Ancestor did not hear it clearly or it was a slip of the tongue, Wuxia Xianxia did not think much about it. He bowed deeply and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Ancestor, for the name." Amazing, amazing. Spring Breeze Flower Wine not only brings out the characteristics of this wine, it is also poetic. It makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze and flower petals are fluttering in the wind. This is just a fine wine, but it is worthy of Ancestor personally giving it a name. This is such a great honor. With the name bestowed by Ancestor, I believe this wine will become famous in the world and spread throughout the 5 regions. Ha ha ha. Qi Sea Ancestor laughed heartily, pointing at Wuxia Xianxia. This old man is an amazing person. The other clans' representatives agreed. All sorts of praises followed Wuxia Xianxia's example and flew towards Qi Sea Ancestor. These Gu Immortals praised while criticizing silently. To think that Wuxia Xianxia had such a side to him. He is truly flattering. But it is not strange. He holds a banquet every year and invites all the forces to participate. This person has great social skills to begin with. Tang Clan's Gu Immortal Tang Tang was about to raise his cup and drink when an information path mortal Gu flew over. His divine sense entered to take a look. What? The variant human alliance actually made a move. His body shook, he was greatly shocked. But after reading the report clearly, he was slightly relieved. Feng Yuan only sent a dozen or so Gu Immortals to various parts of Eastern Sea to kill innocent mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and slaughtered over 100 million humans inside. Tang Tang thought about it and thought of the incomplete human sea. After Feng Yuan invaded Eastern Sea Xia clan's territory, the information about this man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth was widely spread. Thus, the entire Righteous Qi Alliance knew about it. At this time, another information path Gu Worm flew over. Gu Ming Su asked for reinforcements from my clan. Tang Tang's heart jumped. This Warm Sun Immortal Lord was a lone immortal who followed the rules. Tang clan had always wanted to recruit him, but he rejected them. Who could have thought that this time, while he was sitting at home, trouble would come out of nowhere? Gu Ming Su actually offended the variant human alliance. In the request for reinforcements, Gu Mingsu directly expressed, if Tang clan could help, he would definitely join Tang clan. My Tang clan does not want to offend a person like Fang Yuan. Isn't this pushing my Tang clan into the fire? Tang snickered to himself. It was impossible to ask for reinforcements. Tang immediately crushed this information path mortal Gu, pretending that he had never seen it. Fang Yuan's target this time was only mortals, he avoided the clansmen of the super clans. Thus, Tang clan did not suffer much losses. As for their reputation, Tang clan did not retaliate, they lost some face. But the other clans were in the same situation. Fang Yuan's target was not only Tang clan. Thus, even if everyone lost face, it was equivalent to no one losing face. As long as the situation does not worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Fang Yuan kill as many as he wants. Tang continued to raise his cup and drink. After receiving this news, he started to size up the surrounding Gu immortals. As expected, these people all received the information one after another. Fang Yuan's subordinates are slaughtering mortals. They are not our clansmen. Why should we offend Fang Yuan? Eastern Sea has so many mortals, if we kill some, they will grow back in 10 years. Let's drink, let's continue drinking. Ha, good wine. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. As they toasted, these Gu immortals felt the effects of the wine, their faces were flushed red as they laughed heartily. The tribulation clouds continued to rumble. Large amounts of water splashed around the Time Path clone's immortal aperture, they were jumping around like living fish. This was a grand tribulation, jumping time fish tribulation. The outcome is set. The Time Path clone had been watching quietly from the side. With the main body taking action, there was nothing for the clone to do. Jumping time fish tribulation was not strong, it was a very ordinary grand tribulation. Providence did not make things difficult for Fang Yuan, this was very rare. But the Time Path clone was not surprised at all. Recently, the main body has not only helped Gu immortals undergo tribulations, he has also helped those Gu immortal seeds undergo tribulations. With him around, unless it is a dream path calamity or tribulation, it is not a problem. Providence has already understood this, so each calamity or tribulation is ordinary in power, it does not increase the main body's heaven path Dao marks as much as possible. While the Time Path clone was thinking, the tribulation clouds in the sky were already very thin. Fang Yuan did not continue, he took out ability Gu and made an attempt. But the result was that ability Gu was almost destroyed. The legends of Renzu clearly stated that ability Gu would continue to grow stronger in calamities and tribulations. But Fang Yuan could not find a way to strengthen it. According to common sense, the legends of Renzu stated that calamities and tribulations were used as Gu materials to refine ability Gu. Fang Yuan made an attempt now, but found that calamities and tribulations were not qualified as Gu materials, they were hard to control. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had made preparations and protected ability Gu in time. After obtaining this result, Fang Yuan did not hold back, he easily destroyed the final lump of tribulation clouds. But this time, he did not annex the heaven path Dao marks. Instead, he added the time path Dao marks left behind by the calamities and tribulations into the time path clone's immortal aperture. The clone's foundation was left for the clone. Now, I have rank 8 cultivation level. The time path clone sighed, from now on, how about you call me He Chun Xiu? Up to you. Fang Yuan's main body replied plainly. At this point, among Fang Yuan's 8 clones, Qi Si Ancestor, Wu Shui, Time Path clone He Chun Xiu, and Zhan Budu had already advanced to rank 8. But now, there was already a group of rank 8 Gu immortals under Fang Yuan, it was not strange. Southern Border. Human Smoke Mountain. This was Chai clan's headquarters. Almost all of Chai clan's Gu immortals had gathered. Under the lead of Chai clan's first supreme elder, they welcomed 3 variant human Gu immortals. These three were a snowman, a hairy man, and a rockman. They were Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, and Zong. Everyone from Chai clan, the three of us have come here under Master's orders to discuss a transaction with Chai clan. As the leader of this trip, Bing Yuan spoke. Chai clan's immortals had solemn expressions. Not just because of Fang Yuan's fierce reputation, but also because of the auras of these three variant human Gu immortals. Be it Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, or Zong, they all had rank 8 cultivation level. What does Fang Yuan want? Does my Chai clan have something that he wants? Chai clan's first supreme elder asked. Lord Chai Gan is too humble. Bing Yuan smiled. My master is willing to purchase your clan's human path research results, including the killer move, this famous human path mountain, human smoke mountain, and the many mortals raised by Chai clan. What? Chai clan's immortals' expressions changed. Fang Yuan is going too far. He wants to dig up our Chai clan's foundation. Most importantly, if we cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan, where will our righteous path Chai clan stand? Chai clan's immortals shouted. Chai clan's first supreme elder's expression was unsightly. He pondered for a while before asking, my Chai clan has indeed raised the most mortals. These people have been living very well on human smoke mountain. They live in peace and rarely face any threats. I wonder what use does Fang Yuan have for buying these people? Zong sneered, to kill them all, of course. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had a zealous expression. These humans raised by your Chai clan have dense human chi, this is very good. My master's incomplete human C is only one step away. With these people, the mission will be complete. Chai clan's immortals were shocked. Chai clan originally had such a huge advantage and could continue to rise to the throne of the #1 superforce in southern border. But around Chai clan, there were Ba clan and Xia clan. The three clans were too close to each other and had always been in conflict. When any clan was strong, the other two clans would work together to deal with them. Furthermore, Chai clan was once backed by the 5 regions' regional walls. Their territory was small and they lacked resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient resources to cultivate. The disappearance of the 5 regions' regional walls had once made Chai clan extremely excited. Because they could march toward central continent. But not long after the regional walls disappeared, Qi tides swept the world again. After the Qi tides, inheritances appeared one after another. The super forces of the 5 regions, lone cultivators and demonic immortals were fighting for them. In fact, even if this storm calmed down, Chai clan was still in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had 10 great ancient sects. In terms of strength, they were stronger than Southern Border. What was even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior sect, Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought among themselves, but if there were external enemies, they would unite and become one. And now, Chai clan was facing its biggest crisis in recent years, Guyue, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to Chai clan to discuss the transaction. The conditions they proposed were extremely excessive. Fang Yuan pointed to the killer move, Human Smoke Mountain, as well as the huge number of external mortals that Chai clan raised. This was to dig out Chai clan's foundation, Chai clan's most core foundation. No wonder Chai clan's expressions were unsightly. Chai clan's Gu immortal Chai Kuqing even shouted in anger, Fang Yuan deserves to die. Impudent! You dare to insult my master! It seems your Chai clan is facing a calamity of extermination. Zong shouted. No need to report to master, let the 3 of us attack now and exterminate Chai clan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his 2 hammers, surging with killing intent. The expressions of Chai clan's immortals changed drastically. they activated their defensive killer moves and flew into the air, ready to fight. A chaotic battle seemed to be about to erupt. Everyone stop. Bing Yuan's expression was grim, but she stopped them. Lady Bing Yuan, this. Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last among the three to advance to rank 8 Gu Immortal. Of course, it was also because of Fang Yuan's help that she passed the tribulation safely. But Bing Yuan was Shui Er's great-grandmother, and Shui Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless Gu Immortals wary. She was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Thus, among the three, Shi Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had never questioned Bing Yuan's position as the leader. They were very obedient. Keep your weapons first. Bing Yuan was the first to speak. Shi Zong snorted coldly, completely restraining his aura. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stared at these Chai Clan Gu Immortals, reluctantly keeping his hammers. Seeing this, Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder let out a sigh of relief. Under his lead, Chai Clan's Gu Immortals also landed on the ground, showing their sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was slightly grim. She said to Chai Clan's Immortals, "We are not here to become enemies with Chai Clan, we are really here to make a transaction. My master is benevolent, the so-called demon is just a misunderstanding of him by the outside world. It is just that normally speaking, those who misunderstand my master do not have good endings. But what can my master do? Are you going to stretch out your neck and wait to be killed when others come to kill you? There is no such logic in this world. I believe everyone in Chai Clan can understand. Moreover, we will not cause trouble for my master." Bing Yuan's words not only contained a hidden threat, they were also distorting the truth. Chai Gan did not want to refute her, he only cupped his fists. "Earlier, my clan spoke indiscriminately, I apologize to you first. But if my clan agrees to this condition, it is the same as giving away the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate Gu was still around, it was the foundation of Celestial Court. Will Lord Fang Yuan negotiate with Celestial Court and directly buy Fate Gu? Will Celestial Court sell it? Forcefully buying the foundation of a super force, there is no such logic in this world, is there?" Bing Yuan sneered, "How to establish oneself is your Chai Clan's matter. Don't bully us variant humans, and don't bully my master. My master is benevolent, but other than a fair transaction, do you want my master to consider how to establish himself?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch chuckled, "Isn't it easy to establish oneself? Your Chai Clan can directly join my master." Shi Zong immediately agreed sincerely, "That's right. If you become my master's subordinate, your future is bright. But if you continue like this, there is no future for you." The three variant human rank 8s had proud expressions on their faces. They had been deeply affected recently. Chai Clan was silent. They used this tactful method to express their rejection. The three variant human Gu Immortals did not try to persuade them or explain in detail. They wanted to have fewer and fewer competitors. Bing Yuan continued to persuade, "Everyone knows clearly that if Master wanted to forcefully demand it, he might have already made a move. Why would he send us to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured about Master's sincerity, take a look." Bing Yuan opened her palm, revealing a rank 8 immortal Gu. Chai Clan's immortals were dazed, feeling greatly surprised. They secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. Is Fang Yuan really willing to pay the price? I thought he was just forcefully demanding it. Be careful, this Gu is fake. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister, we cannot be easily deceived by him. After a quick discussion, Chai Gan shook his head, "This Gu is a good Gu, we have all seen Lord Fang Yuan's sincerity. It is just that I am ashamed. Although I am Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder, my cultivation level is only rank 7, how can I be worthy of a rank 8 immortal Gu?" Bing Yuan smiled, "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to refuse, take a look." Bing Yuan opened her other palm, revealing another Gu. It was another rank 8 immortal Gu. This time, many Chai clan Gu immortals were moved. Bing Yuan observed their expressions and smiled confidently. That's right, you did not see wrongly. This immortal Gu is suitable for your Chai clan, your immortal Gu house lacks this Gu. If you add it, it will become a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Chai Gon's stern face also showed some fluctuations. With a rank 8 immortal Gu house, Chai clan could fight against rank 8 Gu immortals, they could even participate in pseudo-venerable level battles. Their authority would rise to a whole new level. This was a qualitative breakthrough. Chapter 2157. Ha ha ha. Golden Fur Immortal Wang De laughed. You guessed wrong, little girl. Shi Zong continued, I am not afraid to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's alliance leader, Wu Yong, has already made many transactions with us. First, he bought the rank 9 Wind Path Immortal material from us, he even gave us the rank 7 Fan Wind Gu to raise it to rank 8. What? Chai clan's Gu immortals were shaken. Bing Yuan smiled lightly. Demonic path, righteous path, what is the difference? If my master turns to righteous path, who would dare to deny it? In fact, not just Wu clan. Western Desert's Fang clan has also made a secret alliance with us. Currently, Fang clan is developing Green Ghost Desert with all their strength, continuously providing master with a vast number of soul cores. Chai clan's Gu immortals went into a commotion again. They had heard of Western Desert's Fang clan, they also knew about their recent movements. What shocked them even more was that Wu clan was actually secretly cooperating with Fang Yuan. How can this be? Chai Kuqing suddenly shouted, even if you want to fabricate a lie, you need to make it believable. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's alliance leader, how can he make peace with you? Everyone, don't listen to the nonsense of these variant human Gu immortals, they think they can deceive us with just a few lies. But this time, Chai clan's Gu immortals were silent. Chai Kuqing had just ascended to an immortal not long ago, and because of her connections, even though she had talent, she had always been taken care of by her Gu immortal seniors, she did not know much about the world. In fact, her understanding of the Gu immortal world was not as deep as Shang Xin's. Since the variant human Gu immortal said this, Chai clan's immortals believed it was likely to be true. After all, as long as he investigated these things, he would be able to find some clues. Since the variant human Gu immortal said it, they were not afraid of being investigated, they could even provide the most direct evidence. Chai Kuqing did not believe that Wu Yong would do such a thing, but Chai clan's immortals were people who had been in this world for a long time. Not long ago, Chai clan had even secretly communicated with Lu Wei-yin to leave a way out. Bing Yuan continued, my master is determined to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I'm afraid you all have some understanding of the Lord's temperament. Even if everyone in the world opposes it, he will still do it. He will not give up just because someone stops him. You can also inquire about what happened in the East Sea not long ago. We variant human Gu immortals have been moving all over Eastern Sea, slaughtering humans on the islands to gather resources and complete human sea. Have you seen any of the superpowers of the Eastern Sea's righteous path come out and openly resist? He. The Righteous Qi Alliance had a pseudo-venerable like Qi Sea ancestor, but they ignored him. Let alone your Southern Alliance. The Chai clan's immortals' wills wavered as they transmitted their voices. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world has indeed experienced many tragedies. Indeed, even though these variant human Gu immortals are despicable, their words are not without reason. Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance has pseudo-venerable Qi Sea ancestor, but they are already in such a state. Furthermore, our Southern Alliance does not have such an expert. What's worse is that Wu Yong is secretly working with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's momentum is actually so strong. The enemy is strong while we are weak, it is better to preserve our strength for the future, that is the wisest move. Chai clan's immortals found out in grief and indignation that they were not Feng Yuan's match, they were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans. What made them feel even more despair was that even if they resisted, the Southern Alliance would not be able to provide them with any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, it might not be able to protect them. Chai clan's human Smoke Mountain had a vast number of humans. If they really fought, these humans were Chai clan's weakness, they would not be able to protect them. In history, Ba clan and Xia clan made things difficult for Chai clan because of this. As long as they threatened human Smoke Mountain, Chai clan would not dare to attack them. At this point in the negotiations, Chai clan was already leaning towards working with Feng Yuan. There was no other way. The enemy was too strong while they were too weak. Only one person, Chai Kuqing, spoke. "Everyone, listen to me, shut up." Chai Gan could not bear it anymore, he waved his hand and sealed Chai Kuqing, making her unable to move. Chai Kuqing had a shocked expression, she had never expected her clan's first supreme elder to do this. This method also caused the 3 variant human immortals' pupils to shrink. Chai Gan's move did not leak the slightest bit of aura during the whole process. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human Gu immortals could not determine what path this killer move was. Chai clan was a super force of southern border after all, it had its foundation. Chai Gan's expression was cold as he stared at one of the Chai clan Gu immortals. "Chai Dui Shan, take good care of this junior of yours." "Yes." Chai Dui Shan immediately walked to Chai Kuqing's side and placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kuqing's body was strengthened again. Chai Kuqing's heart shook, her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her eyes and looked at the ancestor who had once been so great in her heart. Soon, her eyes turned red. Seeing this, the 3 variant human Gu immortals had the same thought at the same time. The situation was set. One day later, human Smoke Mountain was suddenly attacked by a beast calamity that was rarely seen in 100 years. An earth path immemorial desolate beast drilled out of the ground, just when Chai clan's headquarters were empty. At this time, Chai clan's immortals were moving around, fighting for many blessed lands, inheritances and so on. Only a few rank 6 Gu immortals were left in the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, Chai clan's Gu immortals, led by Chai Kuqing, brazenly used a killer move without caring about Chai clan's losses. This move dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. Although the immemorial desolate beast was eradicated, human Smoke Mountain suffered heavy damage, almost turning into a huge pit. Fortunately, a portion of the clansmen were saved. Although there is a difference between mortals and immortals, in the eyes of my Chai clan, there is no difference. Human lives are of utmost importance, the lives of mortals and Gu immortals are equally precious. Zong sighed, "If I had master's status and strength, would have slaughtered everyone long ago, who could stop me? He, just a mere Chai clan, I can destroy them with a flick of my finger." And he still wants to transact with these people? Bing Yuan snorted coldly, "So, Zong, you will never become an existence like master." His lord's considerations have always been far-sighted. How can we easily guess it? If we recklessly guess it, it will be no different from ants trying to guess the sun and moon. That's right. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch quickly added, "Actually, even if we turn to the righteous path, our days are still very good. Look at those Chai clan Gu immortals, they are angry but do not dare to speak, it feels so good. I'm just a hairy man, but I've finally experienced what it feels like to be equal." Saying so, the 3 immortals looked at each other, smiles appearing on their faces. Bing Yuan concluded, "Regardless of whether Master walks the righteous path or the demonic path, we only need to understand one thing. That is, we must firmly follow Master's footsteps. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. Whoever Master wants to kill, whoever he wants to kill, we will go and kill that unlucky fellow. Of course. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch patted his chest with force. Shi Zong also nodded, sighing, throughout the history of humanity, other than Renzu, I only admire Master. During this period of time, the Gu Immortals under Fang Yuan had gone through huge changes. On the surface, the change was that their cultivation base and strength had increased rapidly. And the internal psychological change was that their loyalty towards Fang Yuan continued to rise. The might of an expert, the strict alliance agreement, the terrifying battle achievements, these Gu Immortals felt fear and did not dare to resist. On this basis, Fang Yuan only needed to give them some benefits to make these Gu Immortals deeply grateful. And now, the treatment given by Fang Yuan was something that other forces could not give them. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded with slight joy. Because during this period of time, Fang Yuan opened up the exchange list and invested a lot to nurture the Gu Immortals under him. The strength of Fang Yuan's subordinates rose greatly, they became very active and took the initiative to attack everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture situation had already stabilized. Fang Yuan estimated that he could annex at least 3 more grotto heavens before reaching the brink of collapse again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this situation. Because before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, it was best for him to annex all the grotto heavens and raise his strength to the limit. In the future, when he goes to Crazed Demon Cave and faces the Venerables, he would be able to face strong enemies with ease. However, even if Fang Yuan sent all of the variant human alliance Gu Immortals into the sovereign immortal aperture, and even sent Qi Si Ancestor inside, he could not annex all of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not do it. Because if he did, the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology would be chaotic, it would be on the brink of collapse if he was not careful. Right now, when Fang Yuan was stable, it was already so troublesome. Once he fought with a venerable and the venerable found out about this weakness, they might use special methods to exploit this weakness of Fang Yuan's. In fact, Fang Yuan's silver luck pillar was very loose and not solid, it was already hinting that this weakness of Fang Yuan's could be exploited by venerables. Manpower alone was not enough, Fang Yuan thought hard and finally thought of another method. That was to establish meridian. Heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called meridian was very special, it was not only the accumulation of Dao marks, it also contained the nature of flow. Although heaven veins were formless, they contained abundant heaven path Dao marks. At the same time, these heaven path Dao marks were not constant, they were constantly flowing and changing. Thus, back then, when the Qi tide swept through the world, almost every time the Qi tide subsided, Qi harvest fruits would be produced. And in the 2 heavens, because these grotto heavens were almost all placed on heaven vein nodes, the production of Qi harvest fruits was even more obvious, it was a disaster. The same was true for earth veins. After the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread across the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin, and the rest made use of this characteristic of the earth vein flow to escape successfully. Why were there so many strange things happening in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of this? What was the crux of the problem? After Fang Yuan investigated deeply, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. Right now, Fang Yuan learned from Lu Wei-yin's letter that there was a 3rd immortal Gu that had hope of advancing to rank 10, sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan could not achieve conflicting Dao marks, what could he do? Easy. Since he could not make Dao marks conflict, Fang Yuan went to the extreme and made the Dao marks more harmonious. But this kind of cohesion and harmony was selective, it had to be within Fang Yuan's control. What good method was there? Fang Yuan did not need to think too much, the method of establishing the vein rapidly appeared in his mind like water flowing into a pond. There were many types of Dao veins. Heaven veins, earth veins, human veins, fire veins, water veins, and so on. There were undercurrents at the bottom of the Eastern Sea. They were natural transportation resources. Many Eastern Sea caravans used goo worms to drill into the bottom of the sea and use the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to carry out transactions. This was actually a manifestation of water veins. In Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, there was a complete method to create artificial earth veins. But Fang Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Wei Yin's suggestion for the specific implementation method. Towards him and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was always on guard. For example, Fang Yuan did not let Lu Wei Yin enter the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Or for example, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm and Mushroom Man Blessed Land, Fang Yuan did not touch them easily. Combined with Lu Wei Yin's suggestion, I will modify my original idea and the general implementation method will be ready. I can let those Gu immortals make arrangements first. I can also let Meng Qiuzhen explore Paradise Earth's Dream Realm and raise his Earth Path attainment level. This will be very beneficial for constructing the Earth Vein. Chapter 2159. Central Continent. Deep in the Earth Trench. In a dark and eerie cave, two cold lights suddenly shone. This was by Ning Bing's gaze. She had ended her secluded cultivation. Not only did she cultivate an ice and snow killer move, she even gained some understanding of ice and snow path invisibility. I can clearly feel that my understanding of ice and snow has deepened. I am not far from Grandmaster Realm. Bai Ning Bing muttered. It is a pity that ever since I turned into a dragon man, the efficiency of my ice and snow path comprehension has clearly fallen. My current master level attainment is mostly due to my previous accumulation. Bai Ning Bing previously had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. She had a great advantage in cultivating ice and snow path and soul path. Her attainment levels could rise rapidly. But after transforming into her body, this aspect was affected. Dragon men were skilled in enslavement path. If Bai Ning Bing switched to cultivating enslavement path, she would have an advantage as well. But this advantage could not compare to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's help in ice and snow path and soul path cultivation. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques was definitely stronger than the aptitude of variant human races. Bai Ning Bing carefully left the cave. This cave was naturally formed. It was on one side of the mountain wall of the Earth Trench. Bai Ning Bing quietly activated her killer move Aura Concealment Ice Pearl, and soon, a thin thread of ice appeared on her neck, coiling around her elegant neck. This move was created by Bai Ning Bing. It did not originate from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer moves that Bai Ning Bing used after this would not leak any aura. Because these auras were already stored, turning into tiny ice beads arranged on the ice thread. The weakness of this move was that it would sacrifice some of the killer move's power, and if there were too many of these ice beads, they would fuse into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ning Bing's neck, injuring or even killing her. To explore this Earth Trench, I need a method to conceal my aura. Bai Ning Bing had a calm expression. She quietly used an investigative killer move to look around. After she came out of Earth Treasury, she had been cultivating in the depths of the Earth Trench. She was chased by wild beasts and suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he had Bai Xiang. Even a fragment could make Bai Ning Bing immortal, otherwise, Bai Ning Bing would not have survived until now. There are 3 primordial desolate beasts and an ancient desolate beast horde in a radius of 50 kilometers. Bai Ning Bing quickly understood the situation. She only had rank 7 cultivation level, and the environment here was very dangerous. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would find it hard to explore. The other side of the huge risk was the huge reward. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ning Bing couldn't use it herself, she could sell it in jewel yellow skies and buy what she needed. Bai Ning Bing was born to be adventurous. Most people would live such a life in fear, but she was immersed in it. She enjoyed the thrill of repeatedly going back and forth between life and death. Although it's dangerous to cultivate here, there's still a chance of survival. Returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be even more dangerous. Whether it's Feng Yuan, the Shadow Sect, or the Celestial Court, they're all after me. Bai Ningbing also had a clear understanding of the situation. Just as Bai Ningbing was about to walk out of the cave, her expression changed. She sensed that most of the wild beasts in one area were like cats that smelled blood. They started to frantically move towards one direction. Although a portion of the wild beasts and beast groups were unmoved, they could not resist the will of most of the wild beasts. They were also swept away. Thereupon, a large-scale beast tide rapidly formed in front of Bai Ningbing's eyes. What's going on? These wild beasts seemed to be attracted by some mysterious object. They gave up on fighting and killing. They wanted to rush away in a frenzy. What is it? Bai Ningbing's curiosity was aroused. She did not hesitate. She immediately activated a movement killer move and entered the beast tide. The beast tide gradually gathered. Densely packed ancient desolate beasts with conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding a corner from time to time. This corner was also on the cliff of Earth Trench. It slowly protruded like a grave mound. At this moment, it was emitting a yellowish-brown and bright red radiance. The radiance flowed like water. It was dazzling. And at the top of the grave mound, there was a tombstone. There seemed to be words on the tombstone, but they were covered by the radiance. Even when using killer moves to investigate, it could not be detected. Bai Ningbing had already turned into Bai Xiang. She was squeezed together with the beast group. What is this place? It has such dense earth path and fire path auras. What is hidden inside? Is it an immortal material? Or an immortal goo? But why is there a tombstone? There are words on the tombstone. Is that what you think? Who is buried here? Bai Ningbing looked at the wild beasts around her. She had a clear understanding. Most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts. No wonder they were attracted here. The beasts of other paths are only a small portion. They were all swept here. Boom! Right at this time, the 2-colored radiance covering the grave mound suddenly soared into the sky, turning into a huge yellow and red light pillar. The wild beasts roared together. They were extremely excited. Some wild beasts started to charge towards the light pillar, seemingly wanting to take the lead, but they were soon trampled by the wild beasts behind them. The beast group fell into chaos and madness. They started to kill each other, trying to charge into the light pillar. But even if some wild beasts charged at the front and collided with the light pillar, they could not get what they wanted. Because the light pillar did not budge, it was heavily guarded. The beast group collided with the light pillar. It was like moving a mountain. They could not advance an inch. Bai Ningbing was a goo immortal after all. Her intelligence far surpassed wild beasts. She had been hiding at the periphery. Although she was implicated, she mainly observed the situation. As time passed, the beast group suffered heavy casualties. Corpses littered the ground. While the red and yellow light pillar shrunk, it seemed to have gone into the mound of graves. The fierce beasts became even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Their roars, cries of pain, and gnawing sounds filled Bai Ningbing's ears. In the boundless world, nature is truly mysterious. There are endless mysteries to explore. I want to see what is going on. Bai Ningbing started to move deeper into the mound from the periphery. When there were no more than 100 wild beasts left, and the remaining ones were covered in injuries, the yellow and red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also shrunk into the mound. The mound seemed to have reached a crucial point. It suddenly cracked open. Crack, crack. Thin cracks spread out rapidly, covering the entire mound. Next, with a loud sound, the mound exploded from within. The aura of a goo immortal burst out. A naked male immortal opened his eyes. He looked around with a dazed expression. Who am I? But at the next moment, he started to wake up. He recalled many things. I remember now, I am Fang Huan. The male immortal's pupils shrunk, he showed a shocked expression. Roar! The beast group roared, they seemed to be extremely angry as they attacked the naked male immortal. The male immortal opened his eyes wide, his body flew into the air as he shouted, I am alive again. I am Fang Huan, I am Lava Demon Lord. Rumble. With a loud sound, the male immortal's body suddenly emitted a red light wave. The light wave surged violently like the tide, rolling out in all directions. Everywhere it went, the red light wave incinerated everything. Most of the beast group was burned to death. The remaining beasts were already injured to begin with, they were now even more injured. Some were lying on the ground, half dead, while a small portion of them were completely enraged. They continued to attack the male immortal. The male immortal Fang Huan's expression turned grim, he sent out the red light wave again and again. The red light swept through the entire battlefield, causing a large number of casualties, but there were still several immemorial desolate beasts that reached Fang Huan. Fang Huan could no longer maintain his composure and yelled at Bai Ningbing, fellow immortal, please lend me a hand quickly. I will reward you greatly after this is over. Okay. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate, she agreed and attacked at lightning speed. Soon, she easily killed these immemorial desolate beasts. They were already heavily injured to begin with. Thank you. Thankfully, with your help, I could, Fang Huan was suddenly cut in half at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head and his upper body, she smiled coldly, I thought about it, soul searching is more direct and convenient. Fang Huan stared with wide eyes, he stared at Bai Ningbing. This female immortal had faint blue vertical dragon pupils, a pair of red coral dragon horns on her forehead. Her silver hair was translucent, like tassels, reaching her waist. Her skin was white as snow, her peerless face was filled with insanity and coldness. Such a beauty. Fang Huan died with grievance. Bai Ningbing searched Fang Huan's soul, but did not obtain any valuable information. As the person involved, even though Fang Huan had revived from the mound, he was still muddle-headed, he did not know the inside story. Bai Ningbing landed on the shattered mound, she started to investigate the scene. She still found nothing. This place originally had large-scale earth path and fire path Dao marks, but now they have all disappeared, it is no different from normal ground. But Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Huan's body, no, more accurately speaking, these Dao marks have all condensed into the immortal body. Miraculous, truly miraculous. Bai Ningbing praised. Through soul searching, she found out that this Fang Huan was a predecessor. He cultivated Earth Path, and because he inherited the Heart Fire True Inheritance, he also cultivated Fire Path. He managed the fire monster business, and was once one of the giants in Jewel Yellow Skies in this aspect. He had died long ago, but for some reason, he revived here. This mound that looks like a grave seems to have the same effect as the immortal graveyard in Celestial Court, it can allow Gu immortals to revive? Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. This time, her gains were huge. Not only did she find the mysterious mound, she even captured Fang Huan's soul, obtaining his inheritance and all sorts of cultivation experiences. The most significant gains were the beast corpses that covered the entire battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. There were even more rank 7 immortal materials. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. With a loud bang, a famous mountain fell heavily onto the ground like a huge seal. The famous mountain was red in color, it was Fangzheng, there was no trace of soil on the mountain, it was made up of all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Originally, Copper Seal Mountain had suffered the tribulation of 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, it was struck by lightning until it was half shorter, it was pitch black and was emitting smoke and lightning. Moreover, the entire mountain had completely melted, emitting an intense burnt smell. Chapter 2160. Alright, we finally moved this copper seal mountain over. The Gu immortals let out a breath of air, feeling very tired. One of the Rockman Gu immortals did not rest, he immediately started to prepare. After a long while, he successfully activated an Earth Path killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to tremble slightly. At the bottom of the mountain, a faint earthy yellow radiance was emitted. Threads of light quickly condensed together, forming a translucent Earth Path mountain root that was tinged with gold. The mountain root pierced into the ground and spread rapidly. The Rockman Gu immortal maintained the killer move with a troubled expression, the immortal essence in his body fell rapidly. Finally, he could not hold on any longer, he stopped using the killer move. The mountain root also stopped spreading rapidly, it took root deep in the ground and started to grow slowly. For a long time to come, this mountain root would communicate with the surrounding Dao marks, maintaining, and even boosting the Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually plucked, the roots would be destroyed. Thus, moving famous trees and mountains required specialized wood path and earth path methods, otherwise, forcefully plucking would have more disadvantages than advantages. The Rockman Gu immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to rest. He was extremely tired, his immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Of course, after the mission was completed, he would obtain more contribution points. As for the other Gu immortals, they had finished resting and started to do the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered together again. Alright, this Copper Seal Mountain is in good condition. The mountain root is also in good condition. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely take on the responsibility of an earth vein node. Master is indeed majestic and magnanimous. He actually wants to plan and construct an earth vein in the mini-5 regions. This plan is too grand, it will take at least 10 years, I am truly in admiration. The immortals nodded, they had the same feeling. Alright, let's go. Let's continue to move the next famous mountain to the destination. There are not many Gu immortals who can move mountains, but such missions are getting fewer and fewer. The contribution points are so high, let's work harder and try to complete as many as possible. That's right, during this period of time, if anyone can't hold on, go to the liver life formation. Don't be stingy with those contribution points. I've already been there before participating in this operation. Huh, is that so? I've also been there. The immortals discussed as they flew away from Copper Seal Mountain. If one looked down on the entire 5 regions, there were nearly 10 groups of people working hard to move mountains. Of course, it was not just the famous mountains. Other than the famed mountains, there were also the 10 lands that could serve as the nodes of the earth veins. In southern border paradise Earth's true inheritance, there was a detailed description of the 10 lands. The 10 lands were, Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Underground Tunnel, Crypt, Dungeon, Production, Enclave, Front, Treasury, and Cemetery. These 10 lands could all take on the responsibility of earth vein nodes. The first stage of Feng Yuan's man-made earth veins was to set up all kinds of earth vein nodes in the small 5 regions. Next, he used earth path methods to link the nodes together. Finally, adjustments were made on this basis. Currently, Feng Yuan could only create half of the 10 earths. They were the Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production, and Formation. As for the other 5, they were beyond his abilities. Case in point, cemeteries. Other Gu immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture, to them, it was more beneficial to occupy territories. If they had the sovereign immortal aperture, they would probably make the same choice as Feng Yuan. A gust of wind suddenly flew out of 4-element square regret blood refinement pool, charging towards the sky. He Chun Chiu sent good news. Wu Clan's fan wind goo had been successfully refined, even though it had failed twice. Rank 8 fan wind goo. In the recent process of using it, 4-element square regret blood refinement pool had gone through some adjustments, its power had become even stronger. Including fan wind goo, the number of immortal goo that were successfully refined to rank 8 through 4-element square regret blood refinement pool had already surpassed 50. I can sell true inheritances in jewel yellow skies on a large scale to exchange for cultivation resources. Or I can directly engage in the goo refinement business. The profits will definitely be considerable. Fang Yuan immediately thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Fang Yuan's current refinement path strength, he could only refine rank 10 and 9 immortal goo, he could not refine other rank 8 immortal goo either. With just a few words, he had already understood the structure of this dream realm. The most crucial hidden point of this dream realm is the goo selection segment. If I did not sense Granny's deep intention and suggested it, I might not have gotten the opportunity to choose goo. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm exploration. But which 3 should I choose? Meng Qiuzhen carefully analyzed the goo worms in front of him while secretly using Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, Meng Qiuzhen quickly observed the things in the second stage of the dream realm. Choose quickly, don't waste time. Cherish every breath of time you have. The old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth. Granny, let me think about it. The old granny had a cold expression. Humph, you are already in this situation, you cannot be overcautious, you need to be decisive. You need to immediately choose 3 goo worms, and then leave the valley through that hidden path. Once the time is up, that path will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly. Meng Qiuzhen could not waste time. Fortunately, he had already obtained a lot of information in this short period of time. I choose these 3 goo. Meng Qiuzhen quickly picked 3 goo from the dozens of containers. Good. They are all good choices. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing, this is all I can do for you, go. The old granny had just finished speaking when Meng Qiuzhen's vision turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage of the dream realm. He had rank 3 cultivation level. Using his original goo worms as well as the 3 newly obtained goo worms, he moved quickly in the wilderness, trekking with great difficulty. He crossed the treacherous man-eating jungle, rushed through the layers of fog, crossed the swamp filled with death, and the last obstacle was a black bear of the 1000-beast king level. Meng Qiuzhen and the black bear fought bitterly for a long time. Finally, the black bear fell to the ground with a loud thud. Its huge body shrunk in a few breaths of time, like a punctured balloon. In a short period of time, its flesh and organs turned into purple poisonous liquid, flowing out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiuzhen carefully squatted down and took out tiger poison goo. This rank 3 tiger poison goo was one of the 3 goo he chose in the first stage of the dream realm. Once it was activated, it could release tiger poison. Tiger poison goo was like a black scorpion, but there was a golden king character on its head. After it came out of the white silver aperture, it landed on the ground and started to absorb the poisonous liquid. Soon, the poisonous liquid was completely absorbed, and its body expanded slightly. Meng Qiuzhen willed and tiger poison goo obediently flew back into his aperture. In the first stage of the dream realm, there were many poisonous goo. For example, snake poison goo, dove poison goo, bee poison goo, and so on. Against a 1000-beast king level black bear, bee poison goo is countered by the bear's body, it is not a good choice. Snake poison goo and dove poison goo are also slow to take effect. Only tiger poison goo is best at dealing with these large beasts, its effect is very fast. Moreover, together with poison goo, the tiger poison can take human form. It is very useful in battle. In the battle between Meng Qiuzhen and the Black Bear King, he used poison goo and tiger poison goo to form a poison tiger. The battle between the poison tiger and the Black Bear King greatly made up for Meng Qiuzhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiuzhen was at the back, constantly using poison path goo worms to help poison liquid tiger, finally obtaining this difficult victory. Of course, tiger poison goo had its drawbacks. It was a huge disadvantage. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs. Tiger poison goo had no effect on young targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo's investigation, Meng Qiuzhen already knew that the Black Bear King was the last and most difficult round in the first stage of the Dream Realm. He chose the most crucial tiger poison goo according to the situation. After this battle, tiger poison goo's toxicity and poison quantity have fallen by a lot, even after I collected the remaining poison after the battle. Tiger poison goo needs time to recuperate, its overall strength has fallen by a lot. But thankfully, this is the final round, this is a dream realm and not the real wilderness. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The second stage of the dream realm was still very stable, it did not dissipate like he expected. Is there another difficulty? That was impossible. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo has already investigated everything. Wait, when I investigated earlier, there was a mortal. This mortal did not have any Goo Master cultivation level. Meng Qiuzhen had thought that this was secondary. Or if Tiger Poison Goo was not chosen, the mortal would provide some help to the Goo Cultivator exploring the Dream Realm. But now, Meng Qiuzhen felt that this mortal was a crucial factor. According to the information he gathered, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew the location of that mortal. He immediately moved and got closer. But along the way, his strength started to weaken rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected his body, his expression turning pale. The plague is acting up. There are still around 2 days left. Don't tell me, the battle with the black bear expended too much mental energy that my body could not bear it, causing the plague to act up early? This plague was unique to mushroom men. Once it acted up, mushrooms would grow from all parts of their bodies. The more mushrooms grew, the more life force would be extracted from the mushroom man. The plague was so intense, Meng Qiuzhen had only just discovered it when he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Is this the end of this dream realm exploration? I have not even seen Paradise Earth. In order to cooperate with the main body's plan to construct the Earth vein, Meng Qiuzhen explored Paradise Earth's dream realm in advance. No, I still have some hope. Persevere, I need to persevere. This place is not far from that mortal's location. Even though Meng Qiuzhen had no strength left and could only fall to the ground, he was not at his limit yet. At least, he still had the strength to breathe and could use the goo worms in his aperture. He immediately activated healing goo worms to stall for time. Healing goo masters could only slow down the severity of the plague and not the root cause. But it was like a child trying to stop a car, the effect was minimal. Damn it, I expended most of my primeval essence in the battle with the Black Bear King. My primeval essence is about to run dry. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a desperate situation again. But at that moment, he heard a rustling sound. It's that mortal's footsteps. Very good. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shined as he shouted with all his strength, "Save me, save me." P.S. Congratulations to Cleansing Soul Extreme Frost for becoming the leader of this book. I owe you an update. This way, I owe you 6 updates. I need to use them at the climax. The bald youngster grinned. Never mind, Sister Fong, let me help you, let's pick together. The bald youngster said as he started. Tender, so tender. He picked a few and said. Meng Qiuzhen answered, these are all fresh, I just picked them today. Slippery, it's really slippery, the bald youth praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up at him with a frown, you are touching my hand. Ah, sorry. The bald youngster quickly laughed. Meng Qiuzhen stared, then why did you touch? It was an accident, The bald youngster quickly said. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless, he found that he was being teased. TSK, shameless scoundrel, you dare to tease an innocent girl in broad daylight. The mushroom man Huang Xiaomi could not take it anymore, he shouted. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my lady Fang? The bald youngster was furious, he had been staring at Huang Xiaomi for a long time. The two started to argue, anger was rising. This is the limitation of Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu could inspect the following scene and objects in the dream realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of the dream butterfly would encounter in the dream realm. Because the changes in the dream realm would only occur when the Gu Cultivator enters the dream realm for them to interact with the dream realm and produce changes. Before Meng Qiuzhen came here, he had already inspected the bald youngster and 2 clan villages market in the previous scene of the dream realm. But he could not predict what would happen in advance. The two argued intensely in front of Meng Qiuzhen, they were on the verge of fighting. Meng Qiuzhen was about to persuade them, but he suddenly had a thought and shut his mouth. Oh my, look at my bad temper. Brat, you are asking for a beating. The bald youngster rubbed his head as he gritted his teeth and attacked. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not back down, he also attacked. The two started to fight. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Meng Qiuzhen shouted as he retreated rapidly. He was immortal now, he could not resist a Gu master's battle. But thankfully, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they used their Gu cultivation methods. After a few rounds, Huang Xiaomi fell into a disadvantage, he was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is so strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He knew Huang Xiaomi's strength, after all, he had impersonated him in the first and second scenes of the dream realm. But to think that the bald youngster was so strong, he was already suppressing Huang Xiaomi. Wait, you are not a human, you are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly shouted. The battle was too intense, Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Great, you spy, why did you sneak into my 2-clan village? You must be up to no good. Ha ha ha, I am going to make a huge contribution this time. The bald youngster continued to shout, all of you, attack, he is a mushroom man, there is no need to talk about human morality with him. Shameless and despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was outnumbered, after being captured, he shouted unwillingly. Ha ha ha. If you capture me, I will be 2 clans' hero. The bald youngster laughed as he kicked the immobile Huang Xiaomi, you variant human, just lie there obediently. The 2 rank 4 elders had a whole new level of respect for the bald youngster. Thank you, lords. The bald youngster was extremely excited, he acted like a lackey, I will definitely perform well. Meng Qiuzhen, after a huge battle, Huang Xiaomi still died. Meng Qiuzhen's 3rd exploration failed again. After a deep reflection, he went for the 4th exploration. This time, he sneaked in ahead of time and hid in a corner. After the 2 elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell and cured Huang Xiaomi of the plague. He even gave him a healing goo worm. Stay here and heal yourself, remember not to step out of the prison cell. There is a tracking method on you, if you move carelessly, the enemy will find out. Meng Qiuzhen said, after I get rid of the crucial goo master and you see this healing goo worm flying in the air, immediately leave. Huang Xiaomi was very obedient, he quickly nodded, I will listen to senior's arrangements. Meng Qiuzhen made the necessary arrangements and immediately left the prison cell. On the other side, the dream realm changed, a bald youngster appeared. The bald youngster was summoned by the two elders, he was on his way when Meng Qiuzhen suddenly attacked him. Even though the bald youngster had high strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match, not to mention this was a sneak attack that Meng Qiuzhen had planned for a long time. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move, an intense feeling of sorrow, guilt, and regret filled his heart, he could not control himself. What is going on? It seems that the bald youngster cannot be killed? Maybe because they have been together for a long time, this mushroom man Huang Wan has already treated her fake son as her real son. This emotion was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's nature, he could not suppress it. Mushroom man Huang Wan's body was shaking, tears were flowing down her face, she could not stop them. Clang 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 clang, the alarm suddenly rang, the goo formation activated again, the two elders charged towards Meng Qiuzhen. They definitely did not see the bald youngster, they became suspicious after a long time, thus they rushed over to investigate. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration also ended in failure. So, this son cannot be killed? Meng Qiuzhen was troubled. Because Meng Qiuzhen could not unravel that earthy chi killer move. Even though this killer move was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what goo worms were used. And most importantly, even if he knew, would the goo worms he had be effective against it? If only I knew how many goo worms the bald youngster has. Unfortunately, I have already missed the best time to investigate. In the third scene, Fang Yuan was Fang Tu's identity. If he tried to probe around, since the bald youngster was interested in Fang Tu, he should be able to get some clues. Earlier, when Fang Tu was selling mushrooms, the bald youngster was teasing her, it was a good opportunity. But back then, Meng Qiuzhen did not realize this. Because through Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he could not see this scene. After all, the bald youngster did not exist beforehand, it was only after Meng Qiuzhen successfully rescued Huang Xiaomi that the dream realm changed and the bald youngster appeared. Right now, Meng Qiuzhen had already probed this scene, the previous few scenes had already disappeared. After careful consideration, Meng Qiuzhen stepped into the dream realm again. This time, he did not get close to the prison cell, he hid at the side. It was useless even if he got there in advance. Because Meng Qiuzhen had to wait for the two elders to leave before he could enter and save Huang Xiaomi, Meng Qiuzhen made arrangements on the path that the two elders had to pass. He used Create Dream Immortal Goo to create a new complex tunnel along the way. Chapter 2165. The Goo Masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiuzhen stomped his foot, with a loud sound, the ground caved in. A Goo Master was caught off guard, he fell into the trap. You want to control me with this method? He was just about to fly out of the pit when he saw Meng Qiuzhen holding a huge rock the size of a horse carriage, throwing it down. Don't, bam! The huge rock smashed down, smashing the Goo Master into the pit, he lost all signs of life. Soon, blood started to flow out from the bottom of the rock. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually trying to kill a clan member? The remaining two Goo Masters witnessed all of this, their hearts palpitating in fear. Weren't you guys unconvinced? Meng Qiuzhen smiled maliciously, getting closer. Even though the bald youngster had limited goo worms, with Meng Qiuzhen's battle attainment, How could these mortal goo masters be his match? In just a few moves, they were all beaten to the ground by him. Stop, stop, I surrender. The goo masters quickly begged for mercy. The sixth scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen became the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed, the Mushroom Man plague was also successfully cured by Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi obtained some poison goo from Huang Wan. Using these poison goo to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that was harming the Mushroom Man tribe. Huang Xiaomi sneaked away secretly. There were goo masters patrolling the surroundings of Tu Clan village. A group of rank 2 goo masters, a total of 5 people, were advancing in the forest. Stop, rest here. The leader suddenly stretched out his hand, instructing. The group had just rested when a colorless and odorless poison gas spread. Bam bam bam. These 5 goo masters immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. Huang Wan's poison path killer move is only effective against rank 3 and below goo masters. But in battle, there is no aura, it is very valuable. Meng Qiuzhen evaluated in his mind, before setting off again. He could not kill these 2 clan goo masters, even if they had no strength to resist. Once he killed them, 2 clan village would be alerted and chase after them. But a change happened right in front of Meng Qiuzhen. The dream realm suddenly changed, the bald youngster led a group of goo masters, they encountered Meng Qiuzhen. Variant human scoundrel, you are still here? Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? The bald young man was taken aback for a moment before he roared and led his team in pursuit. It seems that such a thing also happened in history. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could not detect this change. In fact, even if Meng Qiuzhen detected this change, he could not do anything about it. Because no matter what route he chose, under the transformation of the Dream Realm, the bald youngsters group would always appear in front of Meng Qiuzhen. From another point of view, this was also a necessary process in exploring dreams. Only by getting rid of the bald youth's pursuit would he be able to successfully pass through this dream. An exciting battle of pursuit and killing unfolded between the 2 sides. The bald youngster chased them all the way, but Huang Xiaomi had recovered his strength, he did not linger, he escaped from time to time and set up ambushes to kill the other goo masters in the trapping group. The bald youngster was Huang Wan's son, for the sake of safety, Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully got rid of the pursuers. The bald youth stood behind him and could not catch up, he shouted, "Mushroom Man thief, I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will kill you." The enmity between the 2 of them deepened. 7th scene of the Dream Realm. 8th scene of the Dream Realm. Ninth scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as the bald youngster, Green Beast, at other times, he acted as Huang Xiaomi. With the poison path killer move that Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe finally got rid of the plague. But war came. Even though the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place was not discovered, under 2 clan villages' forceful search, they could not hide for long. Both sides sent their own goo masters to engage in small-scale battles. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but heroes also emerged as a result. 2 clan village had the bald youngster, Huang Wan's godson. And the Mushroom Man side had Huang Xiaomi, Huang Wan's clansman. The 2 often interacted and fought against each other. As they competed, their strength rose rapidly, they advanced to rank 4 at the same time. Many of their clansmen and comrades died in each other's hands. They became each other's greatest enemies. Finally, it was the 12th scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi and set up a trap, using the tactic of sowing discord. 2 clan villages' higher-ups became wary of the bald youngster. Green Beast did not have the surname Tu after all, he was not a true 2 clan member. The Mushroom Man side set up an inconspicuous trap, it seemed to be the Mushroom Man tribe's true gathering place. Two clan villages higher-ups immediately sent the bald youngster to probe the danger. Even though the bald youngster knew something was amiss, he was not sure. After investigating, the bald youngster was ambushed and fell into a life-and-death situation. "Green Beast, today will be the day of your death," Huang Xiaomi roared. He commanded his troops to encircle and annihilate the human race, which had only a few people left. "Even if I die, I will drag 10 times the number of mushroom men down with me," the bald youngster screamed. He was bathed in blood and injuries, but his fighting spirit was high. Even the surrounding mushroom man Gu masters recognized that this person was a brave warrior of the enemy. Finally, the bald youngster lost all his strength, his primeval essence was expended. He was alone. And there were dozens of mushroom man corpses around him. "You variant humans won't live for long. Damn it, damn it. I have the will to kill the enemy, but I have no strength." The bald youngster smiled coldly. He knelt on the ground but still held his head high. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, "Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me. Even though I will die in your hands today, I was defeated by two clans' elders' scheme. You finally understand." Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly. He walked forward and was about to kill when a change occurred. Huang Wan covered her face and suddenly appeared. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out, successfully saving the bald youngster. But at the next moment, another human Gu master attacked. He had rank 5 cultivation level. Boom! With a loud sound, the human Gu master not only dispersed the white smoke, everyone's vision cleared up, he even obstructed Huang Wan. Huang Wan supported the bald youngster as they landed at the edge of the battlefield. Village leader. The bald youngster saw the rank 5 human Gu master and was overjoyed. He looked at the female Gu master who saved him. Chapter 2166. At this time, 2 clan villages Gu masters came from all directions, surrounding the mushroom men and Huang Wan and her son. The mushroom men were surrounded. They panicked. Huang Xiaomi shouted, "Don't panic. I have already asked for reinforcements from the tribe, they will stop us soon. Before that, we need to hold on." The mushroom man Gu masters forced themselves to calm down. 2 clan villages leader did not attack. He took a few steps forward as he looked at Huang Wan with a complex expression. "Wan heir, it is you after all." Huang Wan snorted coldly, "What do you want?" Once she said that, the bald young man heard it. His heart and mind shook as he cried out, "Mother?" Her identity was exposed. Huang Wan removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. At this point, "I can't hide it from you anymore, rascal." Huang Wan looked at the bald young man as she sighed deeply. Her expression was bleak. The mushroom man Gu masters were shocked. "This is the previous generation witch? Why did the previous generation witch save the human Gu master Green Beast?" From their words, they seemed to be mother and son. So Huang Wan was chased out of the tribe because she had an affair with 2 clan villages leader. She even gave birth to a son. The truth was displayed in front of everyone. Soon, the cause and effect was revealed by everyone. "Mother. Are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth?" The bald young man's heart and mind shook. He could not control himself. For a long time, he had been a pure human. To think that he was a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human. Huang Wan sighed deeply. "They are speaking the truth. Mother has let you down. I hid it from you for so long." The bald young man took in a deep breath as he took a few steps back, looking at Huang Wan with wide eyes. He had never seen his mother who looked like a mushroom man. Because the secret of his birth was exposed, he could not accept it immediately. 2 clan villages leader looked at the bald young man deeply before turning to Huang Wan. "Wan heir, is he really our son? I did not expect that after you left me back then, you stayed and hid in 2 clan village. You even raised our son. It has been hard on you all these years." Huang Wan snorted coldly, "You are 2 clan villages leader, I am the witch of the Mushroom Man tribe, we cannot be together. But the child is innocent. There is only one reason why I stayed in Two Clan Village. That is for my son. He is of mixed blood, and the tribe cannot accept him. Thus, all these years, I have been thinking of letting him grow in Two Clan Village, and finally reveal my cards to you, allowing you to take him in. At this point, Huang Wan looked at the bald young man and said softly, when you were young, didn't you always ask who my father was? Now you know. Nyangqin has Nyangqin's plans, but man proposes and God disposes. Today's situation is absolutely not what Nyangqin had imagined. Child, no matter what the result is, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you hate your father, Mother wants you to remember one thing, living in this world, no matter if you are a human, a mushroom man, or a mixed blood, you have to be happy, don't be entangled in hatred, only with an open mind will you be able to see the vast world. So, I named you Paradise. Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. What, green beast, is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? He's actually a mixed blood, but how could a mixed blood become one of the 10 great venerables of the human race? No wonder when I acted as Huang Wan and killed Paradise Earth, my emotions overwhelmed me and caused the exploration to fail. It turns out that my previous deduction was wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, don't say any more. Paradise Earth shook his head, retreating again as he looked at Huang Wan in disbelief. Why are you a mushroom man? Huang Wan's heart shook. Ah Lu, you have been living among humans since you were young, I know you cannot accept it, but, boom. The ground behind Huang Wan broke open as a Two-Clan Rank 4 elder broke out of the ground and attacked Huang Wan's back. Huang Wan was caught off guard, she was sent flying and coughed out blood in the air. This Two-Clan Rank 4 elder used this move but had no strength to chase after her, he said with a ruthless expression, Huang Wan. Back then, it was you who rescued Huang Xiaomi, and my own brother died tragically in your hands. For today, I painstakingly cultivated this move breaking earth-shattering life, how does it feel? Ha ha ha. Mother. Paradise Earth subconsciously ran towards Huang Wan. It was Lady Huang Wan who resolved the plague of our Mushroom Man tribe, quickly save her. Meng Qiuzhen shouted. It's too late, Two Clan Village's men, kill them all. Two Clan Village's leader shouted as he unleashed an all-out attack. The Mushroom Man Gu Masters quickly faced the enemy, they could not even take care of themselves. Lord Village Leader. Paradise Earth could not call out, Father, in his urgency, he protected Huang Wan as he looked at Two Clan Village's leader in disbelief. Paradise Earth was not a 3-year-old child, he was experienced in battles and knew people's hearts. Earlier, Two Clan Village's leader used words to distract Huang Wan, he used Paradise Earth to distract her and protect the Two Clan elder, allowing the latter to succeed in his sneak attack. You still made this choice. Huang Wan stared at Two Clan Village's leader, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent, there was no time to heal her. She decisively suppressed her injuries and quickly stood up. I am Two Clan Village's leader, I need to be responsible for all of my clansmen. Furthermore, exterminating variant humans is the righteous cause of humanity. Two Clan Village's leader snorted coldly as he charged over. You are so ruthless. Huang Wan shouted as she pushed Paradise Earth away, fighting against Two Clan Village's leader. Bam bam bam. The two fought with a huge commotion, the shockwave spread out as Gu Masters who could not dodge in time died. Thus, the surrounding Gu Masters immediately took a detour, creating a huge battlefield for these two people. Stop fighting. Paradise Earth was extremely anxious. He lost his head out of fear and shouted repeatedly. His condition was at rock bottom, he could not participate in this. Ah Lu, quickly leave. Huang Wan shouted. Ah Lu, you are a mixed blood, but you are also my son. I have seen all of your battle achievements. Hurry up and help the Stockade Village. These mushroom men deserve to die. Two clan villages' leader shouted. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Paradise Earth's body was shaking, he was completely out of his wits. A cold light flashed in Two Clan Village Head's eyes as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huang Wan, and the latter was ambushed and injured, allowing Two Clan Village Head to have the upper hand and control the battle. Two Clan Village's head purposely pressured Huang Wan to get close to a certain Two Clan Gu Master. This Two-tribe Gu Master had unfortunately fallen into Huang Wan's attack range, but his cultivation was only rank 2. Huang Wan did not think much, she struck this Two Clan Gu Master and killed him on the spot. No! Paradise screamed and subconsciously ran over. It turned out that this Two Clan Gu Master was his close comrade, they had gone through life and death together many times. Go away, ah Lu. Seeing Lu Tu barge in, Huang Wan turned pale with fright. Two Clan Village Head took the chance to attack, bang bang bang, 3 strikes landed on Huang Wan, causing her to faint on the spot. Mother! Lu Tu shouted as he used his body to block Two Clan Village Head's path, protecting Huang Wan behind him. Don't hurt my mother. Killing intent surged in Two Clan Village Head's eyes, just as he was about to attack, a battle cry resounded from afar. It's the Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader is here too. Two Clan Village Head squinted as he thought to himself, we did not bring many people this time, they are all elites, it is not worth it to exchange blows with these Mushroom Man army. Furthermore, so what if we win? As long as the Mushroom Man tribe's base is not found, they will not lose. Thinking of this, Two Clan Village Head ordered, retreat. What are you doing? Seeing that Two Clan Village Head was getting closer, the bald young man, Lu Tu, asked nervously. Two Clan Village Head sighed as a gentle expression flashed across his face. Lu Tu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all. But your mother is a Mushroom Man. It's the foreign races. Two Clan Village Head's voice suddenly rose. Do you want to join the variant humans? Two Clan Village Head asked again. Lu Tu gritted his teeth and did not speak. All these years, how many Mushroom Men have you killed? Even if you want to join them, will they take you in? Two Clan Village Head sneered. Lu Tu snorted coldly as he stared at Two Clan Village Head, I want my mother to live. If you do anything to her, I will not let you off. Two Clan Village Head chuckled, you are still protecting your mother now, any later and she will die from her injuries. This. Lu Tu was at a loss. Two Clan Village Head suddenly attacked, knocking Lu Tu unconscious with one palm strike and bringing the mother and son away. Kill. Kill these humans. Get Huang Wan back, she knows the secret of the tribe's living area. The Mushroom Man Gu Masters chased relentlessly. Meng Qiuzhen, who was acting as Huang Xiaomi, was among them, but he was only cheering them on, he did not do anything. Because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate the next scene. The Mushroom Man Gu Master's pursuit was futile, Meng Qiuzhen successfully arrived at the next scene. This time, he became Huang Wan again. He was chained to his shoulder blades, his primeval essence was completely depleted, he had no strength left. In the dark cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two Clan Village's Head walked in. Meng Qiuzhen squinted, from the previous scene, this was clearly a formidable character. Two Clan Village's Head laughed, he came prepared. You know my motive, but don't reject me. Let me show you this first. Two Clan Village's Head took out an information path Gu worm. Immediately, a scene floated in the air as it started to appear vividly. In a luxuriously decorated bedroom, Two Clan Village's Head opened the door and saw Lu Tuesday, I heard from my subordinates that you woke up, so I came to see you immediately. My son. Two Clan Village's Head had a warm expression. Lu Tu was covered in bandages, he stood up from the bed, but his body shook as he sat down on the bed. How's my mother now? Paradise Earth blurted out with an anxious expression. P.S. A portion of the previous chapter was missing yesterday. It was uploaded by mistake. It has been fixed. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese mobile version website. Chapter 2167. Two clan villages head sighed deeply. Your mother is a great mother. For your sake, she took the risk to live in Two Clan Village. Two Clan Village's head changed the topic, but I cannot let her go. She is a mushroom man, a foreign race. You know that these mushroom men are. Those who are not of the same race have different intentions. The best outcome for these mushroom men is death. But you are different, you are my son. You know that I have no children, you are my only son. Ah Lu, come and help father. Only father can accept you. This Two Clan Village is your home. Father owes you a lot. Father will do his best to make it up to you. After this battle, you have already accumulated enough merits. I know that you want the Two surname. Originally, the village still needs to be examined, but father will allow it. From today onwards, you are a true Two Clan member. You have the Two surname. You are no longer Lu Tu, you are Tu Lu. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Lu Tu laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery and sorrow. The goal that he once yearned for was finally realized, but he did not feel happy at all. I do not want the Two surname. All the merits that I have made for Two Clan Village over these years, I will use them to exchange for my mother's life. Lu Tu shouted. But Two Clan Village's head was expressionless. He shook his head with a firm attitude. Lu Tu gritted his teeth. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He pointed at Two Clan Village's head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. Moreover, I will fight you to the death. Ah Lu. Two Clan Village's head shouted coldly. Lu Tu did not speak, he only stared at Two Clan Village's head. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. The father and son stared at each other. Finally, Two Clan Village's head's expression relaxed. He shifted his gaze to the top of his head and let out a deep sigh. The sigh was filled with complicated emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sorrow. Two Clan Village's head looked deeply at Lu Tu as he sighed. All these years, father did not notice you at all. Father has let you down, my son. If father took care of you, I would not have ended up like this. Fine. Since it's father's fault, father will satisfy your request this time. Father will let your mother go. He will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe must be eradicated. Not a single one shall be left alive. This is father's bottom line. It is also father's biggest concession as Two Clan Village head. Ah Lu, you have to understand my difficulties. Paradise Earth's expression immediately relaxed. He swallowed his saliva. Lord, as long as you let my mother go, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribes. All these years, Paradise Earth had been fighting with the Mushroom Man tribe. The hatred between the two sides was as deep as the sea. The only person he cared about was Huang Wan. Good boy. Two Clan Village head became excited. He patted Lu Tu's shoulder. But father cannot let your mother go now. You also know that although we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe settlement, we cannot truly win. But your mother knows the secret of the Mushroom Man tribe. She knows how to find the Mushroom Man tribe. Ah Lu, Dad, you have to help me. Persuade your mother, let her tell us this secret. Dad promises you, as long as we eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of Two Clan Village's greatest threat, I will definitely let your mother go and let her live happily. This. Paradise Earth hesitated. Even though he wanted to eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood his mother's feelings towards the Mushroom Man tribe. Two Clan Village head patted Paradise Earth's shoulder. He said in an understanding tone, Dad will not force you, think about it. You are still injured, recuperate. Succeed or die trying. Cut off all means of retreat. Most of Two Clan Village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Two Clan Village's defenses were not up to scratch. The Mushroom Man army actually broke through the checkpoints and charged straight into Two Clan Village. A fierce battle broke out. The village leader and tribe leader were both rank 5, they fought against each other. Lu Tu and Huang Xiaomi's cooperation became the crucial factor in breaking the stalemate. They were too familiar with each other, even though this was their first time working together, they had great teamwork. The two had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they worked together, their strength rose sharply, even Two Clan Village's leader could not resist them. Eventually, the Mushroom Man tribe won. Two Clan Village lost miserably. The surviving Gu masters escaped to the dungeon, resisting and struggling at death's door. Meanwhile, Two Clan Village's leader was heavily injured, on the verge of death. He was captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. "Mother, what happened to you? Why are you like this?" In the chaotic battle, Lu Tu did not hesitate to get injured. He finally saved his mother. But he found out that Huang Wan had gone completely insane. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, you must live a happy and safe life. That is why I named you Lu Tuesday. Come, give your mother a smile, a smile. Mother. Lu Tu's face was covered in tears. It is all my fault. If I did not barge in, you would not have been taken advantage of by the village leader. You would not have ended up like this. At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He quickly begged, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know what is going on with your mother. Speak." Lu Tu shouted. Two Clan Village's leader, who was heavily injured, laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha, your mother is hopeless, she has gone completely insane." "That's right, I am the one behind this great Dr. Wu Xiao is the main culprit. All of you will die." Lu Tu's expression was twisted, he was about to attack. Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. Don't kill. This is not good, you need to be kind to others. You rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me. Lu Tu cried loudly. Slap. Huang Wan suddenly slapped Lu Tu, stunning him. Who is your mother? My son is here. She pulled Huang Xiaomi and patted his chest. This is my son. Look at my son. Huang Wan flaunted in satisfaction. My son is so handsome, so tall. What a great lad. Son. Huang Wan was smiling and flaunting a moment ago, but now, she was crying. Mother has let you down. Mother hid your identity, mother shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair would grow out and form a mushroom crown. You won't blame mother, right? Lu Tu howled, his tears falling like rain. Huang Wan ignored him, she only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Lu Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi with a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded, he played along. Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my good mother. Huang Wan shed tears of joy. Rascal, thank you for understanding mother. Don't kill your father, don't kill anyone else. Painting Path had always been purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had never spread, it was even more limited than Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path inheritance. Don't forget, a portion of these spectral souls' dream realms were obtained by Feng Kim Hong during the pursuit of Feng Yuan. But the portion that she obtained was actually very small. It was not worth Feng Yuan searching for it. After all, Feng Kim Hong had a lot of luck. After becoming Great Grandmaster in Earth Path, Feng Yuan immediately modified the original Earth Vein plan, he saved a lot of costs and shortened the time needed. Looking at the time, Kuxian Hong should have already reached southern borders Wu Clan and met Wu Yong. Feng Yuan plotted and schemed. Ku Xianxia did not harp on this matter, he retreated in order to advance. If Wu clan does not want to do this transaction, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back Immortal Gu to advance, I will also go to other clans to do this transaction. Wu Bachang's expression changed slightly. If Wu clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, but the other clans cooperated with Fang Yuan, their battle strength would definitely rise sharply. Even if they lacked resources and lost momentum, what if these clans took the chance to expand? By then, if Wu clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, they would instead be overtaken by other clans in terms of battle strength. By then, would Wu clan fall from the throne of the #1 force in southern border and be bullied by other forces? Wu Yong tapped on the table as he fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he is forcing people to do things against their will. However, even though Ku Xianxia is trying to persuade us, his words are not without reason. This transaction can be done, but we need to strictly control the extent of it. Almost at the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Gan Ni greets Master. Earth Extremity of the 8 Extremities knelt in front of Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Gan Ni was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was very deep. At this moment, she held 4 rank 8 Immortal Gu with both hands and presented them respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a look and was very satisfied. Gan Ni, as expected of my Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path Master. From the Fate War until now, you have received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 Immortal Gu. You have made a huge contribution. Gan Ni quickly said, everything is because of Master's luck path methods, otherwise, with my meager talent, I would not have been able to refine so many rank 8 Immortal Gu in just a few years. But because of this, Longevity Heaven's luck fell. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand to interrupt her. There are gains and losses in everything in this world. To refine these Immortal Gu, some luck is necessary. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took out one of these 4 Immortal Gu and inspected it carefully. This Gu had a strange appearance, it was square and fangzheng, like a wooden block. This was Imitation Gu, ranked 8th on the current Mystical Gu list. It originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If any other Immortal Gu in the world were in contact with this Gu for a period of time, the Gu Cultivator could use Imitation Gu to turn this Gu into the corresponding Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, but Imitation Gu could take a different path and slightly break this convention. But the Imitation Gu's power could not compare to the original. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had sought Human Chi Immortal Gu from Celestial Court, but failed. Giant Sun Immortal settled for the next best thing, refining Imitation Gu and turning it into Human Chi Immortal Gu. Next, he used the transformed Human Chi Immortal Gu as one of the cores to construct 88-point Jinyang Tower. And other than this Imitation Gu, the other 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu were all Blood Path Immortal Gu. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered as the 10 children of Human Path left the painting world and returned to the real world. We are finally out. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down the 2 newly added painting territories. We were nurtured by Celestial Court this time. Now that time is up, we can only leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take them down, the situation is set. Not only did beast tamers appear in the painting world, Chi refinement warriors also appeared. Together with our solid foundation, we will not fail. That's right. After the 10 children of Human Path talked for a while, Gu immortals from their sects came to receive them and bring them away. Qin Dingling and the rest concealed themselves and hid at the side, watching the entire process. These 10 are the human immortal seeds of my celestial court. No matter what the result of our trip to Crazed Demon Cave is, we need to support and nurture these people. Qin Dingling said with concern. Yes, Lord. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal in charge of guarding the place remembered Qin Dingling's words. Let's go. Qin Dingling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City activated, the huge city flew up again and charged toward Central Continent with an indomitable momentum. Its gaze was directed towards Crazed Demon Cave. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's main body moved from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peak that pierced the clouds was overflowing with frost energy. Its roots had already been cut and taken care of, all that was left was for Fang Yuan to take over. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yi and stayed in Wu Clan and Xia Clan had a conflict over this peak. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snow path resources. But the picturesque Frosty Peak that was covered in snow was now filled with holes due to excessive harvesting. Not only did it ruin the scenery, its production in recent years was also greatly affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fang Yuan by Wu Clan. Right now, there were many Gu Immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu Immortals sent by Fang Yuan, there were also Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, including Wu Yong. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet with a complex expression. Chapter 2171. On the 15th of December 2012, the first chapter of Gu Dao Master went viral on Qidian's website. On the 6th of January 2013, Gu Dao Master was featured on the cover. On the 16th of May 2016, Gu Dao Master was included in the premium channel. On the 13th of April 2018, Gu Dao Master had its first Silver Alliance Master. On the 11th of November 2018, Gu Dao Master logo selection results were released. On the 8th of December 2018, Gu Dao Master's book group, Gu World, was officially established. 6 years of trials and tribulations. We walked through it together. The indignation of many reports, the happiness of new results, and the problems of water and mathematics. Whether you loved it in the past or love it now, everyone witnessed each other. In these 6 years, we grew up together. Many primary school students became high school students, many high school students became university students, and many university students had wives and children. After reading the latest chapter, many friends started to read it again. Read it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. We watched as Fang Yuan went through hardships and dangers step by step, persevering and moving forward. At the same time, we went through hardships in our own lives, tasting the tears and sweat of youth. We grew old together. Gu Dao Master's book group, Gu World, will always open its doors, welcoming friends with similar interests to communicate, discuss the plot, criticize the author, participate in all kinds of book group activities, urge for updates, and vote together. The prize for winning the logo was sent out the day before yesterday, and there were already some book friends who received it. Gu Dao Master Black Sky Group and Gu Dao Master White Sky Group will be renamed to Gu World Black Sky Group and Gu World White Sky Group. To celebrate the establishment of Gu World, there will be an additional chapter. Gu Dao Master Activity Group. Gu World, 7227472001. Gu World Black Sky Group, 4972666624. Gu World White Sky Group, 3369363326. Gu Dao Master VIP Group, 2509063315. Gu Dao Master winners can join any official group, and after successful certification, they will receive the corresponding title. Finally, thank you for your support. From now on, let us work together. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. Lu Wei-yin could have transmitted to Fang Yuan, why did he do it in front of me? Maybe I can find out more information from him. His refusal just now was just to loosen the reins only to grasp them better and take the opportunity to raise the price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly in his mind. He had a premonition that if he contacted Lu Wei-yin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask about this, how would he know if there were benefits to be gained from this? Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2173. Immemorial White Heaven. Intense winds blew, causing Fang Yuan's long hair to flutter in the wind. He prepared for a moment before using his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was continuously devoured by the sovereign immortal aperture under Fang Yuan's method. Like when he devoured the aperture earlier, Fang Yuan did not devour the entire Grotto Heaven, he selectively split it into parts and placed them in different parts of the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, because this was a Rockman's Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions, the Mini 9 heavens only got a small portion. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. As the profound light faded, a mountain range appeared out of nowhere in Mini Central Continent. We are in, this is our tribe's Myriad Ravine mountain range. Shi Sanbai was extremely excited. Yes, this was our former sacred mountain. But in the current sovereign immortal aperture, it has become ordinary. Shi Guabai had a complex expression, he was disappointed but also gratified. These Rockman Gu immortals gathered together for this moment. They were originally the Gu immortals of this Grotto Heaven, but Fang Yuan arranged for them to enter the sovereign immortal aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly, they also gained many immortal Gu. He was on a completely different level compared to before. Let's go in. The Rockman Gu immortals flew towards Myriad Ravine mountain range. Welcome back, Supreme Ancestor. The old ancestors are finally back. There were still a large number of Rockman Gu masters in Myriad Ravine mountain range. They cheered when they saw the Rockman Gu immortals. Yes, this is our new home. Living here, our future is bright. After the Rockman Gu immortals gave a few words of advice, they started to move. They had a mission. This Myriad Ravine mountain range was a famous mountain, it was the center of the Earth vein. Fang Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During this process, some areas of the sovereign immortal aperture underwent a huge change. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King and many other Gu immortals were paying close attention to the movements of the sovereign immortal aperture. During this period of time, Master annexed several Grotto Heavens, his Dao marks increased rapidly. I can foresee that the abnormal situations in the sovereign immortal aperture will become more frequent and intense. Isn't that a good thing? The more anomalies there are, the more missions we have. Sigh, when will our clan's heavenly abode be annexed by our Lord? The Gu immortals discussed, they were looking forward to the future. Their mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was very opposed to Fang Yuan annexing his own paradise. But now, things were different. Instead, he was looking forward to it. It was as if his heavenly Grotto Heaven had not been devoured, and that was why he had not obtained the Lord's approval. Many of the Gu immortals whose Grotto Heavens were annexed and fused into the sovereign immortal aperture felt that they were superior to those Gu immortals whose Grotto Heavens were still in the immemorial 2 heavens. Lord Fang Yuan, Lord Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin shouted. He flew over from the horizon. Fang Yuan turned his head and smiled. Celestial friend Lu, it must have been hard on you to come all the way to Grand Earth White Heaven. Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly, saying in an anxious tone, Lord Fang Yuan, you know why I am here. Quickly set off, do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal Gu house descended from immemorial Black Heaven and went to Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan nodded. Many people saw this, that Immortal Gu House should be the luck suppression heavenly palace left behind by giant Sun Immortal, right? That's right. Lu Wei nodded as he stared at Fang Yuan. Right now, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have already made their move. If we do not make a move now, we might really lose this opportunity. Fang Yuan nodded. All right, let's set off. Really? Lu Wei heard the answer he wanted the most, but he found it hard to believe. These last days, he had been using information path methods to urge Fang Yuan to set off, but Fang Yuan kept rejecting him. To think that this time, Fang Yuan was finally going to set off. I wonder when Lord Fang Yuan will set off. Lu Wei was still a little worried. Fang Yuan smiled. How about we set off now? Lu Wei was overjoyed. Lord Fang Yuan is truly decisive. This is great, let's go together. In fact, Fang Yuan really wanted to go to Crazed Demon Cave. He had already used up all of the dream realms, his attainment levels had risen immensely. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels were still Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster attainment levels were Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, and Poison Path. Grandmaster attainment levels were Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, and Ice and Snow Path. Master attainment levels were Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. The remaining paths like Bone Path had not reached master level, but they still had gains. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he had not reached Spectral Soul's level, Fang Yuan's attainment level was already top-notch. He was the number one person in the current world in terms of attainment level and breadth. After all, Spectral Soul's dream realm fell after leaving behind a dream realm, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun were not Supreme Grandmasters even after being reborn. Of course, there were areas that were lacking. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and so on were still blank. These paths were few in number. Painting Path was purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Weapon Path was created by Celestial Court Gu Immortal Che Wei not long ago. With the increase in attainment levels, Fang Yuan could annex more Grotto Heavens, causing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to reach its limit again. If he had more time to digest them, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be even more stable. But the timing was not right. Fang Yuan used luck inspection and found that the situation was worsening again. Even though there was still room for improvement, it was already very bad. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan set off on the spot, going to Northern Plains with Lu Wei. Ever since the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, he had been using every second he had to recuperate and strengthen himself. Now, he was finally going to fight against a venerable. Chapter 2174. Fang Yuan was an exception. The demonic sounds resounded, but Fang Yuan was already prepared. Back then, he could deal with the demonic sounds, it was even easier for him now. Under the influence of the demonic sounds, the Dao marks of the same path in the seventh layer started to gather, forming a large area of dazzling colors. It was no longer as messy as before. Such a grand scene. Lu Wei praised sincerely. At the next moment, he saw Fang Yuan taking out Thieves' Den Immortal Gu House. Theft Dao Killer move activated. Large amounts of Dao marks were stolen and turned into the corresponding rank 9 immortal materials in Thieves' Den Immortal Gu. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure, they only had one type of Dao mark, they had huge value. Lu Wei-yin looked at them and could not help but click his tongue. He estimated conservatively, in just a dozen or so breaths of time, Fang Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't it a little too easy to obtain? Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin moved forward. Everywhere they went, large amounts of Dao marks vanished. The dazzling scene was like a huge rat that was gnawing away at it. Everywhere Fang Yuan went, there was only emptiness and darkness. Lu Wei-yin's eyes turned slightly red. Fang Yuan's gains were bountiful, the benefits were so great that even he felt jealous. I'm rich, I'm completely rich. This is the first time I've seen someone obtain so many rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Wei-yin muttered in his mind. He could not estimate how many rank 9 immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained. In short, it was a lot, a lot. As they moved forward, the two finally arrived at the entrance to the 8th layer. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly pale. He had been controlling Thieves' Den to activate Theft Dao Killer move. The burden was not small. Especially in terms of immortal essence, the expenditure was huge. Lu Wei-yin was a little worried. Lord Fang Yuan, please pay attention to your immortal essence reserves. It's fine. Fang Yuan smiled. I have the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Wei-yin's expression froze before he said, impressive, impressive, as expected of Lord Fang Yuan. At the entrance, Fang Yuan once again carved out 3 paths. One path shone with golden light, luck surging. This was the path of luck left behind by the giant sun Immortal. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. This was a soul path remnant left behind by spectral soul demon Venerable when he entered the 8th layer. One road was simple and unadorned, but it was virtuous. It was the path of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lu Wei-yin had prepared a method to let him step on the path to paradise. However, Fang Yuan waved his hand and activated the Thieves' Lair. These 3 paths were completely devoured and disappeared. Large numbers of rank 9 immortal materials were produced. Lu Wei-yin moved his lips but did not say anything in the end. He silently followed Fang Yuan into the 8th floor. Nothingness. The vast and boundless void was like a vast ocean. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin, who entered this place, were like 2 insects in the ocean. They were extremely minuscule. Fang Yuan had come here once before. This place left a deep impression on him. Within the boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, creating brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer but did not succeed. This void was clearly the profundity of Phantom Path. Fang Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then. He could not deduce the entrance to the 9th layer. But this time, he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Fang Yuan tried to use Phantom Path methods. At the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The void here seems to be different from the one I saw before. But Fang Yuan could not tell what the difference was. Even though he had made great progress in Phantom Path, he was still far from unraveling Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements in the 8th layer. Please follow me. Lu Wei-yin used a certain killer move to determine the direction and lead the way. Fang Yuan followed Lu Wei-yin and flew quickly. Along the way, he saw worlds that were being created and destroyed. They were extraordinary and mysterious. But unlike before, these worlds were also floating in the void at the same time. Regardless of which world it was, they were all moving in the same direction. Fang Yuan's deductions finally bore fruit. His expression changed as he said, I understand now. This void is shrinking. At the final moment, all of the worlds and all of the heaven path Dao marks will be compressed and fused together. Is this Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement? Lu Wei-yin shook his head. I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to go there as soon as possible. The two immortals flew for another half a day before they saw their destination. This is... Lu Wei-yin revealed a shocked expression because he saw not only Yellow Earth Great World, but also the great worlds left behind by Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. The three great worlds have merged. Not just that, there are also many small worlds around the three great worlds. These worlds were floating in the void, they were motionless. Each world was like a bubble. The three great worlds were the largest bubbles. They were green, yellow, and red. The three great worlds were connected to each other at the center. At the periphery, there were large numbers of small bubbles attached to the surface of the three great worlds' bubbles. Oh no, Lord, please look. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the large yellow bubble with an anxious expression. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was being attacked by the other two great worlds. Even though the periphery of the bubble was blurry, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin could sense that the battle inside was very intense. Especially at the border of the three great worlds, there were corpses everywhere. It was the most intense area of the battle. Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not separate us. Let's go and reinforce them. Lu Wei-yin charged in like a meteor. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. He was also covered in a layer of yellow light like Lu Wei-yin. It was this layer of yellow light that allowed the two to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the entire Great World, the first thing that attracted Fang Yuan's gaze was the huge mound at the center. This mound was like a small mountain. It was very flat and orderly. It seemed to be man-made. But Fang Yuan saw through the nature of this mountain. This is the graveyard of one of the 10 Earths? What a huge graveyard! There was also a huge monument on top of this unprecedented huge graveyard. There were only 6 words on the monument: Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. As if sensing Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan, Paradise Earth's tomb shot out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light shot into the sky like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. At once, the battlefield froze as countless gazes were drawn over. The sacred graveyard is shining, heaven and earth can witness it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of silence, a huge wave of cheers erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a tsunami. The morale of Yellow Earth Great World's troops rose. They roared as they launched a counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Dao field created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Looking at it, there were forests and vegetation everywhere. It was lush and unfathomable. In this lush world, there was a black and white mountain range. There were rows of high back seats at the peak of the mountain range. They were arranged in order. The 2 highest seats were empty. Celestial Court Qin Ding Ling was only sitting on the 4th seat. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin, they appeared after all. After receiving the information, Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin had helped Fang Yuan. Not only did he kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fang Yuan escape successfully. Lu Wei-yin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. This meant that Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan's intention of cooperating was completely exposed. Paradise Earth's tomb was located at the center of Yellow Earth Great World. It was known to all 3 great worlds' Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange for Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan to appear here. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth and said softly, "Right now, we have 2 main armies. One is the main force attacking the Yellow Earth Great World, and the other is using the Demon Judgment Board to hold the line against the Savage Wilderness Great World, trying to restrain the power of the Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu immortals, they are attacking other small worlds in groups of 2s and 3s. Originally, we and Longevity Heaven were trying to annex Yellow Earth Great World, but now that Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin have arrived, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer a juicy piece of meat. If we are not careful, we might suffer a huge loss." Saying so, Qin Ding Ling stood up and bowed to the Gu immortal on the 3rd seat. "Lady Minghao, Please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to Yellow Earth Great World and lead the main forces to resist Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling was the leader of Celestial Court, but here, she was only the fourth, she had to obey the 3 fairies above her. But right now, the first and second fairies were not here, only the third fairy Ming Hao was controlling the situation. This fairy Ming Hao looked like a 3 or 4-year-old girl, she looked like she was carved from jade, her large eyes shined with starlight. She blinked her bright and beautiful eyes, thinking for a while before saying in a childish voice, "I have heard of Fang Yuan's name long ago, but why do you need to go personally to probe him? Let them go." Saying so, she waved her small hand, a goo worm flew out. This information path goo worm flew to the middle of the mountain, landing in front of 2 goo immortals. These 2 goo immortals were not humans, they were not variant humans either. One was a withered tree, its trunk was thin, its branches were thick and uneven, but it did not have any green leaves, its roots were thin and long, there were 100 of them. The withered tree was called Wuxia Xianxia. The other was a long bamboo pole, it was jade green like jade, it was called Qinghao. Qinghao floated in the air, it was swaying, it was sleeping. Wuxia Xianxia was lying in a cave, it looked like he was lying on a chair. The tree roots were entangled, resting on a rock, it was like a human's leg resting on a chair, it was very comfortable. Wuxia Xianxia received the information path goo worm first, he immediately got up. He stretched out a branch and patted Qinghao. "Stop sleeping, the sage has sent an order." Qinghao was swaying from the pat, it did not fall to the ground. It was woken up by the pat, it straightened its body and floated in the air, to think that it is time for us to move out. Immediately, the 2 immortals left the mountain, each leading a group of people to the front lines. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Yellow Extremity Jianghu, who was sitting beside Guy Mei, could not stand it anymore. He urged, "Brother Guy, why don't you make a deduction? This is not just a problem of Yellow Earth Great World strength, it is also Fang Yuan's actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no awareness of being a human at all. What I am worried about now is that he will capture Yellow Earth Great World's indigenous goo immortals, or even Celestial Court's indigenous goo immortals as captives, before keeping them in his sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions, he recruited variant humans as his subordinates, he did not reject anyone. In my opinion, it is very likely that he will do that. In that case, we might ruin Master's plan." Jianghu urged, he sounded like he was trying to persuade Guy Mei, but Guy Mei still shook his head, he smiled, "Actually, we don't need to worry too much. We are worried, but isn't Celestial Court worried as well? Why don't we look at Celestial Court's actions? Celestial Court has star constellation Immortal Venerable guarding it, she is the #1 wisdom path expert in history, her deductions are definitely more accurate than mine." Jiaohua's expression froze. Even so, Celestial Court has deduced that they will gain the upper hand. If we use their actions as a reference, we will fall behind again. I am not one of them. Guy Mei rolled his eyes, he sprawled on the table and went back to sleep. Jiaohua, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest stared at him, but he pretended not to notice. Charge with me. Chase these guys back. Kill. Thousands of goo masters fought on the ground, the battle lines were uneven, blood flowed everywhere. In the sky, that was the battlefield of the goo immortals, more than 10 goo immortals fought in a chaotic battle. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's goo master army launched a counterattack. But in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortals were still suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World Sage had already descended, the goo masters could activate their courage, but in a battle between goo immortals, just a moment of determination could not make up for the difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Goo immortals than Green Lotus Great World. There was no helping it. The three Great Worlds were created one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but this Great World had a lot of internal strife. Green Lotus Great World was second, Yellow Earth Great World was last. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the last venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had few Goo immortals to begin with. They were also being targeted by the other two Great Worlds. Their Goo immortal battle strength dwindled. They were in a terrible situation. Our sage is here, there is still hope. I want to protect Yellow Earth Great World, I want to protect my home. Yellow Earth Great World's Goo immortals shouted and encouraged each other. Green Lotus Side sneered. Even if your sage is here, you cannot stop me from killing you. You have a sage, but we have one already. The result of this battle will not change. We do not want to do that. But our sage has decreed that only by killing all of you and annexing all the worlds can we avoid the calamity of the apocalypse. Green Lotus Goo immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's Goo immortal specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely holding on, struggling on the brink of collapse. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Green Lotus Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, two armies appeared. The leading Goo immortals were Jianghu and Wuxia Xianxia. Immortal killer move, withered tree gives spring. Wuxia Xianxia shouted, and green spots suddenly grew on the trunk of the withered tree. Tender green sprouts flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Goo immortals. The Green Lotus Goo immortals did not have heavy injuries to begin with. Now that their injuries were reduced to minor injuries, their minor injuries were completely healed. The Green Lotus Goo immortals' condition immediately rose. Immortal killer move, green targeting life. Jianghu flew with extreme speed, drawing a green light in the sky as it pierced through a Yellow Earth Goo immortal's body. Yellow Earth Great World's Goo immortal was a black iron bear. It suddenly clutched its empty chest. Next, it whimpered as it fell from the sky. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals were in great pain. After Jianghu dealt the fatal blow, he looked down at these Goo immortals and smiled coldly. The sacred mountain has decreed that you will all die. Wuxia Xianxia laughed loudly. So what if a sage is here? The final victor will be our Green Lotus Great World. Another battlefield. Savage Wilderness Great World's main force was fighting against another group from Yellow Earth Great World. Kill, kill, kill. A mountain-like six-legged black tiger charged around in the sky, finally grabbing the Yellow Earth Great World's Goo immortal. I finally caught you. The six-legged black tiger laughed sinisterly as it exerted strength with its claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the Yellow Earth Goo immortal was also a giant, but he was torn into two by the six-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha ha ha! The six-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood was all over the black tiger's face. It licked it with its tongue. It was bloodthirsty to the extreme. Little Rock Lord was also killed by the black six tiger. Let's retreat, we are not their match. That's right, our sage is here. Let's retreat and ask the sage to avenge us. The Goo Master army on the ground was still fighting intensely, but in the sky, the Yellow Earth Great World's Goo immortals had already lost their will to fight. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle's cry as white light flashed in the sky. The immortals quickly looked over. A snow-winged eagle was holding a Yellow Earth Goo immortal in its mouth, swallowing him whole. It's Shweli-Do. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth Goo immortals were shocked and furious. Snow-winged eagle Shweli-Do shrieked, "Want to run? With me here, none of you can escape." The Yellow Earth Goo immortals' morale was on the verge of collapse. Below Paradise Earth's sacred tomb. Ken Kula pays respects to the two sages. Big Rock Lord pays respects to the sages. Please save our Yellow Earth Great World. A group of Goo immortals knelt on the ground. They had beasts and trees. Some had strange appearances, some looked like they were casually made from mud, some looked like children's scribbles, none of them looked like humans. These yellow earth goo immortals were all injured, some had severe injuries, some were even on the verge of death. But because Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin's arrival caused a huge commotion, these injured goo immortals were attracted here. Chapter 2176. Lu Wei Yin transmitted in secret, explaining in detail, Lord Fang Yuan, you might not know this, but your battle strength is too strong. If you act rashly, you might trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. Our arrival is so obvious, why would the Celestial Court send reinforcements to provoke us? It is to probe our strength. It would be for the best if you can make a move yourself. What else is going on? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Wei Yin smiled bitterly. I do not know the exact situation, I only know that Limitless Demon Venerable spent all his strength to set up Crazed Demon Cave in order to deduce the heavenly Tao and find the true path to eternal life. Today, it is finally time for this setup to bear fruit. Right now, the 8th layer's void is shrinking, all the worlds are being drawn to the center, merging and swallowing each other until only one great world is left. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction, it contains the answer to eternal life. If we act rashly, the battle will affect too much and disturb Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to punish us. That will be a huge loss. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see this. If we fight with Limitless Demon Venerable, the threat we pose to them will be greatly reduced. At the same time, Limitless Demon Venerable's method will be exposed, allowing them to see through more of it. Fang Yuan pondered, in that case, we can only act after the final great world is formed? But why would the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven come here in advance to control a great world each? Lu Wei Yin explained patiently, to be precise, with your battle strength, you cannot act for the time being. I can still act. If we can control Yellow Earth Great World and win, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. After the final Great World is formed, our control over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to annex as many worlds as possible to expand our territory. After the transmission, Fang Yuan understood the situation. He could not act personally yet. If he used his full strength, the commotion would be too great, and it would disturb the Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction, triggering the Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Of course, Fang Yuan could also suppress his strength. But there was no need for that. By suppressing his strength, Fang Yuan was about the same as the other Gu Immortals. At most, he would be slightly stronger, but he would not have an immediate impact on the situation. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan fought too often, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would be able to see through him, and his destiny would be depleted ahead of time. Lu Wei Yin invited Fang Yuan over mainly to deal with the final battle. Once the final Great World was completed, Fang Yuan, Xianxia, and Longevity Heaven would fight for the final result of the Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, it would be their turn to make a move. Before that, Lu Wei Yin could make a move. After all, he only had pseudo-immortal venerable battle power in terms of defense, and strive to make Yellow Earth Great World the final victor. This would have a huge influence on the final battle. If Lu Wei Yin could do this, Fang Yuan would have the initiative. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win, we cannot let the other two great worlds have too much of an advantage. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully during the final battle. By then, our strongest battle strength will surpass the other two great worlds. Lu Wei Yin told Fang Yuan about his meticulously planned strategy. To sum it up, it was to defend and counterattack. We can only focus on one aspect, but they all have excellent healing methods. Mu Cha-lang said bitterly. They have too many killer moves, they are too refined. The other Gu immortals shouted. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was number 1 in the world, even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven could not compare to him. After receiving a vast amount of immortal materials from the Grotto Heavens, compared to the other forces, Fang Yuan had the most immortal Gu. This book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2177. Immortal Gu were unique, immortal Gu were the most basic. And after the sovereign immortal apertures Gu immortals obtained many immortal Gu, they could easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these advantages were too obvious, they made up for their deficiency in Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus Gu immortals escaped with all their might. Only 3 rank 8s escaped, the rest were killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. Without a battlefield killer move, Gu immortals are not easy to kill. Bing Yuan sighed. They are not easy to kill? The Yellow Earth Gu immortals looked at the 5 Gu immortal corpses on the ground as their hearts jumped. Too cowardly, too cowardly. Shi Zong sighed, they escaped just like that? They are truly a disgrace to their rank 8s. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals looked at each other, transmitting secretly, if I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would have to escape too, right? How can we face Master with just this bit of battle achievement? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making up his mind, chase, we will kill our way over. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were shocked, they urged, everyone, don't be rash. There are still a bunch of Green Lotus rank 8 Gu immortals, they just did not participate in the battle. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to obtain such a great victory. We should properly defend our victory. Green Lotus Great World has several immortal Gu houses with terrifying power, Gu immortals will die on the spot if they collide with them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was unmoved, he looked at these Yellow Earth Gu immortals. We are subordinates of Sage Gu Fang Yuan, we only listen to the sage. You can stay behind and clean up the battlefield. These dead Gu immortals, be it their immortal apertures or immortal Gu, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest did not take them. This was Fang Yuan's order. The Gu immortals and immortal Gu that grew up here were the results of Limitless Demon Venerable's deductions. Killing these Gu immortals would allow the great worlds to merge into one. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao He Jian and the rest also arrived in front of He Lu Biao and Shui Li Du, so many reinforcements. Great, we're saved. Only 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals were left. Be careful, these 2 are rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, they are very powerful. They are good at, long-winded. Xiao He Jian was the leader, he shouted and interrupted the kind reminder of the Yellow Earth Gu immortals. This mini-man Gu immortal's eyes seemed to be shining with red light, he pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, this guy is mine, I will fight anyone who tries to snatch it. Roar! He Lu Biao's ferocious nature was aroused, you are dead, no Gu immortal has ever looked down on me like this. He Liu Biao charged at Xiao He Jian like a crazed demon. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were shaking in fear. Numbers do not mean everything. Shui Li Du sneered, charging into the group of Gu immortals. Boom 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 boom, fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky, it was too beautiful to behold. Bang! With a loud bang, He Liu Biao smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His eyes widened as he struggled to get up. Xiao! Xiao He Jian was like a meteor, rushing down. 5 to 6 other rank 8 Gu immortals also attacked. Boom 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 boom. The ground shook intensely, dust clouds surged, almost covering the sky. A strong wind blew, the dust clouds dispersed. The pit became deeper. He Liubiao was lying at the bottom of the pit. It was still on its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws twitched. I said don't interfere. Xiao Hejian shouted. Why? The contribution points belong to whoever kills it. The other Gu immortals shouted. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. We all attacked. Who killed it? Who knows? That's easy, we will split the contribution points. Whoever gets the most corpses will get the biggest share. No one knew who had made this suggestion. Thus, at the next moment, 5 to 6 rank 8 Gu immortals flew into the pit and dismembered He Liubiao's corpse. The leg is mine. Pfft, just a tail. Return my butt. Head, this tiger head is good, haha, it's mine. The rank 8 Gu immortals shouted, some were happy, some were annoyed. Those who did not fight for much turned their gazes to the snow-wing eagle Shueli Du, but Shueli Du was killed long ago. He died earlier than He Liubiao. His corpse was also torn apart by the Gu immortals. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Weren't these Gu immortals the subordinates of the sage? How could they be so ruthless? Not only did they kill the Gu immortals, they even dismembered their corpses. They were so happy after dismembering the corpses. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He advocated for peaceful coexistence, love, and unity. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, it had always been like this. The actions of Feng Yuan's subordinates were completely incompatible with Yellow Earth Great World. It was completely different from the expectations of the Yellow Earth Gu immortals. There are still some Gu immortals left. The rank 8 Gu immortals' eyes shined. But those rank 7 Gu immortals shouted, we agreed before coming, these rank 7 opponents are ours. You rank 8's got the meat, shouldn't you give us some soup? The rank 8 Gu immortals pouted, then hurry up, don't waste time. Do you want me to help you and get a share of the contribution points? Don't even think about it. The rank 7 Gu immortals exerted their strength. After a while, these savage wilderness Great World Gu immortals were all killed. Ha ha ha, these Gu immortals are so stupid, none of them are running. That's right, I was worried that without a battlefield killer move, we would not be able to stop them. The Gu immortals started to discuss enthusiastically. The 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the strange expressions on each other's faces. Savage Wilderness Great World's Gu immortals were very aggressive and ruthless. What made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World's Gu immortals most wary was that Savage Wilderness Great World's Gu immortals would fight to the death without retreating. Once they started fighting, they would disregard their lives and go crazy with courage. But in the words of these sage subordinates, why did they become stupid? How many did you take? Just this much. Oh, that's a lot. You made a huge profit. Hee, it is all because of Master, he gave us such a rich reward mission. At the same time, he agreed with Feng Yuan's decision. They were already the weakest. With such a force, they had to catch up and make up for the gap. Savage Wilderness Great World. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Sichuan looked at the information path Immortal Gu on the table with a grim expression. To think that Feng Yuan's force is so powerful. He Liubiao and Shueli are both rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, but they died so easily. But now, Feng Yuan's 2 groups have gathered and are attacking Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying this, Bing Sichuan let out a breath of air. He felt some joy in his heart. Thankfully, he did not send more troops earlier. Now, Celestial Court sent more troops. They offended Feng Yuan and his army went to find trouble with them. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2178. That's why I said that my divination was correct. Heaven's extremity Guy Mei said shamelessly while drinking wine and eating peanut-like food. Bing Sai Chuan could not be bothered to reprimand him. He looked at the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's force is so powerful, it is truly unexpected. If he attacks me, my side will definitely be on the defensive. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World had the most Gu immortals, most of them were half-hearted and unruly. If we could unite them, our side would have long since ranked first, surpassing the Celestial Court. The Heavens Terminus rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Green Lotus Dao Field was also owned by Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. However, the Savage Wilderness Great World was created by the reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and it was only Master who obtained it. How can anyone be convinced by it? Bing Sai Chuan could not help but knock on the table. Let's not talk about the reason, we should focus on how to solve the problem in front of us. Everyone, do you have any good ideas to recruit those wild Gu immortals? Green Lotus Major World. Every once in a while, an information path Gu worm would fly over. Qin Ding Ling's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main army, they even broke through 3 of our defensive lines. Close to 20 of our Gu immortals died. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were defeated are heavily injured. They have all come to the middle of the mountain to request an audience with the sage. Oh. Fairy Ming Hao, who sat in the 3rd highest position, couldn't help but reveal a look of interest. As expected of Fang Yuan. I didn't expect him to have a knack for training his subordinates. After a pause, Fairy Mingho asked in a childish tone, does that mean that Longevity Heaven has also increased its forces? Yes. Qin Ding Ling nodded. When they sensed that Fang Yuan had merged his forces to launch a counterattack, Longevity Heaven immediately sent reinforcements to stall Lord Yushio's group. Perhaps this is what Fang Yuan wants to see. Fairy Ming Hao laughed, since they want to attack, then let them come. Withdraw all the defensive lines and let them attack. Yes. Qin Ding Ling immediately relayed the order and deployed without the slightest doubt. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian had no obstructions along the way. They charged to the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the foot of Sacred Mountain. He looked up at the mountain and saw that it was exceptionally strange. The entire mountain was only black and white. The mountain rock seemed to be outlined with black lines and piled up with large pieces of white paper. The creatures on the mountain also lost their sense of reality. All of them had become white paper dolls with black lines forming their outlines. A tiny white paper doll flew down from the top of the mountain. After leaving the area of the holy mountain, she immediately reverted to a body of flesh and blood, turning into a little girl carved from jade. Xiaohe Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. The second half of the journey was smooth and unimpeded, which made them feel that something was wrong. Now that they were attacking the enemy's base, they only sent one rank 8 Gu immortal. The other party was the Celestial Court. Even if the base was empty, those rank 8 Gu immortals who escaped earlier should still be around, right? Why did they only send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian had a fierce aura, they were feeling uneasy internally. This army mainly came from the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. After all, they had been holed up in their Grotto Heavens for most of their lives, trembling in fear and treading on thin ice. They were afraid that the humans of the 5 regions would find them. If not for Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura, they would not have dared to attack. Furthermore, during this period of time, their strength had risen greatly. They were full of confidence, otherwise, with their previous state, they would not dare to attack like this. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian transmitted to each other. They chose a general to probe the enemy. This Gu Immortal was Wuxia Xianxia. He cultivated Poison Path, he was the strongest among the Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian did not choose their own people, they chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Man race was the last to join Fang Yuan, they had not submitted to anyone yet. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian used their seniority to work together against the Mushroom Men. In fact, during this period of time, Wuxia Xianxia had made many people envious. Because he had the most diplomatic missions, he was almost the only one who could gain a lot of contribution points just by talking. This made many Gu Immortals envious. Wuxia Xianxia breathed in deeply, he stood up and faced Fairy Ming Hao. His eyes shined with bright light, he was filled with fighting spirit. On one hand, he had been on diplomatic missions many times, there was some hostility towards him, he wanted to prove himself through battle. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to gain merit, he wanted to lead the Mushroom Man tribe and become one of Fang Yuan's subordinates, he would be able to protect his own tribe in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe was the last to join Master, we were naturally ostracized by our predecessors. But we also want to have a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiaohe Jian, and the rest, but Master does not have such intentions. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Maybe his intentions were simple at the start, but the more time passed, the deeper his intentions became. Master's subordinates are divided into two groups, one is the variant humans, the other is the humans. There are few humans, let's not talk about that for now. The variant humans far outnumber the humans, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian as the leaders, the two groups are expanding day by day, in the long run, there will be conflicts of interests, they will not be able to get rid of them, it will be disadvantageous to Master's jurisdiction. Thus, from the start, Master did not want my Mushroom Man tribe to get involved. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Isn't it because he wants to help my Mushroom Man tribe and divide the variant human forces? Wuxia Xianxia sighed internally. The longer he joined Fang Yuan, the more he felt Fang Yuan's unfathomable shrewdness, as well as his shrewd and unfathomable political skills. It was Lu Wei-yin who took the initiative to help. Fairy Ming Hao looked over and smiled, "You are the inheritor of Southern Border's Paradise Earth? You are finally willing to come out?" Lu Wei-yin frowned deeply, he greeted Fairy Ming Hao, "Greetings, Fairy Ming Hao, I wonder what relationship you have with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable?" Fairy Ming Hao blinked mischievously, "Take a guess." Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Wei-yin from afar. Swoosh! A five-pointed starlight shot out, it was so fast that it reached Lu Wei-yin the moment it was activated. Lu Wei-yin's expression did not change, he did not dodge. When the starlight reached him, a yellow light blocked it and turned it into nothingness. Lu Wei-yin sensed something, he raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised tone, "Carefree wisdom heart physique?" Fang Yuan nodded again, "I deduced the same answer." Lu Wei-yin sucked in a breath of cold air, Fairy Ming Hao is not a simple person. She has the unfettered wisdom heart physique, she also controls modesty gu and pride gu, this makes me think of the legends of Renzu. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Celestial Court. She seems to have a close relationship with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 35, Renzu and Great Strength True Martial finally arrived in front of Qian Kun Crystal Wall after a long journey. Qian Kun Crystal Wall was straight from top to bottom, it stood in the void like a huge mirror. It reflected everything that was happening in the world. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial entered Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Countless flowers, birds, fishes, and insects formed a dazzling image that filled great strength true Martial's vision. The sound of waves, thunder, and birds resonated in his ears, a refreshing, sweet, stimulating, and spicy taste lingered on his tongue. At times, he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path, at other times, he felt like he was swimming in waves, and at other times, he felt like he was falling from the sky. "Father, father! Where are you?" Great strength true Martial shouted. Renzu could not hear great strength true Martial's voice, he could not see great strength true Martial's location, everything was white and empty. "Son, where are you?" Renzu ran, trying to find great strength true Martial. Renzu continued to run. After a long time, he saw a small black dot at the end of his vision. Initially, he thought it was great strength true Martial, he was very happy. But when he got closer to the black dot, it had already expanded into a mountain. This mountain was very special, the rocks and plants were made of white paper, while the mountain stream and waterfall were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village where many ink men lived. Renzu walked into the village and caused a commotion. This is truly a rare sight. The inkmen spoke. Normal lifeforms would get lost after taking a few steps into Qian crystal wall, they cannot resist the colorful world, the endless mortal world, they cannot reach this place. You are the first person to arrive here. Renzu was curious, why is that? The Inkman elder replied, O human, you are only left with a skeleton, you cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. Instead, your life is preserved, you can move unhindered through the Qian crystal wall. Qian crystal wall had existed since the beginning of the world, it reflected everything, containing all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person entered, they would be constantly assaulted by endless information, after a long time, they would explode to death from the information. Renzu heard this and was very worried for great strength true Martial, he quickly asked the Inkman elder for advice on how to survive. The Inkman elder brought Renzu up the mountain. In the Book Mountain, there was the largest waterfall of ink, and underneath the waterfall was the deepest pool. The Inkmen called this pool Literary Spring. The ink waterfall heavily smashed into the literary spring, creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air, the water droplets turned into words, they were ink texts. Humans need to continue living in Qian crystal wall. These ink texts are your best helpers. The reason why we Inkmen are able to survive here is also because of the ink texts. The Inkman elder told Renzu this big secret. Renzu received the Inkman's guidance, he collected many ink texts and descended the mountain. Every time he walked a certain distance, he would throw down some ink texts as a marker. In this vast expanse of whiteness, the pitch-black ink characters were very conspicuous. Since you came to me, you must be very confident in your own strength. But let me remind you, even though I, Chen Cheng, am a lone cultivator, I have roamed northern plains for so many years, I naturally have trump cards that no one knows about. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master. Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily, everyone says that you are a pure sincerity immortal who acts according to your nature. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Let's fight. Chen Cheng was furious, no matter who you are, Chen Cheng will have a taste of your strength today. At the next moment, thunder rumbled as a battle between two immortals began. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, He Xianxia was in charge of 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. Swish swish swish. The water in the pool rose and fell, giving off an intoxicating sound like waves. A rank 8 immortal goo quickly formed and landed in He Chun-Chio's hands. Good, all the rank 8 immortal goo that were lost have been refined. He Chun-Chio nodded slightly, very satisfied with this progress. For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had one of Regret Pool's abilities. Any immortal goo that was successfully refined would have a success mark left behind. When the immortal goo is destroyed, for Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool would use the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the success mark left behind to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate would be even higher than refining a rank 8 immortal goo normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced back Fang Yuan's subordinates, Lu Wei-yin felt regret over the loss of immortal goo. But he did not know that Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably high. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal goo that were lost. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with his refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Over these days, the 3 great worlds had been peaceful, the flames of war had subsided, there was a short period of peace. Since it was not the time to fight yet, Fang Yuan used this chance to comprehend the profundities of this place. Fang Yuan had already inspected Paradise Earth's tomb. It was filled with Dao marks, the structure was profound and huge, it could not be deciphered in a short period of time. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the big and small worlds themselves. He wanted to comprehend the refinement path profundities contained in them. Sage, Savage Wilderness Great World's envoy wishes to meet you. Right at this time, a yellow earth goo immortal came forward and reported respectfully. It is Bing Sai Chuan. Lu Wei-yin also came over, bringing more accurate information. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at the time. They should be here soon. The defeat of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fang Yuan's plan. Even though Celestial Court had lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated Celestial Court's foundation. Celestial Court placed great importance on Crazed Demon Cave. Even Divine Emperor City had come. Could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Celestial Court? In the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and Fang Yuan controlled the 3 great worlds, Celestial Court was the absolute leader. In the contest between the 3, it was natural for the weak to resist the strong. Moreover, Bing Sai Chuan had come to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War. Thus, after Lu Wei-yin and the rest returned, Fang Yuan had been patiently waiting for Bing Sai Chuan's envoy. But this time, Bing Sai Chuan, one of the 4 Desolation Immortals, actually came personally. This showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Bing Sai Chuan smiled. Fang Yuan, however, had a cold expression. I am cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive. Bing Sai Chuan, your Longevity Heaven is not wise to cooperate with us. Once the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply, we might even suppress Celestial Court. This. Bing Sai Chuan's smile froze. P.S. Qidian has a 2018 Golden Keyboard event. Everyone can vote for author or iconic character in the book. Thanks to everyone's support, many people voted for me. I personally do not care much about the author's achievements, but Guiyue Fang Yuan, I really want to see him rise to the top. I have already voted for Guiyue Fang Yuan. I suggest everyone to vote for Guiyue Fang Yuan if they are interested. Let old demon fight. If we do not work together, how can we force out Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? How can we defeat 3 Pseudo-Venerables? How can we protect Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable from reviving? Bing Sai Chuan's meaning was clear. Celestial Court had too much of an advantage. If they did not work together now, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Celestial Court would have already won. Thus, both sides had to work together. Lu Wei-yin looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing to work together. Longevity Heaven did not seem to fear Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival. It seemed to have a lot of confidence in itself. It definitely had many trump cards. But for now, Celestial Court was still the strongest. They needed to restrain its advance. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting. Both sides sent out their main forces to attack Green Lotus Great World. Even though they allied with Longevity Heaven, the extent of the alliance was limited. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange true inheritances. Using venerable true inheritances of the same value to exchange for Giant Sun's Luck Path true inheritance that Longevity Heaven had collected. Bing Sai Chuan rejected. His tone was polite but his attitude was firm. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange immortal materials. He wanted to exchange for rank 9 Luck Path immortal materials, but Bing Sai Chuan rejected him. Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such an extent. When his subordinates moved out earlier, even Bing Sai Chuan was dumbfounded. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were very unhappy with Spectral Soul, Red Lotus, and the other venerables. In order to let Fang Yuan destroy Fate Gu, they had truly nurtured Fang Yuan too much. In just a few days, Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such a terrifying extent. What about his own strength? To what extent would it reach? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fang Yuan? This was no different from continuing to support the enemy. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's cooperation caused a huge change in the situation. However, Celestial Court had already expected this. They allowed the two sides to attack with all their might, but they were still able to defend themselves well. Occasionally, when the defensive line was about to collapse, Fairy Minghao and Fairy Yuxiu would move out personally. They would either stabilize the situation in Celestial Court and repel the invading Gu Immortals, or seize the opportunity to counterattack Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, causing huge casualties. Fang Yuan also witnessed Fairy Yuxiu's battle strength. Fairy Yuxiu also had an outstanding combat system. Her offensive methods were very special. They were based on the difference in attainment level between her and her enemies. The greater the difference, the stronger her attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the foot of Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates had not achieved such results again. The three sides fought like this. The situation was in a stalemate as days passed. Large numbers of Gu cultivators died. Their sacrifices made the three great worlds grow larger and more stable with more Dao marks. The more Gu cultivators that died in foreign lands, the more the regional walls of the three great worlds would dissipate, the larger the connection would be. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yuxiu gathered the Celestial Court's immortals, saying, "Right now, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan are working together. They are giving us huge pressure. Our forces are hidden in the Immortal Graveyard. Fang Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not moved out yet. Longevity Heaven definitely has hidden forces as well. Since the situation is in a stalemate and everyone is wary of each other, the small and small worlds outside of the three great worlds will be the key to victory. Even though these small and small worlds are weak, they have Gu Immortals. If we can get them to join our side, we will have an advantage in the competition between the three sides." During this period of time, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to suppress Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's losses were even more severe. Zhou Xianxian sighed, "These small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack. Even though we could attack them forcefully, few Gu Immortals chose to join us." Princess Impatience added, "These native Gu Immortals lack intelligence and are very stubborn. Most of them have enmity towards the three great worlds. They think that if their small worlds fuse with the great worlds, their homeland will be destroyed, thus they are stubborn and stubborn." So, Fairy Yuxiu smiled. 3 days later, I will hold a Dao impartation ceremony at the peak of Book Mountain. I will teach everyone regardless of background. Any Gu cultivator, be they mortal or immortal, can participate. How do we do that? Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Yu Xiu explained in detail. The Celestial Court's Immortal's expressions changed. Lady Yu Xiu has such a divine ability? This is truly admirable. This way, we don't have to worry about Gu cultivators not joining our Celestial Court. These Gu cultivators are neither fish nor fowl, they actually have the fortune to listen to Lady Yu Xiu's Dao impartation ceremony. This is too good for them. They are just cannon fodder, they will be sacrificed sooner or later. There is no harm in doing this. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals discussed, the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Divine Emperor City. Qi Howling Painting World. A group of beggars surrounded Fang Di Chang as they faced a huge elephant. The elephant was pure white in color, it stood on the ground without moving, it was like a majestic mountain. The beggars had been facing each other for a long time, they felt a chill in their hearts, their morale continued to fall, they gradually did not dare to fight this elephant. Fang Di Chang frowned deeply, this Qi monster is formed from righteous Qi. The longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Qi monsters were of all shapes and sizes, they were formed from all kinds of Qi, they had different natures and abilities. For example, Qi monsters formed from domineering Qi were usually domineering. And Qi monsters formed from death Qi liked to roam around places where death was the most common. Qi monsters formed from life Qi had very strong recovery abilities. Qi monsters formed from luck Qi were hard to encounter, once they were killed, the benefits to the Gu cultivator would not be small. Even though Fang Di Chang was Fang Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had already lost his body, he did not even have a soul. He only had a will left, residing in the human path Gu worm, beggar Gu. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant formed from righteous Qi. Thankfully, the white elephant formed from righteous Qi was not irritable, it did not attack and only faced the beggars. I'm here. Shen Shang finally charged over. He quickly finished off his previous opponents and rushed over to reinforce Fang Di Chang. He had fought a group of blood Qi monsters alone earlier, so he was covered in blood. Fang Di Chang immediately let out a sigh of relief, he gathered the beggars and let Shen Shang into the encirclement. Shen Shang fought the white elephant while using human path methods. This rank 8 Gu Immortal was indeed worthy of being a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster favored by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he quickly gained the upper hand. But just as he was about to get rid of this righteous white elephant, the ground suddenly shook. Rumble, a group of over 10,000 bull-shaped Qi monsters raised dust clouds as they galloped over. Shen Shang and Fang Di Chang's expressions changed. The righteous white elephant cried out in fear as it fled frantically. Shen Shang ignored it, he directly grabbed Fang Di Chang and ran in another direction. 10,000 bulls galloped like a tsunami, sweeping through heaven and earth, they were unstoppable. Shen Shang and Fang Di Chang barely escaped as they watched the bulls leave. These are Qi monsters formed from fighting bull Qi, the scale is too huge, who can stop them? Shen Shang sighed. Fang Di Chang said solemnly, the route the bulls are taking is the nearest camp. I wonder how many casualties there will be, but that camp is definitely finished. Shen Shang nodded, that's right, once the camp is lost, we can only retreat to the camp behind, it will be even more inconvenient to explore. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese website mobile version website. The immortals were stunned, but at the next moment, they cheered loudly. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain, even the foot of the mountain was filled with Gu masters. The Gu masters could only surround Book Mountain, they could not ascend it. At the foot of the mountain, many new Gu immortal faces appeared. These Gu immortals came from all sorts of small worlds. They heard that a sage was teaching on Book Mountain. It would be a waste not to come. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy Yushio activated endless learning again. Illusions started to appear. Each person was different. I see it, so many flowers. So many pig heads are flying. Fairy, don't run, you can't escape. He. That lad is dead. I said that even Gu immortals cannot save him. My lover is an unparalleled hero. One day, he will step on a rainbow cloud to marry me, even though I am a man. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese mobile version. Qin Ding Ling frowned. Fang Yuan used this killer move after all. If we do not deal with this move, our great advantage will crumble. Many of the mutant Gu immortals were watching. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, no matter how many benefits they received, they would not join. After all, no matter how many benefits there were, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Right now, Fairy Yushio was guarding Book Mountain, while Fairy Minghao went to the front lines to prevent Longevity Heaven's army from causing any trouble. Fairy Yushio was also troubled. Regarding lingering poisonous ant plague killer move, you have already brought information about it. This move is incredible. It contains poison path, enslavement path, refinement path, wood path, food path, and even heaven path profundities. There are heaven path profundities as well? Qin Ding Ling was shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance can only alleviate this move. They cannot cure it completely. The Sage of Green Lotus Great World is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is incredible and has great power, but it expends little immortal essence. Gu Gulwan praised in her mind as she activated the immortal formation. The immortal formation burst out with a faint profound light that spread out from the small world. The small world had been flying towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory. After activating it for a few breaths of time, Gu Gulwan suddenly showed a shocked expression. What's going on? I clearly activated the immortal formation, but the small world is not under my control. It is flying towards another direction. Is the immortal formation ineffective? Gu Gulwan quickly inspected and found out to her shock. It was not that the immortal formation was ineffective, but there was a profound and grand force that was affecting her small world. Compared to this grand force, even the immortal formation could not match it. The Bone Wan could only watch helplessly as its home flew down and finally landed on the savage wilderness Great World's boundary wall. Her situation was not unique. Most small worlds were affected. They either landed on the savage Great World or were on their way to the savage Great World. Gu Gulwan and the other mutant Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their small world landed on savage wilderness Great World. It would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World in the future and fuse with it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable, that sage has already taken action. He can actually absorb all of the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery are spared. What do we do? Many Gu immortals started to regret it. If they knew this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World in such a hurry. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's heaven and earth luck method. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven did not hesitate to send luck suppression Heavenly Palace down. It has already started to interfere with the heaven and earth luck of crazed demon cave's 8th layer. That's why these small worlds landed on his side. It is a venerable method after all. Fairy Yushio sighed. Even though they saw through this method of Longevity Heaven, they could not break it. Not mentioning luck path methods, Longevity Heaven was superior to Celestial Court. This method was activated by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. To break it, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had to be destroyed. And Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was hidden deep in Savage Wilderness Great World. In the current situation, even pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength. How could they attack it? Celestial Court could not think of anything, they could only watch. This way, Celestial Court gathered most of the mutant goo immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven took in most of the small worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World continued to expand. Only Fang Yuan's side was the weakest. After losing this round, not only did they not recruit many mutant goo immortals, they also did not obtain many small worlds. Celestial Court commanded the mutant goo immortals to counterattack. The battle line that had penetrated deep into Green Lotus Great World was pushed back. Goo Masters gathered into an army and slaughtered all over the mountains and plains. Immortals fought in the sky. It was an intense battle. Stone Monkey Butian rampaged in the sky. It suddenly gave a loud roar as it vanished far away. This move again. Bingjua's eyelids twitched. He looked around nervously. Where is he? Where did he appear? But Butian Kong did not continue to attack Bingjua. It teleported behind Shizong. Eat my fist! Butian Kong shouted. Shizong quickly defended, but his defensive killer move was instantly broken. Butian Kong's fist pierced through Shizong's chest, coming out of his back. Butian Kong laughed sinisterly. Its body shook as it activated its killer move. Shizong exploded into pieces. Rocks flew everywhere. Bingjua and Shizong were rank 8 goo immortals. Butian Kong also had rank 8 cultivation level, but it still managed to kill Shizong in a 1 versus 2 fight. No matter what formation this is, scatter. On the other side, Nya Kuangfeng's scream came from the Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud formation. The 6 Eggmen goo immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven had created the ancient battle formation Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud. It had already trapped Nya Kuangfeng for a long time. It could not hold on any longer. It was destroyed from the inside. The 6 Eggmen goo immortals spat out blood. They were either injured or dead. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Duan Hu fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was one of the 8 extremities, desolate extremity, but she was at a disadvantage. Duan Hu attacked fiercely. His body was tough like a mountain. When he charged, it was like heaven and earth were collapsing. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem Killer move was almost destroyed by him. These 3 immortals were born from luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert as well, unfortunately. Fang Yuan saw through the 3 immortals. His gaze turned towards Paradise Earth's tomb. Under his luck inspection killer move, this Paradise Earth tomb's luck was like a mountain of yellow earth. It did not move at all. It was extremely grand. These last days, the front lines had been suffering losses. Many of Fang Yuan's goo immortals had died. But Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The casualties were just a number to him. Stalling for time was also beneficial to him. Fang Yuan comprehended many profundities of Paradise Earth tomb. In the past, he could not create a tomb, but now, he could create a huge tomb in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It could be used as an earth vein node. Fang Yuan spent most of his time and energy on comprehending the refinement path profundities here. Ordinary goo immortals refined goo immortals, but limitless demon venerable refined worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was quickly filled by Fang Yuan. He had made great progress in it. At the same time, Fang Yuan gained a deeper understanding of limitless demon venerables arrangements. It's time. Fang Yuan muttered softly, his gaze gazing afar with a dark and eerie gaze. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the battlefield. The immortals were shocked. In the blink of an eye, lightning rained down, the immortals quickly stopped and retreated. Next, calamities and tribulations of all sizes appeared like rain and smoke, appearing in every corner of the three great worlds. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling was shocked. What is going on? Fairy Yu Xiu deduced for a while and understood. This is Limitless Demon Venerable's method. When the worlds fuse to a certain extent, calamities and tribulations descend. At the same time, Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the surroundings, observing these calamities and tribulations. Waves of understanding surged in his mind. All calamities and tribulations are actually excellent methods to refine heaven and earth. When Gu immortals manage their immortal apertures, under normal circumstances, the main source of Dao marks are calamities and tribulations. When Gu immortals pass tribulations, they will obtain a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks will modify the immortal aperture, causing the environment of the immortal aperture to change continuously. This is refinement of heaven and earth. Broadly speaking, all calamities and tribulations were refinement path methods. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, he had already understood most of the refinement path profundities of refining heaven and earth. Earlier, the luck hinted at this moment. It is time to use that move. Fang Yuan activated Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Chapter 2185. The sky was in chaos. Gu immortals were fighting intensely. Intense winds howled, wind blades shot everywhere. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment, wind blades surrounded him from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost, he snorted coldly as countless ice crystals shot out, blocking the wind blades. But at the next moment, Nya Kuang Feng appeared in front of him. Nya Kuang Feng was a green tornado to begin with. Now that it was condensed into a ball, it burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already thought of dodging, but he could not make it in time. He was sucked in by Nya Kuang Feng, he could not escape. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move now. Normally, the stronger the Immortal Killer move, the longer the activation time. While fighting against Nya Kuang Feng, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find an opportunity to use this move. In a dangerous situation, he could not use this move in time. In a deadlock, using this move would expose a weakness, the enemy would be able to take advantage of it. Even if he used it, Nya Kuang Feng would be guarded against it, he could not end the battle in one move. This is my famous killer move, Sucking Life Strangulation. It took me more than 30 years to build it with great care. I spent 100 years to modify it. No one has ever survived this move, you will not be an exception. Nya Kuang Feng laughed sinisterly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression, he could not dodge now, he could only activate his defensive killer move. Ah! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch screamed in pain. His arms were first absorbed into Nya Kuang Feng's body. Even though there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of his arms, they only lasted for a few breaths of time before breaking apart. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were twisted into pieces. Next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. This is the end of me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair, but suddenly, a black lightning bolt struck down. Nya Kuang Feng was struck by it, it suffered a huge blow, the suction force stopped for a moment. Nya Kuang Feng's wind ball strangulation fell in speed, the green wind ball was corroded by a large amount of black ink, it looked like ink. Damn it, another calamity has appeared. Nya Kuang Feng gnashed his teeth. Since a few days ago, calamities and tribulations had been appearing frequently in every corner of every major world. Especially in the vicinity of Gu immortals, calamities and tribulations were more common. Right now, there were many Gu immortals fighting intensely in the battlefield. It was not strange for tribulations to appear here. Nia Kuangfeng's attention focused on Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again, die. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not resist Nia Kuangfeng's suction force. He was sucked into Nia Kuangfeng's body inch by inch. My life is over. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair again, but suddenly, a dark lightning bolt struck down. With a cracking sound, the black thunderbolt struck Nia Kuangfeng. The Nia Kuang wind became sluggish once more, and the pitch-black color within the green ball of wind grew even more intense. The power of this calamity is so strong. To think that it could cause such deep damage to me. Nia Kuangfeng sighed. He shouted at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, "But you cannot escape, your life is mine." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slowly absorbed by the wind again. It seems that I, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, am going to die here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed. Right at this moment, another dark lightning bolt struck down and struck Nia Kuangfeng. Nia Kuangfeng stopped moving, the wind ball distorted as if it was going to explode. What is going on? What is going on with this calamity? Why did it strike me 3 times in a row? I was so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but he was not struck even once. Is his luck so good? I don't believe it. I'll absorb. Crack. The black lightning struck Nia Kuangfeng. Nia Kuangfeng did not believe it. I'll absorb again. Crack. I still want to absorb. Crack, crack, crack. Nia Kuangfeng could not take it anymore. The black thunderbolts struck down continuously, all of them aimed at his head. It was completely unreasonable. Nia Kuangfeng's body almost broke apart. It could not absorb Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, getting away from Nia Kuangfeng. I actually survived? What the hell is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still alive. He was filled with disbelief. Far away, the black lightning was still striking Nia Kuangfeng. No matter where Nia Kuangfeng went, the black lightning seemed to be targeting him. No, not just the black lightning, blood dragons, grey ghosts, and other calamities and tribulations also came for Nia Kuangfeng. Nia Kuangfeng was going crazy. At this moment, he felt like he was being targeted by the entire world. Of course, there were calamities and tribulations that took care of other Gu immortals, but Nia Kuangfeng had the most calamities and tribulations. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself as he observed. He soon found another person in the same situation as Nia Kuangfeng. That was the stone monkey Butian Kong. This unlucky monkey was fighting against Stone Warrior and several other rank 8 Gu immortals. Countless bats and white sparrows were pecking at him. The stone monkey's attacks were disrupted. Even though Stone Warrior and the rest were also affected by the calamities and tribulations, they were much less affected. Seeing an opportunity, these Gu immortals retaliated. The stone monkey was very depressed. In this situation, he could only defend. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Dingling stood up, her expression changing. Book Mountain was an information path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Celestial Court's methods allowed it to collect information on the 2 battlefields at all times. Thus, even though Qin Dingling was at the rear, she could quickly sense all sorts of abnormalities in the battlefield. Right now, Celestial Court's troops had already advanced into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. Savage Wilderness Great World's calamities and tribulations were few in number and power. Green Lotus Great World's calamities and tribulations were normal. But Yellow Earth Great World's calamities and tribulations were not normal. Not only were they much more severe, they were also targeted at Nia Kuangfeng and Butian Kong. What is going on? Qin Ding Ling was shocked and uncertain. He looked over, his gaze traversing a long distance as he gained a deeper understanding of savage wilderness great world. Longevity Heaven was indeed hiding a trump card. At this time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has activated, creating a wave of luck path. The wave is in line with the operation of the world, complying with Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements and promoting the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck. Those mutant goo immortals under Longevity Heaven are being taken care of, the power of the calamities and tribulations that fall on them is greatly reduced. Fang Yuan observed for a while and gained a lot of insights. At his level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Although he was only observing immortal zombie giant Sun's move, Fang Yuan deduced many profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. This move that Fang Yuan activated was called Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses, using Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo as the core. It was specially used to deal with those with outstanding talent. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now that he used it, the timing was extremely ingenious. It was completely in line with Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. Using Limitless Demon Venerable's strength, this move could envelop all the great worlds and greatly increase its power. Subduing ancient desolate plants involved enslavement path methods, Wu Guang was not proficient in this. He did not want to ask for too much now, he only wanted to kill this ginseng and obtain many immortal materials. Undue delay could lead to trouble. This was the territory of the Huang Jin bloodline. If these goo immortals found him, as a lone immortal, Wu Guang would not be able to gain any benefits. Immortal Killer Move, Decaying Wood Dead Ashes. After the number of ginseng roots attacking Wu Guang decreased to a certain extent, Wu Guang pushed with his palms. With a loud sound, a gray pillar of light tore through the sky and hit the ginseng's trunk. The ginseng's trunk was pierced by the gray pillar of light, a huge hole was formed. The ginseng roots that were still attacking Wu Guang seemed to have lost all their strength and instantly fell to the ground. They were like soft caterpillars, no longer as strong and firm as before. It's over. Wu Guang smiled lightly, but his expression changed immediately. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook, heaven and earth turned upside down. Over 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at the same time, each root was at least 30 meters long. The roots covered the sky, casting a shadow over Wu Guang's body. Wu Guang was shocked to find that the ginseng's trunk that he had identified earlier was not the main body, it was just a larger branch. This ancient desolate plant might have over 10,000 years of history. It is already close to rank 8, it is at the peak of ancient desolate plants. Wu Guang's heart shook. Countless ginseng roots smashed down. Wu Guang quickly dodged. But at this time, a wild immortal goo residing in a certain part of the ginseng activated, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall sharply. Wu Guang was hit by the ginseng roots again and again. At the crucial moment, the gray shadow appeared again. Over 1,000 ginseng roots were like violent whips, whipping and stirring the air, causing air currents to surge endlessly. Wu Guang's body was shaking, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Oh no! Wu Guang could smell the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence reserves would not last for long. He relied on his defensive method to preserve his life. But this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once it was activated, the goo immortal could not move at all, they could only stay on the spot. Wu Guang was in danger. The situation was changing too quickly, it was a moment of life and death. Wu Guang felt bitter internally. He had been too careless this time, he did not investigate more carefully. The truth was, the ginseng moved underground. It was not easy for Wu Guang to chase it, it was not easy to catch it. If he had the time to investigate it thoroughly, the ginseng would have escaped long ago and gone underground. It is too late to say anything now, to think that I, Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient desolate plant. Immortal essence started to dry up, Wu Guang gradually fell into despair. Roar! He was naked from head to toe. After he left the crowd, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the thick white fog and sea around him, he inspected his body. He shouted in disbelief, Didn't I die? You have successfully revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, Zong. But your cultivation level is gone, you are immortal now, you need to cultivate again. The Gu immortal who guided him smiled. Zong was speechless. After a while, he knelt down on the beach. I can revive because of Master's benevolence and kindness. Zong raised his head and shouted, tears flowed down his cheeks. Fang Yuan was using human sea to revive Gu immortals. He was creating both a human body and a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Qingqiu, it was originally a killer move that turned into a living being. By extension, any living being could be created using the Gu cultivation method. This was completely true in theory. In fact, this was already stated in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 14, had a clear record of this. All living beings were originally Gu worms in secluded domains of heaven and earth, the blue sea of life. When these Gu worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, they would turn into all kinds of living beings. All methods returned to the same origin, different paths led to the same destination. Using Gu to refine humans, using humans to refine Gu, human and Gu were one. Even though Fang Yuan knew this principle, only now did Fang Yuan understand the true meaning of this principle. This enlightenment was like breaking through the final layer of paper. Fang Yuan's vision became clear. He only needed to make some deductions now to design a killer move that could break Ni clan's Gu immortals' methods and extract all kinds of immortal Gu from them. It was not easy to achieve this step. Fang Yuan had a foundation in this aspect to begin with. In his previous life, he had been using the human isolation-style Gu refinement method. After rebirth, he had gone through all kinds of fortuitous encounters. He had some foundation in this aspect. Even though Ni clan did not become his breakthrough point, investigating Ni clan provided Fang Yuan with a solid foundation. Eventually, the quantitative change turned into a qualitative change. Fang Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in breaking through in human sea. Since ancient times, refinement path had two paths. The first was the hairy man nature Gu refinement path, using nature and Dao marks to refine Gu. In contrast, limitless demon venerable used Gu worms to refine nature. The second was the human isolation style. Ni clan's Gu immortal refinement path quasi-supreme Ni Ren used humans to refine Gu, implanting all kinds of immortal Gu in the bodies of Ni clan descendants. In contrast, sovereign immortal fetus, human sea rebirth, and blue sea of life used Gu to refine humans. The attainment level of refinement path Supreme Grandmaster is probably these four. Right now, I have already comprehended the human Gu refinement method. I only lack the final, using Gu to refine heaven and earth. And for this, using limitless demon venerables arrangements, I have already broken through. There are no more obstacles now. I only need to move forward and comprehend all the profundities. Fang Yuan evaluated. Jewel yellow skies. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was searching inside. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she accidentally witnessed Feng Huan's rebirth and killed him, Bai Ningbing obtained a large number of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. Chapter 2188. Northern Plains. An intense battle had just started for a few rounds. Yin Wuke continued to retreat while pointing his finger at He Lulan. Immortal killer move, crescent stab. Clang. At the next moment, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. A translucent light blue crescent shot out of the ground like a blade, slashing towards He Lulan. He Lulan was prepared. She jumped up at almost the same time, dodging it. Yin Wuke's pupils shrunk. This attack was very fast, ordinary Gu immortals could not dodge it. But He Lulan dodged it successfully. This showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. This method of mine has only failed on Tian Xia Xian and Tian Yizi. The former is a wisdom path Gu immortal. He has the ability to make deductions. The latter cultivates time path and has investigative methods that can predict the future. To think that I would fail on this mysterious female immortal again. Even though she cultivates strength path, she cannot be underestimated. Several thoughts flashed past Yin Wuke's mind. At the same time, he was still retreating. Rumble. He Lulan exerted strength. Her body was like a meteor. She tore through the air and got close to Yin Wuke in a few breaths of time. Yin Wuke gritted his teeth. He raised his hands and used a killer move, Moonrise. A trace of moonlight appeared above his head and floated up, but before he reached the top, He Lulan's fist had already arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Yin Wuke was sent flying by He Lulan like a rubber ball. His thin body flew far away. He crashed on the ground and was dragged more than 10 steps away by the inertia. A deep trench was left on the ground along the way. When he raised his head again, Yin Wuke saw He Lulan's figure again, as well as her fist. Yin Wuke's heart jumped. That punch earlier, even though Yin Wuke had defensive methods, he was still heavily injured. He did not want to take a second punch. You fell for it. Yin Wuke suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lulan. Chang, 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 chang. In an instant, 5 light blue, translucent moon blades appeared out of thin air and aimed at the center from all directions. He Lulan stabbed forward. He Lulan's eyes shone with a cold light. She didn't dodge or evade, and continued to throw her fists forward. Yin Wuke's smile froze. He watched as the fist grew bigger and bigger until it finally landed on his eye. Boom! Yin Wuke was originally lying on the ground with his head slightly raised. After receiving this punch, his head smashed into the deep pit below him with terrifying momentum. The earth trembled and rocks flew everywhere. Wooden statue Lord Wu Guang and pure sincerity Immortal Chen Cheng's eyes twitched. Just seeing Yin Wuke being beaten up made them feel pain. Yin Wuke was directly smashed into the ground by this attack, and he was a few meters away from the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, but He Lulan did not give chase. Instead, she quickly retreated. Clang, 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 endless moon blades seemed to have gone crazy. They were created continuously and slashed at He Lulan. He Lulan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her movements were simple and extremely nimble. Most of the crescent blades were dodged, and a few were shattered by her 2 fists. Yin Wuke's crazy attacks finally gave him a chance to catch his breath. He flew out of the deep pit and into the sky. Right now, his face was covered in dust, one of his eyes was cracked, his eyelid was swollen and was purple. His vision was extremely blurry, his gaze flickered with lingering fear. Those 2 punches just now almost made me lie on the ground. So dangerous. Thankfully, I succeeded in moon ascension. Yin Wuke let out a breath of turbid air. It was also a silver radiance, it seemed to be greatly beneficial to the silver pillar. What is going on? Fang Yuan's body shook, so it was like this. I understand now. He looked far away, piercing through the distance of 10,000 li, towards the central area where the three great worlds intersected. There, a small world appeared, emitting the strong aura of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This was Thieving Heaven space. There was probably a Thieving Heaven true inheritance inside. P.S. Congratulations to Eating Melon for becoming the leader of this book. My eyes are watery with tears. I still need to update 12 chapters, the pressure is huge. In the past, I could update 7 chapters at once. But update 12 chapters at once? I can only vent my anger and vomit blood, I can't update anymore. The difficulty is too high. Everyone, take it easy, take it easy. I'm a little afraid. I want to have a good Christmas and a good New Year. Chapter 2189. Bam 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 bam, a series of fierce attacks sent Yin Wu-Kei to the ground. Yin Wu-Kei hugged his head and curled into a ball, activating defensive killer moves with all his might. But under all sorts of punches and kicks, his defensive methods crumbled rapidly. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Yin Wu-Kei shouted anxiously. Fairy Black Moon, it's best to forgive and forget. Wu Guang hurried over to persuade her. He Lulan was only sparring, she did not have much killing intent. Hearing this, she stopped. She turned to Chen Cheng. Yin Wu-Kei has lost. Who is his next opponent? While she was asking, 2 Gu immortals flew over from the sky. 2 immortals, 1 male and 1 female. The male was tall, he had a shoehorn face and bean-sized eyes. He gave off the aura of a rank 7 light path Gu immortal. The female immortal had the appearance of a young girl, her eyes were round and bright, she had a petite and cute body, she was a rank 7 wood path Gu immortal. They were Lu tribe's Gu immortals, Lu Chang and Lu Luo. Chen Cheng, Wu Guang, and the rest looked at each other, they did not speak. But Lu Luo asked first, what is going on? No one answered her. Lu Luo looked at Yin Wu Quebec. Yin Wu-Kei was still lying on the ground, being healed by Wu Guang. He smiled bitterly. This Fairy Black Moon came to challenge me, she has powerful methods, I am not her match. Lu Chang heard this and his eyes brightened, he smiled, Fairy Black Moon? May I know your name? To think that Northern Plains Gu immortal world would have such a heroine. Lu Luo mocked Yin Wu-Kei. Yin Wu-Kei, now you know the pain of being a lone cultivator, right? Our Lu family recruiting you as a guest Grand Elder will also be of great benefit to you. At least, after you join our tribe, any Gu immortals who challenge you will have to consider the consequences of angering our Lu tribe. Yin Wu-Kei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you for persuading me so many times, but I am used to living a carefree life, I have no intention of joining any super force. Lu Luo frowned. You still don't know how to appreciate favors? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war, Longevity Heaven ordered the Huang Jin tribes to unite Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Many Gu immortals were recruited by these Huang Jin tribes, while many demonic cultivators were also killed. On the other side, He Lulan had no intention to answer Lu Zhang's question. She said to Chen Cheng, let's go. Wait! Lu Luo shrieked and tried to stop her. Then, she looked at He Lulan. Female immortal, you're too daring. Don't you know that Yin Wuk was recruited by my Lu family? Now that you've injured him, you want to walk away? Sister. Lu Chang tried to persuade her, feeling a little helpless in his heart. Lu Luo had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7, the rise in her strength also caused her emotions to be somewhat restless. If she was alone, perhaps her attitude would not be like this, but now that her brother Lu Chang was by her side to rely on, Lu Luo's attitude became somewhat casual. But Lu Chang had always loved this sister of his. He did not scold her. Instead, he stared at He Lulan. "Fairy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu family? If I become the Lu family's supreme guest elder." "Shut your dog mouth," He Lulan said plainly. "Huh?" Lu Chang was stunned. Lu Luo stared with wide eyes. She was shocked and furious. "How dare you? You shrew!" Before she finished, He Lulan interrupted her. "Two dogs blocking the way. If you bark again, I will kill you." Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Chen Chen quickly stopped her and tried to mediate. Lu Luo shrieked, "I will not let today's matter rest. I want to see." Boom! He Lulan attacked fiercely. A strength path phantom suddenly appeared in front of Lu Luo and punched the latter's face, sending her flying. "Sister!" Lu Chang was furious. He was about to attack. With a loud sound, he was also sent flying by He Lulan. Lu Chang was a famous rank 7 expert in Northern Plains. His strength far surpassed Lu Luo. He quickly stabilized himself. "You dare to attack my Lu tribe's Gu immortals? You!" Boom boom boom. He Lulan was surrounded by 8 strength path phantoms. She activated the dark capital strength tiger totem at the same time, causing the Lu tribe siblings to flee. This. Chen Cheng was dumbfounded. There is no way to resolve this. Wu Guang was tongue-tied. He looked at Yin Wu Kei and smiled bitterly. "So Fairy Black Moon's personality is like this. Brother Yin, you are really lucky to be alive from this person." Yin Wu Kei snorted. "If this Fairy Black Moon really killed the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe and Longevity Heaven will let us go?" Wu Guang was stunned. His expression turned extremely ugly. "Do we still have to help the Lu tribe siblings?" Wu Guang asked in a daze. Yin Wu Kei gritted his teeth. "You want to lick Longevity Heaven's boots?" Ever since Giant Sun Immortal set up the Imperial Court contest, Northern Plains has become his territory. For the last 300,000 years, how much suffering have the lone cultivators of Northern Plains suffered? The truth of the Imperial Court contest was known to all Gu immortals. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a bad impression of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, 5 Elements Grandmaster, who thought that he was a lone immortal, invaded Longevity Heaven. That was the proof of this attitude. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world, but it was very difficult. Many Gu immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huang Jin tribes. They did not want to listen to these people that they hated in the past. Unless there were 2 situations. One was when the 5 regions chaotic war started. Northern Plains Gu immortal world faced huge external pressure. These Gu immortals had no choice but to unite. The second was when Giant Sun Immortal revived successfully and subdued these demonic cultivators and lone immortals with irresistible strength. In fact, even in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world because of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was strengthened by fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. On the surface, he looked like a rising star of humble origin. Thus he united many of Northern Plains lone and demonic immortals. But the truth was, he was a pawn of Longevity Heaven, an arrangement made by Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this indirect method, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world after a period of 5 regions chaotic war. Now that the 5 regions chaotic war had yet to start, and Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan, it was extremely difficult for Longevity Heaven to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely return the humiliation of today's defeat. Lu Chang brought Lu Luo and escaped angrily. He was very strong, but he could not use it. He Lulan was always targeting Lu Luo. Lu Chang was very wary. He could only take a beating most of the time. He felt very sullen. They finally escaped. Chen Cheng let out a breath of air. He had been very worried earlier. Humph, they can't escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huang Jin tribes one by one. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my name. He Lulan smiled coldly. Chen Qing felt a headache. He did not expect his master to have such great ambitions. Not just those lone and demonic immortals, she also wanted to challenge the overlords of Northern Plains, those super Huang Jin tribes. Fairy, if you have such intentions, then I, Yin Wu Kei, am willing to travel with you, to strengthen your reputation. Yin Wu Kei walked towards He Lulan with Wu Guang's help. Oh. He Lulan raised her brows slightly. Yin Wu Kei smiled bitterly. To speak the truth, if I do not travel with you, when Lu tribe's Gu immortals come to settle the score, they will not let me off. I do not want to become a member of the Huang Jin tribes. All right. He Lulan nodded. In the past, Chu Du had fought against these Huang Jin tribes. I cultivate strength path with him, why can't I defeat him? Let's go together. I will come too. Wu Guang said, this is such an interesting matter, I want to witness it personally. Thus, He Lulan's group grew stronger again. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were being created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, iron chains appeared one after another. With a clattering sound, they formed an area where chains intertwined with one another in the blink of an eye. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised, he was forced to show himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appeared, stop, new Venerable. There is no space door here that you are looking for. Saying so, countless chains shot towards Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable moved like lightning, he moved through the chains like a nimble flying fish. Limitless Demon Venerable's will? His eyes shined with excitement. How do you know that I am looking for space door? Are you saying this because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You have hidden the 9th layer too deeply, I cannot figure it out immediately. Why don't you invite me in? As long as there is no space door inside, I will leave immediately. Limitless Demon Venerables will said, Thieving Heaven, even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things in the world. The current you cannot even control yourself, how can I let you enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself? Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his eyebrows. I only want to return home, I only want to see my family and friends, but all of you want to stop me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly agitated. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent, the chains attacked even more urgently. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly, he stopped far away and stopped dodging. A dazzling sapphire blue light blossomed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated a killer move, the blue light faded as a huge armor covered his body, he turned into a steel giant. The steel giant was covered in sparks, it charged towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The chains that filled the sky came to obstruct it but were all destroyed by the steel giant. Every time a talented Gu cultivator appears in the world and pushes for the development of a path, the Book Mountain can receive this new knowledge and allow the Mad Demon 9 Void formation to grow with time. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small, there was no world at all. But later on, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, Refinement Path, and others continued to develop in the 5 regions, the void here also continued to expand. First, small worlds appeared, then more and more small worlds appeared. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind the Savage Wilderness Great World and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Dao Field, greatly boosting the Mad Demon 9 Void formation. In time, living beings will be born and destroyed in other small worlds, they will no longer be limited to these two great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper and saw floating ice of all sizes, they were of all shapes and sizes. These are truthful floating ice? No wonder I did not find them when I explored the River of Time. So you found them and hid them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. Finally, he arrived at the lowest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a dim expression, he was very disappointed, there is no space door here after all. Limitless Demon Venerables will did not lie to him. Limitless will said, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you don't believe me, you can continue looking. There is indeed no space door here. How can I find space door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked. Limitless will shook his head, if I knew, why would I need to fight earlier? Oh Thieving Heaven, please return, there is nothing you are looking for here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stunned, he was speechless for a long time. No, maybe, this is what I am looking for. Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable laughed strangely. His expression was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, even his tone changed, it became hoarse and deep, as if another person was speaking. Oh no! Limitless Will's expression also changed. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse and deep voice, if I am not wrong, this is the weakest place in the Gu Cultivation world's boundary. Oh Limitless Demon Venerable, your Mad Demon 9 Void formation is using this place to pierce through the boundary of the world, allowing the things outside the world to enter as raw materials. That is why there are 8 layers of worlds, right? Say, if I break this place and leave the Gu Cultivation world, will I be able to find my hometown? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said this as his eyes opened wide, the excitement on his body intensified. Limitless will said in a deep voice, impossible. You are already a Gu Venerable, how can you not know the power of the things outside the world? You have already experienced their power, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside the world? Venerables are the strongest people in the world, no matter how long you last, there will be a limit. Can you guarantee that you will coincidentally find your hometown within that limit? You should know, you are not the only otherworldly demon, the world outside the Gu Cultivation world is not just your hometown. But... Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suddenly raised his head and raised his arms, shouting, but do you know? Do you know how much I want to return home? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable lowered his head, his fingers were in a daze as he muttered, do you know how tormented I am? When I was immortal, I told myself that I might be able to find the way home after becoming a Gu Master. When I became a Gu Master, I told myself that I would definitely find the way home after becoming a Gu Immortal. And when I became a Gu Immortal, I told myself that I would be able to return home after becoming a Venerable. But I am already a Venerable now. I cannot find space door, space door. Where is space door? Even if I find space door, can space door really bring me home? Gu Venerables are already the strongest. There is no path in front of me. Sometimes, I will dream of space door, I will dream that I have found space door, but I will find that space door is useless. Every time I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid that I cannot find space door, but I am also afraid that I will fall into despair after finding space door. Can you understand this feeling? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became heavier, he looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the place where the world boundary was the weakest. He suddenly laughed, his eyes were shining as he said in a hoarse voice, so let me take a risk. I will break through this world. Stop! Limitless Will shouted. He was already on guard, he stopped him with all his strength. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly bound by the chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him, he raised his arms and slammed them down. Boom! With a loud sound, the world boundary was broken, the most terrifying tribulation in the world descended. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable charged out of the hole. Limitless Will had no time to chase him, he tried to seal the hole with all his strength. But the tribulation that spewed out of the hole was terrifying, limitless chains were forced back, they could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, the hole expanded to twice its original size. The situation is urgent, if we do not seal the hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Fellow immortals, please lend us a hand. The Limitless Will shouted loudly. Reckless savages will flew out of savage wilderness great world, bringing along countless wild beasts. Genesis Lotus will flew out of green lotus great world, bringing along countless plants. The combined power of the three venerables could only maintain the situation, they could not seal the hole. The hole did not expand, but the three venerables were already dead, there was no hope of victory with just the power left behind by their main bodies. The three venerables' power weakened rapidly, their expressions were ugly. To think that the world will be destroyed because of this. Genesis Lotus Will smiled bitterly. Limitless Will sighed, I was not willing to take the risk and let him in. No. Reckless Savages Will said solemnly, in that situation, even if the three of us attacked together, we were not Thieving Heaven's match. Because we could not keep him alive. Even if we forced him back 2 or 3 times, he could charge and again until we expend all of our strength. This is all my fault, Limitless, let me go, I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said hatefully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left through the hole, there was still another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable trapped by limitless chains. You? Genesis Lotus Will was slightly stunned. Who was the one who left earlier? Reckless Savages Will asked. That was Sha Shao. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly, my Dao Guardian. At the same time, the situation was urgent, Limitless Will interrupted him, asking, what method do you have? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said, do you know why Fate Gu's restriction on otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon that comes to this world carries the mark of their homeland. Those are the Dao marks of otherworldly demons. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Dao marks in my body to create space and forcefully seal the hole. Use this chance to make up for it. Without hesitation, Limitless Will took back the chains, please. Quick, kill him. With the help of the Lord, let the calamities and tribulations wear him down. The 4 immortals quickly conversed in secret, their coordination becoming more and more adept. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's Heaven Envy's heroic genius's killer move was in effect. The tribulation was used to attack Bu Tian Kong, Nia Kuang Feng, and the others. Of course, most of the calamities and tribulations were a kind of refinement path method, constantly refining various small worlds, as well as the tangled Dao marks in the large worlds. This was especially so when calamities and tribulations occurred frequently inside and outside the small world. Under the bombardment of the various calamities, the small worlds were destroyed and completely integrated into the 3 great worlds. During this process, the savage great world naturally benefited the most. However, there was still a small world that was unique. Compared to all the other small worlds, it was fresh and refined. No matter how the catastrophe raged, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were round or oval-shaped bubbles, but Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space looked like a squarish block with sharp edges from the outside. No matter how the calamities and tribulations tempered it, it remained in its original state. Within Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant Sun's gaze was already on this Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Otherworldly demon. He snorted lightly. Memories that appeared in his mind made him slightly unhappy. In the past, Giant's son became an immortal venerable and entered the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He learned about the inside story of the 4 venerables mending the heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable disregarded the Gu cultivation world for his own selfishness and almost destroyed the 5 regions. Even though at the final moment, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable extracted his own space path Dao marks to create a Thieving Heaven space and block the hole was too big to be mended. The other 3 wills did their best and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus Will and Reckless Savages Will had no choice but to go into hibernation afterwards. Giant Son Immortal thus took the chance to exterminate Reckless Savages Will and obtain the ownership of Savage Wilderness Great World. Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance back then. Other than suppressing the whole, there was a deeper motive. It was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Gue Fong Yuan. However, I have already made a move in advance and destroyed a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a price to block the hole back then. The hole that appeared was not perfect. Immortal Zombie Giant Son calculated the situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is here, Fong Yuan has myself luck true inheritance. He can definitely inspect luck and know that this place is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go. And Celestial Court will definitely send troops to obstruct Fong Yuan. The enemy is still Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the upper hand and maintained their advantage. Immortal Zombie Giant Son cultivated Luck Path. He was not as proficient in deductions as Wisdom Path. Immortal Zombie Giant Son decided to watch Fong Yuan and Celestial Court fight. He would reap the benefits later. The main point was to deal a blow to Celestial Court. Peak of Book Mountain. Fairy Yu Xiu, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it will not be destroyed by the tribulations in these worlds. We need to resolve it. It has already become our obstacle. Fairy Yu Xiu said. Qin Ding Ling suddenly received an important piece of information. She quickly said, the spy in Yellow Earth Great World reported that Fong Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet, there is no movement. Fairy Yu Xiu was not surprised. Of course he will go. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance back then to leave it for him. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Son in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will definitely come. Saying this, Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. Qin Ding Ling, subordinate, is here. Qin Ding Ling had a solemn expression. Let's go. Come with me to meet Fong Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Fairy Yu Xiu slowly stood up. Qin Ding Ling revealed an excited expression but was also a little suspicious. We don't need to be wary of Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures? Don't worry. This Thieving Heaven space is not Limitless Demon Venerable's original arrangement. He needs us to destroy this small world or wait for Fong Yuan to inherit the true inheritance and destroy the space. This Thieving Heaven space is also an obstacle for limitless deductions. We will destroy it, that is what he wants. Fairy Yu Xiu answered. Celestial Court's army moved out. Divine Emperor City carried Fairy Yu Xiu, Qin Ding Ling, and the rest and set off from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved out. Fairy Minghao, Guiyue Fangzheng, and the rest were also mobilized from the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fong Yuan, thanks to Fairy Yu Xiu's previous contributions, Celestial Court gained many mutant Gu immortals like Butian Kong, Nia Kuang Feng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals caused Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World to fall into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Blade Leaf. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless flying leaves were like blades, flying towards Nia Kuang Feng from all directions. Nia Kuang-feng laughed loudly, his figure moved around agilely as he dodged the flying leaves. If he could not dodge, he would crash into them. He had turned into a whirlwind. The wind blades around the whirlwind were like sharp teeth, they were extremely sharp. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth as he looked at Nia Kuang-feng getting closer, the pressure in his heart intensified. He and Nia Kuang-feng had been fighting for several minutes already. Even though heaven envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Nia Kuang-feng, it could not kill him. Nia Kuang-feng obtained Celestial Court's help and quickly recovered. It treated Xiao Hejian as its prey. Die for me! Nia Kuang-feng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Hejian. One was also a mini-man Gu Immortal, Green Forest Great Sage, the other was Black Locust, the owner of Great Locust Grotto Heaven. He also cultivated Wood Path. Xiao Hejian's killer move immediately changed. The three immortals attacked at the same time, causing the killer move's power to rise sharply. The flying green leaves turned into seeds that were planted on Nia Kuang-feng's body. Countless vines grew out and bound Nia Kuang-feng tightly. Nia Kuang-feng was originally a tornado, but these vines bound him from the inside out. They interfered with his immortal essence infusion. Thus, Nia Kuang-feng's killer move lost the support of immortal essence. It became intermittent, its power fell to rock bottom. The vines increased in number, they grew denser and denser, almost covering Nia Kuang-feng in layers. Don't force me. Nia Kuang-feng struggled, but its strength was weakening. We finally caught this monster. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three Wood Path Gu immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao Hejian was overjoyed internally. Earlier, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Nia Kuang-feng, but now, he defeated him. Comparing the two, Xiao Hejian finally suppressed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this time, Nia Kuang-feng's aura started to become strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball of vines, but Nia Kuang-feng's voice could still be heard. I am demonizing. Whenever I am in a desperate situation, I will demonize. I do not want to demonize. Once I become demonized, I will not be able to wake up. Unless I destroy all the living beings in the world I am in, I will not be able to wake up. But you forced me to do this, you forced me to do this, ah. P.S. I recommend Revolution Goddess. It has a different feeling, it is an exciting fantasy novel. Li Qi was thrown into another world by the Revolution Goddess. This world was filled with gods and demons. There were as many mortals as dogs. It was hard enough for him to have a good life, but the goddess wanted him to create a revolution of mortals here. I want all living beings to understand my intentions. I want you, a sage, to vanish into thin air. Bu Tiankong roared, using the strongest killer move in its life. Wind and clouds rumbled, heaven and earth changed color. Fang Yuan turned around slightly and waved his hand behind him. At the next moment, Bu Tiankong traversed the entire battlefield like a meteor, crashing through several mountains along the way. With a series of loud explosions, it created several thousand feet long gullies on the ground. Finally, it laid on the ground, its eyes were wide open, it did not move. He died. The chaotic battle continued without end, and the battlefield that was in full swing became silent. The unstoppable Nia Kuang-feng saw this, his reddish-brown demonic wind suddenly froze. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at him. Nia Kuang-feng shuddered. At the next moment, boundless fear gripped his entire body. I will die, I will die, I am going to die. He exited the demonic state, he regained his clarity. Escape. He quickly escaped, leaving behind his opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had no strength to retaliate, just one attack and his head would be gone. He watched with a dumbfounded expression as Nie Kuang Feng left the battlefield in a frenzy. Fang Yuan turned around slightly, facing Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space again with a calm expression. His gaze turned toward Celestial Court's army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board flew over like a mountain. He looked to the other side. Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck altar shined with golden light as it rushed over. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He turned into a white ray of light and entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space first. Charge in, we will fight inside. Fairy Yu Xiu quickly ordered. Celestial Court's Immortal Gu House also entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not convenient to use their full strength outside. If they used too much strength, Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures would be triggered. At the same time, it would be easier to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Fang Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and saw that he had already entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could be seen as an artificial secluded domain. This was a strange space. The light inside was gentle, there were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land, it was completely empty. But this place was slightly different. Pitch-black lines spread and covered almost every inch of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. These black lines were thick and thin. They all gave off auras that made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with these auras. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Fang Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, he quickly understood after seeing this. It seems that this Thieving Heaven true inheritance space is about to collapse. I need to comprehend the profundities within and find out where the true inheritance is hidden. The last time he entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, he inherited ghostly concealment. At that time, Fang Yuan used open door Gu and closed door Gu to enter. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was very stable. There were many winds of assimilation. Only when otherworldly demons touched it would the winds of assimilation disappear. Fang Yuan accidentally saved Feng Jioga because of this. After the tornadoes of assimilation disappeared, Fang Yuan successfully inherited ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process. But this Thieving Heaven space was clearly different.